Hello, 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 Chad. We are live with day two of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025, and of course, day one में बहुत explosive moments थे, but अभी तो आग सिर्फ जलनी चालू हुई है. Welcome Sahaj bhai. As I fix my camera to remain in the center, because center of attraction में आज होने वाले हैं Indian players. कितने लोग आज जीतेंगे?
भाई सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन से याद आया वी हैव द स्टार गेम इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस जो बोर्ड पे अभी लगा हुआ है हमारे गुकेश वर्सेस यागिस खान एर्दोगमस द 14 year old prodigy dubbed to be I would say I mean next Magnus Carlsen तो खैर मतलब it's a you shouldn't say that about anyone but definitely dubbed to be the next elite player in the world तो बड़ा मजा आएगा इन दोनों गेम्स में गुकेश with the white pieces let's see what happens.
भाई देखो डब्ड वर्जन मूवीज के भी मुझे इतने पसंद नहीं है तो भाई डब्ड भाई ये सब आई थिंक वेई वाज डब्ड टू बी द नेक्स्ट मैग्नस कितने लोग आए थे आई थिंक ही इज अ यंग टैलेंट ही इज फिनोमिनल आई थिंक फॉर श्योर बट एज ऑफ नाउ चैट आई थिंक गुकेश इज द बेटर प्लेयर लेकिन आई थिंक साज भाई एक इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है फॉर एडोगमस होपफुली दैट्स द करेक्ट प्रोनाउंसिएशन उनके लिए like I can't imagine a guy more motivated today in the entire world. He knows कि आज का मैच जीत के his parents know, his team knows कितना sponsorships, कितना social media coverage, कितना कुछ मिल सकता है if Gukesh loses to a 14-year-old. Chad 14-year-old 14 साल का है. आप क्या साज मैंने मुझसे स्ट्रीम से पहले पूछा था ये चैट आप क्या कर रहे थे 14 साल की उम्र में अगर अभी 14 साल के हो तो क्या कर रहे हो साज में व्हाट वर यू डूइंग
I was really trying to, well, I had one GM norm, but I was missing my GM norms like crazy. मतलब I think I missed it around 9 or 10 times before I managed to make it at 16. Almost 17 touch होते हो तो 14 में करना is वो भी 2650 यार. Let's not even forget the GM title. Let's just forget कि GM title matter ही नहीं करता है. But 2650 की rating at 14 years old. I I doubt if many people have achieved this in the past. So this is an insane achievement.
भाई मैं तो 14 साल की उम्र में भाई वो होते ना वो क्या वो वीडियो गेम नहीं होती थी वो बाइक वाली वो लात मारता था उसको वो गिरता था रोड रैश खेल रहा होता था या फिर
हाँ.
भाई ऐसे वो माइंड स्वीपर खेल रहा होता था भाई क्या भाई लोग लिटरली वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप लेवल प्लेयर से compete कर रहे हैं एट 14 चैट क्या ब्रो वी आर एन एम्बैरेसमेंट बट एनीवेज आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए ऑफ कोर्स मुकेश इज द फेवरेट प्लेयर एंड उनके पास भी एक स्टेटमेंट है मेरे को याद है आई थिंक हाँ बाय द वे चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई जल्दी से लाइक करो लेट्स गेट टू 100 लाइक्स मुझे याद है एक बार गैरी कस्पारोव ने कहा था या किसी ने कहा था कस्पारोव के बारे में आई थिंक इट वाज व्हाट एटलिक हु टोल्ड मी और समबडी एल्स आई डोंट नो इट वाज लाइक व्हेन ही वुड प्ले अ यंगस्टर ही वुड ट्राई टू डिस्ट्रॉय द यंगस्टर ताकि उसको अगले 20 साल तक वो साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रॉमा रहे सो आई थिंक गुकेश इज अ चांस टू पोटेंशियली गेट दैट फर्स्ट विन अंडर हिज बेल्ट अगेंस्ट अ पोटेंशियल फ्यूचर कंटेंडर फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप
Sahil bhai, I'm almost 99% sure कि ये चीज विशी सर ने कही थी. And he said this against when he was because when Magnus was when an up and coming player, Vishy sir हमेशा हराते थे उसे. So it that's where it came from. Of course, we can ask him as well when he joins us a bit later in this.
भाई I don't know if I want to ask him that भाई I don't know भाई
But
I
I
think
mean,
it's
it's a good question to ask, right? I mean, if
हाँ
someone is an up and coming player, do you try to beat them if every
yeah
single time? I mean, I'm sure he would be. It's a strategy, right, for every sort of elite chess player, ताकि you make your mark, you show your dominance, ताकि भाई next time जब हमारा मैच पड़े तो एक वो psychological advantage रहता है आपको.
हम्म चैट मेरी आवाज लो तो नहीं है मुझे बताना एक दो लोग लिख रहे हैं जस्ट वांट टू कंफर्म इफ द ऑडियो इज लो और नॉट नॉट दैट आई कैन डू मच बट स्टिल एटलीस्ट एक्नॉलेज करना जरूरी है एंड आई कैन ट्राई टू फिक्स इट इन सम वे मे बी हाथ में लेके माइक है लो चैट क्या हाल चाल आज हम करेंगे कमेंट्री बट एनीवेज चैट बताना भाई इफ इट्स लो
But yes, so we have Gukesh versus Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus. Of course, I hope I didn't butcher the pronunciation. But yes, apart from that, we also have Abhimanyu versus Vidit, which is an all-Indian derby. दोनों एक point पे भाई तो मतलब एटलीस्ट दो इंडियंस तीन इंडियंस मैं तो गुकेश का ड्रॉ तो होगा ही एटलीस्ट तो मेरे का तीन इंडियंस डेढ़ पे तो होंगे कम से कम आई थिंक
भाई
आफ्टर आफ्टर टुडे.
now the question you have to ask is if you were playing chess god here yeah whatever would you prefer like one of Puranik and Vidit winning or would you prefer them drawing the match because I think in terms of qualifying to the candidates you ideally want one of them to win and the guy who has the better chances to win so what would you do Sajwa if you could inky pinky ponky your way through the pairings
I think it's too early to say even, 2 out of 2 से आपका candidates qualification तो मतलब there's still 9 more rounds left, so and a lot of chess to be played, so it's too early. I think usually जब आपको candidates के लिए खेलना होता है तो you have to be a bit smarter. Like अगर आप शुरुआत से वो dominance करते हो, एक मैच आपका खराब होता है, then your entire, tie breaks can be messed up as well. So I think draw is not a bad result for Abhimanyu and Puranik. दोनों के chances रहेंगे वहाँ पे, and though instead of having one player, be at the top, we'll have two in the top five. I would much rather prefer that. But of course, in Gukesh's case, I think वहाँ पे I would expect Gukesh to win simply because Gukesh is the better player. उसके white pieces हैं.
Hmm.
And Gukesh के लिए 2 out of 2 is not like an
Hmm.
unbelievable thing. Yeah, right? He's not necessarily playing for a qualification spot. तो वो एकदम बिंदास 2 out of 2 होगा. एक वो statement भी होगी. I think from Gukesh's perspective, I think a win. But Abhimanyu and Vidit, I think a draw is not a bad result. And
Yeah.
what are your thoughts for this?
Fair enough. I think that's a fair enough, discussion there. But I would prefer some fire on the board. तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि I don't know who will be the winner. I think of course Abhimanyu has the white pieces, but Vidit on paper is the stronger player. And I think Vidit's win yesterday was more, let's say, one way. So I think he probably looked like the guy more in form as well. But of course, eight games to decide karna would be very harsh on Abhimanyu as well because it was a tipsy-turvy game and he did convert very well at the end. So let's see what happens.
But
Meanwhile, I think not
also,
to forget.
Sahil
Ah,
bhai,
sorry, go ahead.
let's also not forget that if we look at the Chennai Grandmasters, like I think Vidit's tournament did not go as well, right?
Yeah.
And Abhimanyu's tournament went amazingly until a certain point. एकदम last round में उसका वो tournament खराब हुआ था. But तो I would still argue कि दोनों की forms are not very far. Of course, Vidit
हाँ
is a different player in that sense. He's a much stronger player. I'm not denying that. But मैं form की बात कर रहा हूँ, right? Abhimanyu की form I think has been pretty impressive. I think coming leading up to this event and also beating Divya with the black pieces, especially motivated Divya, yeah. क्योंकि यहाँ पर she's playing in the open section. I mean, she has a lot to prove, and playing with the white pieces, she put up a wonderful fight. 20 चाल की theory थी board पे, and still beating her in that situation is definitely not an easy task and not something that many people would be able to accomplish. Right? 6 घंटे का game था वो. तो
I
I
agree.
think Abhimanyu should not be taken lightly at all. I
No,
think.
absolutely not lightly at all. I think he's going to put up a very tough fight here. So Vidit को अगर जीतना है, I think he will need to play out of his skin today. And meanwhile, not to forget, we also have Pragg and Arjun on half a point. Pragg is playing. I think it is Ivan Zemlyanskii. So he's playing somebody who's on 1 point. So Pragg के पास white pieces है दो. And also Arjun plays Haik Martirosyan. As far as I remember, I think they've played before a few times as well. So super exciting match there. And I think both Arjun and Pragg especially don't want to drop half a point more. Like they would love to be on 1.5, Saj bhai.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also, just I have some personal experience with Ivan Zemlyanskii as well. So I played a tournament in Serbia, आपकी favorite country, Sahil bhai. So
Yeah.
I played one of those GM norm events जहाँ पे Ivan Zemlyanskii was shooting for a GM sort of, I think his second or third norm, whatever it was. भाई, I'm telling you, आपको पता है सर्बिया में अगर आपको GM norm चाहिए होता है तो कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए होते हैं 9 में से? Do you know this?
I think 7 चाहिए होते हैं ना, I think.
7 चाहिए
किसी
होते
भी
हैं,
round
मेरे
का बढ़िया
7
match है.
पॉइंट बने थे, ठीक है, मेरे 7 पॉइंट
Hmm.
बने एट द ओनली टाइम इन माय लाइफ बाय द वे चैट दैट मैं एक जीएम नॉम इवेंट खेला और मेरे 7 पॉइंट एक्चुअली बने, तो आई मेड अ जीएम नॉम देयर. कैन यू गेस जेमलियांस्की के कितने पॉइंट थे वहां पे?
8 होंगे.
8 पॉइंट भाई. एट
Wow.
आउट ऑफ नाइन ही स्कोर्ड. 8 out of 9.
भाई.
So definitely not an easy target. In fact, we played the last round in that event and it was like some 5 hour long battle. वहाँ पे 40 मिनट का वो इंक्रीमेंट नहीं होता था, सॉरी एडिशनल टाइम नहीं होता था. तो 5 hour some लॉन्ग फाइट, मतलब इट वाज वेरी टॉपसी टर्वी. कभी उसकी बेटर थी, कभी मेरी बेटर थी. एंड आई कैन टेल यू दैट दिस प्लेयर इज सुपर मोटिवेटेड, super young, and very very well prepared. So I would
Yeah.
not take this opponent lightly at all.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to watch this game. Pragg, of course, has had a fabulous year, as Vishy also mentioned yesterday. And chat, भाई लोग, chat में इतने सारे लोग हैं, literally चूहे भी दिख रहे हैं मुझे chat में. जल्दी से stream like कर दो भाई. Let's get to 100 likes because अभी तो game शुरुआत होने वाली है in the next 1.5 minutes. Sahaj भाई, coming back to the star game, it is Gukesh against Erdogmus. जहां पे बहुत important है गुकेश के लिए जीतना. What do you think will be his opening choice? E4, D4, knight F3. Will he go for Reti? What's going on his head?
It's a tough question. Somehow मेरा gut feel कहता है he will go for d4.
Hmm.
That's because I feel like he wants us. Wait, what?
Wow!
Let's
भाई
go.
बोल दो Erdogmus goes for a6 भाई. Come on Saj भाई, this is the moment to change history as per your
Seriously?
wishes. Come on.
No, a6 तो नहीं होगा भाई. d4 d5 on the board. By the way, the queen's gambit on the horizon. भाई लंदन भी खेल सकता है गुकेश भाई, मजा आ जाएगा. Wait, what?
Oh! What? Bhai, that is
Wait,
insane.
what?
And he
What?
played it quickly. Yeah, he played it in 7 seconds. So this is clearly prep against a dogmas. And now I think there are only few options available, Sahaj. I mean, London is
भाई,
one of them.
this is London. He's playing London. He's technically, this is Gukesh's London, because I have never seen this. Usually, I have seen the setup where you go knight f3 and then c3. That this is Le Quang Liam's London. If you play bishop f4 e3 c3, that is my London. And if you play c3 straight, ये तो मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा भाई.
भाई क्वीन कहती लंदन उनका है, आप कह रहे हो अपना है. बट एनीवेज द पॉइंट इज, डू यू थिंक इट्स अ जीटी एरर कि C4 खेला होगा एंड C3 पे पॉन गलती से छूट गया हो?
I'm considering it, but the fact that Erdogmus is thinking in this position makes me think that he didn't expect it, because अभी तो easily कुछ e6 e6 कुछ तो खेल देता ना.
दैट्स ट्रू, दैट्स ट्रू. भाई कुछ तो क्रेजी होने वाला है चैट यहाँ पे. मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि C3, आई थिंक इट्स डेफिनेटली हार्डकोर प्रेप बाय गुकेश. वी कैन सी नाउ कि ही हैज used 7 seconds, and now Dogma is thinking, as you mentioned Sajbhai, I think definitely not something he expected. I think nobody expected if C3 is the move indeed.
Absolutely, and I think if we look at it from a objective standpoint, one benefit of c3 I see is, first of all, if you play c5, then I can capture the dc5 immediately, and I can defend it via b4. तो ये c3 से मेरा pawn है b4 पे बचाता रहेगा. That's one benefit. And another benefit that I see is, you can, if you ever play something like bishop f5, कि आपको भाई आपको e6 डायरेक्टली नहीं खेलना, क्योंकि आपको बिशप अपना बंद नहीं करना है यहाँ पे, राइट? तो इफ यू प्ले बिशप
Hmm.
f5, देन आई माइट हैव क्वीन b3 अटैकिंग b7 एंड अटैकिंग d5 एज वेल. तो
Hmm.
two ideas I see, but definitely something that Erdogmus would be cautious about, because I did not expect this. This is very, very surprising to me.
भाई बहुत मजा आ रहा है भाई देख के. पोजीशन एंड C3 हैज इंडीड बीन प्लेड. चैट कंफर्म कर रही है. सो यहाँ पे डॉगमा सोचेंगे, ही विल बी लाइक भाई यार, एम आई गोइंग टू लंदन? इज लंदन फोर्स सहज भाई? आई थिंक बिकॉज फॉर एग्जांपल नाइट f6, let's say knight f3 e6, we could still go to bishop g5, right? It's still possible to head off into some sort of this structure.
And bishop g5 would be this Trompovsky type
Yeah.
of lines, and bishop f4 is something that would be London. Now the question is, because if you go bishop f4 here, Sahil bhai, I think we have transposed into mainstream London.
Yeah.
So has Gukesh prepared something else here? Is he planning to go bishop g5 and to be in completely new territory? Does he want to play g3, which I also see as a potential move in this? It
Oh.
doesn't make sense to me, but it is a potential move. But I think g3 might not be as good, because you've already committed c3. You would want to play c4 then.
Hmm.
So it remains to be seen what he has prepared. But one thing is for sure, can knight f6 would be top move in his preparation. Knight f6
True.
is the move that you expect when you study something like c3.
True. And also, Chat, I think Chat kariye ki he played, Gorechkina yesterday. I did see that game yesterday, even before the pairing came out. It was very interesting. So, Dogmas played Gorechkina, and I think he was borderline lost at some point. It was like -2 or something, and then Gorechkina kind of, lost the advantage, and gradually in time pressure. Oh, Bishop G5 played! Let's go! So, it
Wow.
is not the London. Sahaj Bhai was planning his vacation to, कहाँ पे, मालदीव्स या whatever, बट वो अब डिले करना पड़ा साज भाई. ट्रम्पोस्की पे किसका कोर्स है साज भाई?
Trompovsky pe, I'm not sure, but one important point here for the chat is that if you go d4, आप पूछ सकते हो भाई उसने c3 पहले क्यों खेला, वो बिशप g5 पहले भी तो खेल सकता था. Now this is a very common mistake in chess. Like you never play bishop g5 on move 2, especially अगर black ने d5 खेला होता, because यहाँ पे black के पास एक बड़ी interesting चाल है, which is f6. And this is a big problem for white in this repertoire, because if you go bishop h4 or something, then there is knight h6, some weird setup. Your plan is knight f5, h5, h4 करके आप इस bishop को harass करते हो. So that's why
हम्म.
Gukesh played c3 and provoked knight f6 and then played bishop g5, ताकि अब वो f6 से उसको kick ना कर सके.
हम्म.
So
True.
some
And now,
step.
Yeah, and also your plan, Saj bhai. Queen b3 is always ready. जैसे ही bishop बाहर निकलेगा, I think Queen b3 will be the plan for c3. So यहाँ पे Erdogmus already trying to battle some opening blues. Not to mention, I think he would have looked at this before. I don't think this is a surprise. Erdogmus is part of that, technological generation. They've grown up playing bullet chess, blitz chess so many times. So I'm pretty sure if you go to his account and check the games, you will find, games like hundreds of games in such a structure. लेकिन गुकेश जब सामने बैठा होता है ना भाई, तो you have to think extra carefully.
By I will challenge you on this, and I will tell you right now that this is not something Erdogmus has at least looked at deeply. That much I can
Hmm.
challenge you, even if he has faced it. क्योंकि आप अगर आप बुलेट ब्लिट्स खेलते हो यार, कोई C3 खेल देता है, आपको क्या लगता है भाई माउस स्लिप होगा? It
हाँ.
must have been a mouse slip then. So you don't look if he has seen it before in a match like online ही होगा ये तो OTB तो possible ही नहीं है. ये specific setup सिर्फ इसी मूव ऑर्डर से आ सकता है. राइट बिकॉज अगर आप बिशप जी फाइव
Hmm.
पहले खेल देते तो एज आई सेड आप F6 खेल सकते हो तो यू पुट दिस लाइन टू बेड सो I think a great choice by Gukesh to completely remove that theoretical element from the position. Slightly worse दिखा रहा है engine, but I'm sure that's going to be fixed because Gukesh and these guys, they're working with the cloud, some super strong engines, and of course there is a very deep idea rooted inside this opening which is left to be seen. Um, so I think Erdogmus is definitely out of prep and he doesn't know what to play. He doesn't know the best move in this position right now.
या एंड बहुत मजा चैट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू ठीक है दिस इज टू अर्ली आई नो बट आई थिंक यहीं पे तो जीनियस प्रिडिक्शंस होती हैं बाद में गेम देखने के बाद तो कोई भी कर ले व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट हैपेंस इन दिस गेम so Gukesh was a dogmas. Gukesh is the world champion. A dogmas is the next Gukesh. Let's put it that way. At least the next Gukesh, maybe not Magnus. And Saj bhai, what's your prediction for this game? Win, draw, loss, Gukesh. Chat yours as well.
I think Gukesh wins, especially how the opening has gone. I really like it because the sooner you can take your opponent out of theory, the sooner you can be more comfortable there. The more easier you can get your advantage. So still, I think a lot of chess is left to be seen, but I really like Gukesh's chances here. Exactly,
True, true,
positional
true.
grind, Raghav bhai, जो आपने लिखा, I think that's what I agree with here.
Yep, and chat यहाँ पे still no move. 7 minutes down is a dogmas here. He's feeling the pressure. And मुझे साथ भाई, so first question to you. Black के पास यहाँ बहुत सारे structural ways है. He can allow this capture, doubling up pawns on F6, or he can even go G6 and allow it that way, or he can play E6 and not allow that, structural damage. Which one do you think a dogmas goes for here? Because completely different patterns to the game.
I would expect something like Bishop F5 from Erdogmus simply because you are allowing me. We know that Bishop F6 wala jo setup hota hai, it's not really bad for black. Of course, there are some positional implications there, which black has to be careful of, and I'm sure Erdogmus would have a good experience in those lines. Especially अगर हम opening से जाते हैं, like for example, if after d4 knight f6 black plays knight f6, right? White goes bishop g5. यहाँ bishop g5 चलता है. This is the main Trompovsky attack, right? And now black can play d5 and यहाँ पे best move white की होती है e3. So with this setup, as black at least, you are always aware of this bishop takes f6 वाले sacrifices, and you know कि भाई pieces कहाँ रखने होते हैं, pawns किधर रखने होते हैं. So I don't think he would be afraid of sort of allowing bishop takes f6. So e6, maybe I wouldn't expect. Maybe I will expect something like bishop f5. Maybe I expect something like c5 or maybe h6 also seems to be an interesting move for black here. But e6 seems it's like it's too simple. I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying
And
it right, but जब अब आप तीसरी चाल पे अगर आप सरप्राइज होते हो किसी के साथ तो आप सबसे सिंपल चाल थोड़ी ना खेलते हो यार. तो
true.
बिकॉज यू वांट कि भाई तू भी चेस खेल.
And what about 94 Sahaj bhai? Because usually when I used to play the Trompovsky, I used to love this, but I didn't like 94 because मेरे bishop को दोबारा move करना है अब. And 94 bishop hanging है, so do I bring the bishop back? Because I remember यहाँ पे कुछ crazy lines है h4 के साथ भी होता है, you just put the pawn there. So I mean, this could go completely nuts on the board. Yeah, if something like this happens, if you play h4 on the board, chat, look at this. Yeah, the pawn on h4 already. While कि king side castling का क्या होगा?
Right. This is possible, but I am aware and I think you are right कि जब white का pawn e3 पे होता है और c3 का pawn नीचे होता है तब ये possible होता है I think.
Hmm.
But apart from this, I'm not sure what are the because the bar says this is a very big disadvantage for
Hmm.
white. So
Hmm.
black can play c5 apparently, knight f3. I don't know, knight c6 or something, queen b6, and f6 से आप kick कर सकते हो इस bishop को. Maybe after a move like knight e4, what I expect is something like bishop f4. And then you just play e3, knight f3, and you transpose into like the mainstream stuff. But this is something that Gukesh seems to be comfortable with. But the question
Hmm.
is, Erdogmus यहाँ पे क्या खेलेगा? Does he go for knight e4? Does he go for e6? Does he go for c5? Why this the question is posed to him too early on in the game.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with this development. I think because you don't want to enter a dogmas prep. I think you already
No, no, no,
put
no.
him on the back foot now, and now he's feeling the pressure. And pressure, in this long time control can multiply very quickly. So 4-5 घंटे का pressure adds up significantly. So as they think, maybe it's time to have a look at the game of Puranik against Vidit Sahaj, because I think the only other game where we have Indians on full points, 1 out of 1. क्या लग रहा है भाई opening moves देख के?
So it is Catalan, the one with g3. Magnuski favorite. Black goes bishop e7. Main variation. Bishop g2 short castle. And यहाँ पे Abhimanyu does something weird. He goes knight to c3. And this is a very old rule in chess के Catalan तब तक होती है जब तक knight c3 पे नहीं आता. ठीक है, उससे पहले, क्योंकि यूजुअली आप d4 अलाउ करते हो, एंड ये इस नाइट से आपको आप a3 पे जा सकता है, d2 पे जा सकता है c4 को मारने के लिए. तो नाइट c3 इज सॉर्ट ऑफ दिस न्यूअर वे ऑफ प्लेइंग कैटलन. यू आर अलाउइंग दिस कैप्चर ऑफ d टेक c4, एंड आप कॉम्पनसेशन के थ्रू खेलते हो यहाँ पे. बट विद द थिंग्स फॉर अबाउट 4 minutes and 20 seconds, no pun intended, black plays knight bd7 and white goes b3 in this position, and Vidit is thinking. So Abhimanyu in full prep, not allowing d takes c4 anymore, planning to develop his bishop via to b2. So double fianchettos on the board. Um, I think Abhimanyu's prep looks like Abhimanyu has won the opening battle, at least in this game. Now, whether he's able to consolidate into a better position, into a winning game, that is something we have to see.
भाई अभी बहुत कुछ हुआ कल की क्रेजी गेम के कुछ काम कंपोज मिल गया उसको आई थिंक ही इज वेरी हैप्पी आज ही कैन सिट डाउन एंड रिलैक्स अ बिट एंड आल्सो नॉट टू फॉरगेट विदित हिमसेल्फ वाज एन एविड Catalan fan and used to play it a lot thanks to Anish who was also a big fan, so I think he will understand this opening pretty well. And कोई chat में कह रहा है कि that he's not out of prep, that's why I prefer English commentary. भाई मैं भी ये करता हूँ, मैं अरेंज मैरिज के लिए लड़कियां देखने जाता हूँ, मैं भी जब एक पसंद आती है तो बाकी 15 को जाके बोल के जरूर आता हूँ कि भाई देखो आई चोज हर बिकॉज आप में ये प्रॉब्लम है आप में ये प्रॉब्लम है. सो आई रिलेट टू द प्रॉब्लम, आई टोटली रिलेट टू इट. एंड हाई गुकेश कह रहे हैं, जय श्री, हाई गुकेश हम सब कह रहे हैं, बट होपफुली ही विंस टुडे एज वेल. एंड सर आई थिंक with it also feeling some time pressure here, I think similar to Erdogmus, maybe he's trying to figure out what are the best ways to move forward. Meanwhile, maybe we can have a look at the Prague game कि वहां पे क्या चल रहा है, because I think we have another c4, lots of 1c4s I think in this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is common amongst top players. Yeah, because if you compare, the opening lines between e4, d4, and c4 and knight f3, I think the line that is the least sort of prepared as black, and I'm speaking from my own experience. Maybe Sahil bhai, you have a different view here. Out of these four moves, these four main moves that we have, c4 is the one that we look at the least. Because I think ये सबसे कम expect करते हो अब तो. I think top players are sort of switching this, hoping to get hoping to avoid that deep opening preparation by their opponents, because e4 d4 is very heavily analyzed. But yeah, c4 on the board, knight f6, knight c3, d5. So this is some anti-Grunfeld type of a setup. Grunfeld होती है जब आप g6 करके d5 खेलते हो, तो g6 बाद में खेलेगा वो. d5 takes, white goes knight f3, he plays c5 first, g3, and now g6 finally on the board. So this is now, I think, anti-Grunfeld, full force, full action on the board. And
Yeah.
Zemlyanskii seems to be super well prepared. By the way, also very important point. I'm pretty sure Zemlyanskii की जो blitz rating है, it's around 3100 or 3200 on chess.com. So he's a beast when it comes to online formats as well. So gonna be a very tough match. By the way, chat से सवाल थोड़ा जल्दी कर रहा हूँ. इस position में, can you guess what is the best move for white? अगर आप अल्फा जीरो के फैन हैं, अगर आप अल्फा
भाई
जीरो के फैन हैं, तो ये आपको 1 सेकंड में दिखनी चाहिए चाल.
भाई बिल्कुल भाई, आई थिंक द बेस्ट मूव इज AI के पैर पड़ जाओ भाई, मुझे नहीं मारना भाई जब तुम टेक ओवर द वर्ल्ड, बस दैट्स इट भाई. बट आई थिंक या आई थिंक
एग्जैक्टली.
H4. h4.
H4 is the best move, which makes no sense. But of course, you go a bit deeper. You want to play H5. You want to create some problems on the king side. Maybe avoid black from castling on the king side as well. That could be a plan in the future. But yes, कितने लोगों ने H4 लिखा हुआ है? You are absolutely right. By the way, I think Erdogmus has played a move. Maybe we can switch back there.
Yeah,
He
yeah, yeah.
employed
Oh,
C6.
keeping it flexible, that's how I like it as well, not committing to any decisions, any major decisions till the last minute. Saj bhai, I think jo log last minute padhai karte hain wo log relate kar payenge. And now he's also allowed his queen to come out, and also he's defended the central pawn, and unka plan ho sakta hai next maybe to go bishop f5 maybe now.
Exactly. So we have a Slav type of a structure, right? We are not E6 होता है QGD, Queen's Gambit decline वाला structure, C6 होता है Slav वाला structure. The main benefit is कि भाई आपका bishop कभी भी बाहर आ सकता है. Then you can play E6 and then you have this solid structure in the position. He thought for about 10 minutes and 15 seconds before he played C6. So clearly he did not rush this decision, which I think is a great call. And Gukesh, if Gukesh is walking around, then I don't know, but Gukesh never walks around, right? Gukesh is never walking around, right, Sahil bhai?
Yep. Yeah,
He's
yeah, yeah.
never
Gukesh
walking around.
never.
If
Yeah,
he's never
never, never.
walking around, then he's clearly thinking about this position, and it could be that वो counter prep यहाँ पे काम कर गए, and Gukesh is now back to thinking for himself, and prep board पे नहीं है.
बाय द वे कोई कह रहा है बोर्ड इज ब्लर्ड, यार हम इंडिया में हैं तो ये कौन कौन दूसरी कंट्री का वर्जन कैसे आ रहा है? बट ओके, एनीवेज, I don't know what's happening there. Maybe we can check if the board is blurred or not. Actually, it is slightly, yeah. I'm looking at it on the screen, and maybe it is
I
slightly
am also
blurred.
looking on the screen. मेरा तो ठीक है यार.
No, no, I think if you, Ninja Link, I think ध्यान से इसको, like it's not, it's a bit shaky. Look at the names and look at the board. It's slightly
हाँ,
blurred compared to the names, na?
could be.
हाँ, तो check करना भाई. And meanwhile, while Sai Bhai does that, I think game is still moving forward. Gukesh is now thinking, Sahaj. That's very interesting. Gukesh already having a think. Matlab C6 is something maybe he didn't expect. Okay, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not some magical, attacking variation ki bhai sochna padega. But at least the fact that he's thinking would give a dogma some confidence. Ki chalo bhai, ab mainline preparation में नहीं है हम लोग.
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल. So I think वही वो थोड़ा सा, I mean if he played bishop f5 or if he played e6, I think he would walk right into Gukesh's prep. So c6 was a calculated decision कि ठीक है भाई, आपने c3 खेला, आपने मुझे प्रेप से निकाला, and now I'm returning the favor. अब आप भी प्रेप से निकलो and let's have a game on the board. अब बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई. So clear, just for everyone in the chat, E3 is the best move according to the our Silicon monster here. The idea is simple after E3. If black goes bishop F5 to get the bishop out to play E6 and all of that, white can go bishop D3, bishop takes D3, queen takes D3, and sort of have this position where you can develop your knight via to D2, the other knight to F3, you go short castle, and okay, maybe you have a slight pull in the position, but yeah, let's see what Kukesh actually comes up with here, because he clearly wants
Yeah.
something that is not mainstream. He doesn't want to play the top moves here. He wants to mess up the position early on.
And meanwhile, as Gukesh now thinks, let's jump to the Arjun game. We have around 12 moves already. So a typical, I think, I don't know, King's Indian structure, I think there. And क्या चल रहा है साज भाई? Take us through the opening moves.
So this is King's Indian. When D5 जब खेलते हैं तब वो ग्रैंडफील्ड हो जाती है. बिशप G7 करके आप D6 खेलते हो तो वो King's Indian होती है. White goes for the fianchetto setup here, which is generally considered to be sort of the safer option against the King's Indian. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा mess नहीं होती board पे. So you go short castle, bishop G2, D6, short castle, knight BD7, knight C3. Very mainstream. यहाँ पे बहुत games हो रखे हैं. 17,000 according to the chess.com database. Black plays e5, white plays h3, still very much in opening prep. Usually यहाँ पे e4 खेला जाता है. h3 is the second most popular move with 2,600 games, something like that. So white plays h3, black goes rook e8, white plays e4. Finally on the board, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight to c5, attacking the e4 pawn, and he defends it, and black plays h6. So h6 seems to be Arjun's first sort of sidestepping from the mainstream variations here. Generally speaking, you want to play a5 here or bishop d7 here, but h6 ka idea, what it is, it remains to be seen. White goes knight b3 and black goes knight a6. Bhai, यहाँ पे draw offer तो नहीं है, right? Because if you go knight
हाँ,
d4, I'm assuming you're losing something. Yeah, knight d4
या
पे knight d4, queen d4, and knight takes c4, and the queen hangs. The knight is defended, so you would be in a worse position here. So
या
no draw offer on the board. So this is the position after knight e6, and Martirosyan thinks. What do you think, Sahil bhai? What do you think
भाई
about this position?
ग्रेट एनालिसिस देयर आई थिंक, एंड काफी समझ में आया, समझ के कि भाई चल क्या रहा है। नाइट डी फोर वापस नहीं आते, ड्रॉ ऑफर नहीं है। एंड अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स लुक एट द क्लॉक चैट, अगर आपको समझना है कि हु इज इन प्रिपरेशन, हु इज द बॉस राइट नाउ, यू हैव टू लुक एट द क्लॉक नॉट द बार, बिकॉज अर्जुन कॉन्शियसली डिसीजन लेते हैं कि भाई मैं स्लाइटली वर्स लेके भी खेलूंगा, लेकिन आई वांट एब्सोल्यूट mayhem on the board. So वही अभी वो कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी ऑलमोस्ट 12 मिनट का एज क्लॉक पे। सो आई एम गोना पुट माय मनी ऑन अर्जुन हियर एज वेल, ही शुड बी एबल टू कन्वर्ट इट। बहुत इम्बैलेंसेस हैं, बोलते हैं ना, यहाँ पे व्हाइट के पास सेंटर है, ब्लैक के पास दो बिशप, अच्छे बिशप्स है लॉन्ग डायगोनल पे। यहाँ पे व्हाइट का बिशप ब्लॉक बाय इट्स ओन पॉन ऑन e4 फॉर एग्जांपल। सो ब्लैक का बिशप ऑन g7 अ गुड पीस एज वेल, एंड नाइट भी थोड़ा डांस कर रहे हैं अभी e6 और f6 वाले। सो फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन लुकिंग डिसेंट, ऑल्दो व्हाइट हैज द सेंटर। सो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन साज भाई। Would you prefer to be white or black here?
I would prefer black. I love King's Indian setups. I think they're
Hmm.
very fighting. यहाँ पे चाहे game slow भी start हो, it always goes into some messy position. So I'm loving it. Like for example, right now I see this plan of knight g5, that attacks the h3 pawn, attacks the e4 pawn. And already वो mess आ रही है board पे. And from White's
By the way,
perspective, White को थोड़ा slow खेलना होगा अभी. Bishop e3, some bishop e3 type of moves, but I would prefer to be black for sure.
a great session by Mohit ki bhai, can we have two boards? I think we can set that scene up for tomorrow maybe, jahan pe do boards ki dekh paए. Instead of the cameras, we can have Sahaj and my camera there, and we can have one board here, one board here. Nice to see, because final rounds में वो crazy हो सकता है. There might be two games Sahaj bhai, and दोनों के results पे dependent होगा कि क्या चल रहा है. So we can set that scene up somewhere maybe for tomorrow. And meanwhile, if we can jump to the next important game, which one it is, Sajay? Because हमें मुझे याद है, it can be Nihal Sarin's game against Aram Hakobian. Nihal has the black pieces, and the bar is not kind on his position. Can you explain why?
So it was Italian opening, very typical. He plays A4. This is Anish's Italian, जो chessable course उसने किया था. A4, A5, Bishop E3, Bishop B4 is a inaccuracy, but looking at his time, I don't know if this is prep or if this is an actual mistake. I'm not sure. C3, Bishop E7, Queen B3 आया board पे, attacking the F7 pawn, and black goes short castle. Maybe Nihal is trying to, not exchange pieces too early on and to, have a simplified game. Um, and yeah, that comes at a cost of having a worse position. So I think
Yeah.
more or less it makes sense from Nihal's perspective. He wants to have a game. He wants to win. Of course, पहला round उसका draw हुआ था. And if he wants to have any chances for the candidates, he has to win. He has to stay at the top. So looks like a calculated decision to me for now. But yeah, the bar is not kind on him. You are
Saj
right
bhai,
about that.
we have to jump back to the Gukesh game. I think Nihal definitely trying to spice up games, as we saw yesterday as well, trying to play risky openings. But a move I think we did not expect is Queen to C2. I think the idea is obvious. You want to prevent the bishop coming out to F5. That's understandable. But usually it's said कि भाई पहले knight निकालो, फिर bishop निकालो, फिर castling करो, फिर rook e1, rook c1, फिर जाके देखो रानी को कहाँ रखना है. I think it's just mind games and psychological play trying to just confuse Erdogmus right in the opening. Gukesh does not want Erdogmus to get his style of position maybe.
I have a theory on this. To reach a certain level in chess, you have to know the rules, right? आप पहले सीखते हो कि नाइट के 3 पॉइंट होते हैं, रुक के 5 पॉइंट होते हैं, whatever. But then once you have sort of understood those rules, then you learn how to break them. जैसे exchange sacrifice, playing for initiative, and blah blah blah. That's that sort of thing. And I think this discipline applies to even the elite level of chess कि आपको rules पता है, now you are using those rules, you're manipulating those rules to turn it into your favor. So very good point कि भाई पहले आपको knight निकालना चाहिए था क्योंकि that's the most logical thing to do, but queen c2 is something that poses practical problems to his opponent, so he's technically going against the rules, he's using the rules to sort of benefit him and not allow bishop f5. So I think it's a good practical decision by Gukesh, to not allow bishop f5. In any case, he's gonna, I think, have this bishop f6, knight d2, knight f3 wala setup, slight imbalance in the position, and I think he will do. I think he can have a good position very soon here.
I agree. Will be very interesting. And chat stream like करना मत भूलना because I'm telling you आज का दिन बहुत crazy होने वाला है. We might see some upsets. Do not forget ये world के top 100 players खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Of course some people have skipped the tournament. Magnus नहीं है, but everybody else is playing. Two spots of the candidates up for grabs. जो यहाँ top 2 आएंगे, they will be the ones playing the candidates. Vidit last time qualify करे थे, and Gukesh खुद ये tournament खेल रहे हैं. Saj, how do you feel about that, right? Gukesh playing the very tournament which is selecting the challengers. Technically, he could knock somebody out from contention. Let's say, by defeating him directly. और technically मेरा खुदा दिमाग कह रहा है भाई लास्ट राउंड किसी से मैच पड़ गया जो मैं चाहता हूँ वीक है भाई उससे ड्रॉ करके उसको कैंडिडेट में भेज दो और दूसरे बंदे को रटा दो. लाइक जस्ट ये मेरा दिमाग है भाई, गुकेश का दिमाग नहीं है.
I think, I mean, from Gukesh's perspective, I think he should beat anyone that he can because it's fair game, right? I mean, Magnus भी तो World Cup खेला था 2023 में,
हाँ
2021 में भी खेला था World Cup, तो despite being the world champion. So I think it's like आपको final boss आपको qualification में ही मिल रहा है, and if you can take him down, then you deserve the spot, and I think it makes perfect sense.
agreed agreed. And I think
I really like the fact that Gukesh is playing this. I think because it
uh,
really shows that he loves chess and he's out to prove something in this event. If he wins this, it will be huge. I think it will be huge.
yeah, agreed. And Chad, I think yes, he can't play candidates. Although I would love to see that. Gukesh ही candidates खेल रहा है. That would be hilarious. Oh, Chad, so who will qualify to beat Gukesh? अरे Gukesh यहीं पहुंच गया भाई. ये क्या कर रहा है भाई?
वो फिर
That
से
would be
जीत
hilarious.
जाएगा.
फिर जीत जाएगा भाई. And then World Championship में I think हम लोग ऐसे 4-5 लोग बैठे हैं भाई डिबेट कर रहे हैं यार. I don't know who will win. Yeah, maybe Gukesh. But Sahaj, no, I think maybe this time it's Gukesh's turn. भाई नहीं नहीं भाई. I think Gukesh will win. He
वही
has the
white से
white.
खेले, वही black से खेले.
But
But
yeah,
yeah.
regardless, I think 94, for example, I think is a good suggestion by Steven. I think that's logical because our bishop
Played.
and played. By the way, Steven भाई मतलब Erdogmus तो नहीं chat में और से घूम रहा है भाई. 94 on the board and it is the best move in the position. And now you have to move the bishop. And just to put things in context, chat, after Queen C2, before Queen C2, they were around, I think, let's say 70 games in this position. Queen C2 के बाद एक गेम थी जहां ब्लैक ने G6 खेला था with the idea of bishop F5. After 94, we are completely in uncharted territory yet again. We've not seen this position before. And yahan pe bishop attacked. And Sahaj bhai, I think H4, as you mentioned, makes even less sense now. So bishop F4 maybe, but now maybe bishop F5 and hamari queen is kind of misplaced because I don't have time for E3 and bishop D3.
Exactly. You have knight g3 as a direct threat attacking the h1 rook. So maybe, but wait, you can play f3 here. Wait, what? Knight g3, you have e4. Oh, bhai, look at this. You have e4. Knight h1 and
Wow.
ef5. It's working.
Wow. This reminds me of Divya's position yesterday against
Yeah,
Abhimanyu,
Abhimanyu.
yeah?
Yeah.
So, knight h1, ef5, and this is completely winning for Gukesh already. Bhai, Gukesh, bhai, kya trap lagaya bhai. But f3 ke baad, maybe then we don't go knight g3, maybe
You go
knight
knight,
d6 then.
and
Still
then you
e4
can
maybe?
still play e4, d takes e4, bishop takes d6, e takes d6, and don't take on e4 because there is queen h4 check and you lose the e4 pawn. Sorry, मेरे arrows थोड़े weird हैं यहाँ पे, but yeah, knight d2 is what you need to play
Oh,
basically, and then you
wow.
take with the e pawn, knight f3, bishop d3, short castle ऐसे करके आप खेलो.
Sahaj bhai, Sahaj bhai, this is definitely prep. I'm going to show you. If you go to knight d2, I was thinking Why not just d5 defending that pawn? And chat, question for you, what is white's best move in this position? Come on chat, let's go.
भाई D5 weird लग रहा है खेल के. I don't think वो खेलेगा ये, but yeah, the move is crazy. I have to say, it is crazy. Move
Chat, come on.
expect नहीं करी थी मैंने.
Why? Because I didn't think this was even legal, but this is the only move in the position Gukesh doesn't want to lose. Because fe4 pe there is queen h4 check, and that is very
Yes.
uncomfortable. So, and there's nothing else. You can't develop the knight, you can't do anything, and the move is not h4, not g4. Think crazy chat, think insane. बोलते हैं ना, आप लोगों ने साइकोलॉजिकल थ्रिलर देखी होगी. क्या खेलेगा उसका विलन उस मूवी का भाई. मुकेश तो हीरो है, बट जस्ट आई एम सेटिंग अप कॉन्टेक्स्ट भाई, कितना क्रेजी मूव है ये. नॉट बिशप
अरे
एफ4, नॉट सी4, कोई नहीं निकाल, नॉट जी3,
नहीं नहीं,
नॉट
डमी ने
क्यून बी2.
निकाला ना.
डमी ने कहा निकाला है.
डमी ने
चेस.
लिखा.
अच्छा लिखा क्या, चेस मयूरेश एंड डमी. इफ यू मेंशन राघव, यू आर करेक्ट, इट इज क्वीन साइड कैसल्स. भाई सीधा अटैक लॉन्च. एंड इफ ब्लैक वर टू प्ले अ रैंडम मूव, लेट्स से बिशप d6, आई वांट टू डेवलप, नाउ यू टेक ऑन e4 एंड ई फाइल खुल रही है साज भाई, एंड दिस कुड गो ईदर वे.
Yeah. Definitely a fighting position. By the way, Bishop F4 played. It's on the board.
Oh, bhai, let's go. Okay, question chat for you and Saj. Does black play bishop f? Because there's also g5 apparently, which is also, I think, a decent try. But do you think bishop f5 hoga? Yes or no?
I think G5 के chances सबसे कम लग रहे हैं मुझे, because it's too like aggressive, especially if you cannot back it with computer prep. So Bishop F5 seems like the most logical move to me. But Gukesh सोच रहा है यहाँ पे. I'm not sure if he's trying to recollect his preparation or whether he will find F3 E4,
नहीं नहीं,
but it is crazy.
सहज, वो क्वीन c2 बहुत क्लेवर था. He took 5.5 6 minutes for that move, as if c6 के बाद he's out of prep. पता नहीं भाई, अरे c6 खेल दिया भाई, माँ रात लगाया पूरा पुन और नहीं मिल रहा है भाई, पर क्या यार डॉगमस भाई, आउट ऑफ प्रेप कर दिया. बट द पॉइंट वाज एग्जैक्टली दिस. आई थिंक इफ बिशप f5, I think this is what he is prepared. F3. I am fully sure. I'm betting Maggie's on that. Why? If bishop f5, we're gonna see f3 100%.
I think I agree with you also.
Why?
I would agree with you, yes. I would agree with you. Now, whether this is prep or not, I don't know, but he can find this over the board as well.
नहीं नहीं भाई,
क्वीन बी थ्री
100%
वगैरह तो
prep.
नहीं ठीक लग रहा है ना यार. क्वीन बी थ्री थोड़ी ना खेलेगा यहाँ पे. वो तो
हाँ
मतलब फालतू चाल लग रही है एकदम.
हाँ. I mean, you bishop f4. I think he played in 3 minutes, and that also is a sign, yeah, कि he's not that worried about the move bishop f5. And what is the only way you will not be worried about the move bishop f5? I think it is f3. It is f3, Sajbhai.
Could be. But right now, Erdogmus thinking. He's
By the
thinking
way,
about whether to play bishop f5 or not. G5 तो I think दिमाग में आती है ऐसी चालें, but आप खेलते नहीं हो, I think.
yeah, true. And also, Gukesh would have prepared g5 100%. I think that's the first thing you look at. So I think unlikely a dogmas goes for it. And also, instead of f3, Sahaj, after bishop f5, I was thinking, can we go wild enough to play knight d2 instead of
Uh,
f3?
instead of f3, okay?
Ha. And I was thinking knight g3, but apparently there is e4.
But उसमें तो bishop e4 मर रहा है, right?
Bishop e4, knight e4, knight e4, bishop d3. And the engine somehow
Right.
likes this, but maybe it's not enough, yeah?
The free का pawn है. Why is it not super
Hmm.
bad? Maybe you
I
have
don't
the
know.
bishop. You can put pressure on h7 somehow when black castles.
Hmm.
But ये तो नहीं होगा. ये I think this
Ah,
doesn't look
true,
like.
true, true.
This
True.
doesn't look very promising.
So f3 is the only way then, and that means occasionally likely देखा होगा chat. And फिलहाल के लिए a dog must again thinking for over 3 minutes. Top left में आपको timer दिख रहा है कितने minutes से वो player सोच रहा है. That's a great addition to have on the stream. And फिलहाल के लिए it's only been 5 moves for Gukesh. And opponent का time देखो सहज भाई, he's used 22 minutes already to play 4 moves. 4 moves.
Oof.
भाई.
I think he's doing Gukesh things, yeah, very nice. And by the way, while he thinks, maybe we can switch our attention to Prag's board because some crazy things are happening there.
Hmm.
And it looks like we were at this position after g3, g6, and he goes queen to b3, knight b4, and now a weird move by Pragg, and he goes knight to e4.
Oh wow.
Not even sure what this means. He's attacking c5, obviously, but my question is, can I take this? Like, can I actually, if you give me bishop g7, can I actually take knight c5? Is it good for me or?
Sahaj bhai, I think he's banking on black defending this. Apparently, bishop g7, the move you played, is the best move. And I think he's banking on the fact that black will try to save that pawn. He's kind of hoping for it. In fact, bishop g7 is the only move that gives black an edge. Everything else gives white a typical white edge, yeah, plus zero point 0.3 and so on. For
Hmm.
example, if you try to play pawn to b6, just defend
Mhm.
that pawn logically. Now a3, kicking that knight back to c6, and now knight f to g5. Bhai, this is scary stuff.
Ooh.
Queen f7 or bhai, ending the game on the spot.
Exactly. And if you play e6, then you lose, then you loosen the f6 square. तो queen c3 का plan, भाई क्या हो रहा है बोर्ड पे?
And Sahaj, e6 is
यार
the only
लोग क्या,
move already.
भाई लोग कहते हैं क्लासिकल चेस इज बोरिंग. भाई look at this.
Bhai, this is
In two
crazy.
games we are looking at, चार चौथे चाल पे समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे, कहाँ से क्लासिकल चेस इज बोरिंग. Come on, look at
Bhai,
this.
this is insane preparation. E6 only move, queen c3, and now apparently queen d4 has to be played. So I think Prague has found a great opening idea. Even though he's used up a lot of time, I don't think he's finding this over the board, Sahaj. I think this looks like prep to me.
भाई 25 मिनट यार, 25 मिनट सोचा है वो. 25 मिनट इज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम.
भाई वो सारा strategy है भाई. I'm telling you,
Really, you
Vishy
think
sir
so?
said yesterday, yeah. I think this is all strategy. I don't think this is over the board stuff because I mean 94 feels so like you don't play this stuff, yeah. I mean you're trying to move the same piece thrice in the opening, knight c3, knight e4, knight c5, and just kind
हम्म.
of allowing black to develop. Very risky approach.
वेरी वेरी रिस्की इंडीड. एंड रिस्की से याद आया, काफी लोग बोल रहे हैं कि लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन्स बोर्ड, क्योंकि वहां पे उनको डर लग रहा है थोड़ा. एंड लगना भी
अरे
चाहिए,
बाप
बिकॉज
रे, ये
फर्स्ट ऑफ
क्या है
ऑल,
भाई?
अर्जुन इज 1 + 1.2 डाउन. एंड सेकेंडली अर्जुन के पास 1 घंटा और 41 मिनट पड़े हुए हैं पोजिशन पे. तो माई क्वेश्चन टू चैट एंड माई क्वेश्चन टू साहिल भाई इज के, डू यू थिंक दिस इज प्रेप? इज दैट इवन अ क्वेश्चन?
Bhai, I think he messed something up. Maybe he messed some move order or
अरे
something
अर्जुन डज
because
नॉट मेस थिंग्स अप लाइक दैट भाई, आप क्या बात कर रहे हो? नो चांस. अर्जुन ने कुछ निकाला है
भाई
इधर. आई एम बाय 141 यार. एट दिस लेवल यू आर नॉट प्लेइंग दिस फास्ट. इवन इफ यू आर, अगर आप 100% श्योर नहीं हो ना किसी चीज के लिए, तो आप फास्ट नहीं खेलोगे. फिर भी आप 2-3 मिनट तो सोचते ही हो आप. देर इज नो चांस कि दिस इज नॉट अर्जुन. आई एम श्योर इफ आई पुट दिस पोजिशन अप ऑन अ क्लाउड, बता देगा मेरे को कि ये पोजिशन +1 नहीं है, +0.5 है या
hmm.
+0. अर्जुन ने बहुत डीपली देखा होगा इसको.
and and also very interesting. So white के options क्या हैं? White only has two good options, and I would argue not even two. So for example, the second best move is g4, when black's move is g5. Sahaj bhai, which is
बाप रे.
already kind of raising the stakes. Idea है कि आप मारोगे वो pawn and then knight to d7 coming to e5. So I'm
And
gonna say
played.
this is
Played G4 played. And we'll see if
oh
Arjun finds G5 instantly. I will give him 30 seconds. 30 seconds
okay.
में वो
Let's
G5,
see.
अगर वो घूम रहा है तो अलग बात है, हाँ? Then I don't know. अर्जुन घूमता है.
भाई अर्जुन देखो, कई बार चेस में से पूछते हैं कि आप कितनी कंट्रीज ट्रैवल की हो, लेकिन एक्चुअली वो सिर्फ होटल रूम में ही होते हैं. लाइक they just move around the hotel, maybe go to some one market at some point. But if you check their steps count, it will pretty much be normal, traditional to common to a tourist. Yeah, इतना वॉक करते हैं ये लोग, majority of players in the playing hall itself. इनका step count बिल्कुल perfect होगा, and Arjun is one of those players cannot stop walking. But right now g5 is an insane idea, sacking a pawn just to get that e5 square.
भाई लेट्स गो अर्जुन. वी वांट G5 ऑन द बोर्ड. भाई 1 घंटा 40 मिनट से कम नहीं होना चाहिए यार, फिर वो प्रेप की वो फील नहीं आती. लेट्स गो. वी नो you've seen this. You've been playing insanely fast. We know you've seen this.
या एंड कोई कह रहा है भाई प्लेयर्स का पीओवी क्यों नहीं है? भाई अभी प्लेयर्स का पीओवी करता हूं मेरे को भाई, अर्जुन.
एक सेकंड, मैं गुकेश का करता हूँ, हाँ? आप
तो
घूमते रहो, घूमते रहो.
अर्जुन अर्जुन वाज दिस राइट नाउ. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर मुझे देखने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. सो ही वाज वॉकिंग and now he came and sat down. I think that's the POE why. I think we should just take cameras from an old event, Saj bhai, Arjun, Prag, Gukesh ka, and just play it. I can guarantee you nobody will notice the difference. I can, so bhai, let's do this tomorrow. Bhai, we
कह रहे
can do that
वीडी
actually.
वीडी का करो, वीडी का भी तो सेम ही है गुकेश के जैसा, वो जस्ट मैच से पहले एकदम कॉलर ठीक एंड देन
हाँ हाँ, we can genuinely do that, right? We
भाई
can
कल
genuinely do
कल ना
that.
कल ब्लेजर पहन के आऊंगा मैं, ठीक है, फिर उसके बाद आराम बढ़िया से मैं वो विदित का, विदित हमेशा
That,
ब्लेजर में आता है ना।
Jack, question for you. If we played like a footage from an old event, ठीक है, and we did not show the opponent, only focus on the players, would you not notice कि भाई ये ग्रैंड स्विच चल रहा है कि ओलंपियाड चल रहा है पिछला कि क्या चल रहा है भाई? You would not notice, chat. Hi, Alika, would you notice? I don't think so. I wouldn't notice, definitely, at least for a long time.
नहीं पता लगेगा भाई, नहीं पता लगेगा, नहीं पता लगेगा। बाय द वे
So
बिशप
कल,
एफ5 खेल दिया एर्दोगमस
oh,
ने।
let's go.
बिशप
भाई,
एफ5,
F3, let's go. F3 भाई. I think it's prep. I think it's prep.
वी नीड टू सी एफ5 एफ3 राइट नाउ।
Come on, Gukesh, F3. Come on, Gukesh, F3. Chat, we have great news apparently. कल से कैमरास आने वाले हैं. We only have the player focused cams, but कल से मिल सकते हैं शायद cams.
वेट व्हाट? ने पागल बना रहे यार, ऐसा नहीं करना
अरे
चाहिए
भाई,
यार।
अरे
यार
भाई
अब
जो
मुझे,
पहला
यार
साहज
अब
भाई,
मेरे साथ तो मत करो यार ये
साहज भाई खुद जोक करके खुद ही आप मान गए यार, क्या
यार
भाई?
आई वाज लाइक, यार ये तो दिस इज अमेजिंग न्यूज़, बड़ा मजा आएगा वहां पे।
भाई Anyways, so फिलहाल के लिए we have played on the board chat. So इसका मतलब कि F3 has to be played. Otherwise, विकेश का पूरा opening idea fails. For example, knight d2 we saw does not work because of knight g3. And queen b3, you would have moved the queen twice. You don't want to do that. इसका मतलब F3 has to be played. And F3 के बाद crazy chess on the board.
Yeah, because queen b3, as you mentioned, you've already moved it once, but it's possible that he is more comfortable in those end game type positions. He must have studied them very deeply. I mean, यहाँ पर ना बार मैटर नहीं करता, यहाँ पे ये मैटर करता है कि आपने पोजीशन को कितना स्टडी किया है। अगर आपने पोजीशन को
Hmm.
अच्छे से स्टडी किया, बार 0.4 भी कह दे, 0.5 भी कह दे, यू कैन मैनेज। आप अर्जुन का गेम उठा के देखो यार, +1 पोजीशन पड़ी हुई है वहां पे, बट ही हैज स्टडीड इट मोर, तो वो मैनेज कर लेगा वहां पे।
हाँ, true. So
अर्जुन ने
let's go
खेला गया।
deeper, यार.
अरे खेल यार, अभी भी सोच रहा है अर्जुन जी4 के बाद,
Yeah,
मे बी
so
मे बी
let's
वो
go
राइट
deeper.
यार।
Bhai, let's go deeper. F3, let's say. Okay, so I attack the knight. We already saw G5. G5 is also an option, by the way, here, apparently.
नहीं यहाँ तो नहीं होगा जी5, यू हैव टू गो नाइट नाइट डी6 आई थिंक। जी5 पे तो बिशप जी5 मर रहा है ना सीधा।
But knight G, bishop G5 and now knight D6 apparently is the idea. Bhai,
But
that's,
would you play this on the board, right? Not
yeah,
not
no
not
chance.
really.
No
So
chance. No
F3, I
chance.
think knight D6 is forced and you play E4. I think that's also forced. नहीं तो F3 का कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है। गोल्डन पॉइंट ऐसे फालतू में थोड़ी ना टच करते हैं। D takes E4, bishop takes D6, E takes D6 and knight D2. This is all forced by white, by the way. This all
हाँ.
has to be played. But the question is कि even the resulting position, right? So black plays, for example, bishop, मैंने bishop, ये bishop मेरा pinned है, मैंने bishop हटा लिया, ले लो मेरा pawn. Pawn takes e4 and I go bishop e7 or I go g6 and bishop g7 and short castle. Would I be comfortable in a position like this? See, black has, let's go a bit deeper, for example. Let's play knight f3, bishop g7, bishop d3 and short castle. ये position रख देते हैं, ठीक है? Black ने castle कर लिया. Now the question is कि as white, am I comfortable playing this?
Bhai,
Because
he played queen b3. No f3 by
oh,
Gukesh. I'm genuinely surprised by that because I thought f3 would have been on the board, but no f3. He moves the queen twice. Now, important question for you, Saj. Do you think this is a psychological win for Erdogmus, who's already minus 0.45 almost with black pieces after 6 moves?
I still wouldn't say so, because if you look at the most logical move for black, generally speaking, when white plays c3, black plays c6, whenever you play queen b3, then what does black play? Queen b6, right? कि आपने पॉन अटैक किया, मैंने पॉन बचाया, सेम वेज में क्वीन b6 खेलते व्हाइट की बेटर आ रही है।
Hmm.
तो दिस कुड स्टिल बी लाइक हिम टेस्टिंग कि भाई आप क्वीन b6 खेलो एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस। अपेरेंटली ही हैज टू सैक द पॉन ऑन b7 एंड प्ले नाइट
Bhai.
d7 स्ट्रेट अवे, which is not an easy decision भाई, if you consider the fact कि क्वीन टेक्स b7 के बाद आप रुक b8 भी नहीं खेल सकते हो।
Bhai, queen takes b7 is lost
Yeah,
already
because you
for
have
Gukesh.
e5
Exactly. So this is scary. I don't want Erdogmus to play knight d7. And can we go deeper? So going back a couple of moves first, queen b3 played. The best move for Dogmas is knight d7. Simply saying, "Ow, ow, bhai maro." And let's say Ukesh is greedy and takes that pawn now on b7. Apparently, e5 is just winning. Sarve, can we have a look how?
Because I think you're blocking the way for the bishop to go to b8. So now if you go d takes e5, your plan should be rook b8 or something, queen takes c6, bishop c5 by attacking the f2 pawn. You play e3 to defend it and then you take rook b2 ताकि
Wow.
rook से भी आप f2 पे अटैक
Bhai,
करते रहो.
bhai, that is resigns, yeah, on the board. Oh my God, by this, wasting a move by playing queen c2 and then queen b3 could really backfire if black were to play knight d7. So, Ukesh, yeah, he will try to imbalance the game in any way possible. And he has consciously accepted worse positions in the past. Go back to Norway chess chat, yaad hai? कैसे वो he would expect accept -1 positions against like Arjun and so on just to have that complex position. And meanwhile, somebody telling us Gukesh is visibly upset. Niribai telling us great update because I think he likely would be. He did not want to play this in two moves.
Wow, really? He's visibly upset. I'm surprised कि Niri Bhai was able to figure it out because Gukesh के face से कुछ expression समझ ही नहीं आता है कभी भी.
अरे
Maybe it's a ploy. Maybe he thinks कि he's got sort of inviting Queen B6 here. You never know.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping for Queen B6 Raj भाई. अब यहाँ पे Erdogmus of confidence matter करता है. Does he feel he has the power within himself to beat the current world champion? अगर उनमें faith है ना, I'm pretty sure his mind will tell him कि भाई ये pawn white नहीं मार सकता. He's not developed any of his king side pieces. कम से कम 4 मूव दूर है white castling से. There is no way he can grab the pawn. So he knows कि knight d7 should be pretty good for black. But will he panic and just offer the queen trade with queen b6? Saj bhai, what is your take in experience playing younger grandmasters like Erdogmus? Will he find knight d7?
I think he will, yes. I think he will. I think probably if Gukesh ने कुछ sign दे दिया होगा, like facial expression दे दिया होगा, then you are more inclined to find moves like knight d7. जब आपको पता होता है ना position में कुछ है, तब आप ढूंढ लेते हो उसको. Because that's how we are trained. So I think very good chance that he finds it. If he doesn't, then Gukesh is once again in comfortable territory. But I was just looking at the sort of the top 10 boards of this tournament, right? And सिर्फ 2 गेम्स ऐसे हैं जहां पे व्हाइट की पोजीशन स्लाइटली खराब है. कैन यू गेस वो 2 गेम्स किसके हैं?
Gukesh and Prag, yeah?
एग्जैक्टली. देर इज ओनली
Bhai,
2 गेम्स आउट ऑफ टॉप 10 जहां पे व्हाइट की स्लाइटली वर्स है. नाउ आई डोंट सी दिस एज अ कोइंसिडेंस. आई थिंक दिस इज ऑन पर्पस. आई थिंक ये जान के करते हैं ऐसा ताकि अपोनेंट थोड़ा मोटिवेटेड हो
हाँ,
जाए,
वो शाहरुख
थोड़ा
खान की
ओवर
मूवी
एक्सटेंड
देखी
कर
है.
दे.
बोलते हैं ना, हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं एंड सो ऑन, तो थोड़ा सा.
नहीं नहीं, बट अगर आप अपने ओपोनेंट को बेटर पोजीशन दे भी देते हो, आई थिंक दे बिकम ओवर एम्बिशियस. देन दे आर नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट सॉर्ट ऑफ प्लेइंग सॉलिड एनीमोर. दिस
Oh, let's
बी अ
go!
स्ट्रेटजी.
No 97. Erdogmus panics and plays queen to b6. So the Gukesh gamble works again. GG.
नाइस
भाई
नाइस नाइस. अब तो
बच
नहीं
गए.
होगा नाराज. आई थिंक नाउ ही विल
बच
बी
गए भाई,
हैप्पी.
बच गए.
नाउ ही विल बी हैप्पी.
अब
ओके
बढ़िया. एंड
फिर
आयरकली अभी भी f3 बेस्ट मूव है यार. That's a bit
भाई जी
funny
फोर
though.
भी है. चाल जी4 भी है. बिकॉज यू कैनॉट गो बिशप जी4 ना. देयर इज एफ3.
But g4 खेलेगा नहीं, I think. Yeah, g4 without he could actually. I don't know. How can
एफ3.
someone like this type of chess completely praying for the opponent to mistake? I don't know, by that's how we watch sports. It's chess 24 India. So, I mean, Indian support will be logical. अगर मैं suddenly Brazil को
ऑल्सो
check करने लगता, that would be weird. But anyways.
just want to add on to something that it is not possible to win in chess unless your opponent makes a mistake. Just putting it out there. In case it's the first time you're watching, but it is not possible to win in chess unless someone makes a mistake. So we're not praying for a mistake, we're hoping for
Yeah,
fighting
yeah,
chess,
yeah.
essentially.
Yeah, for example, Gukesh played queen c2, queen b3. That was a mistake. A Dogmas played queen b6. That was a mistake. Magnus's opponent sat down in front of him. That was a mistake. Like mistakes constantly happen, and you just have to roll with it. Yeah, can happen sometimes.
By the way, Arjun is walking, and yes, he did play. He did play the move that we were talking about, G5 on
Why?
the board. भाई आग लग चुकी है अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे. If f5 there is knight f4 apparently, and if f takes g5, ये तो हमने पहले ही चेक किया था. You can go knight d7 and you can go knight e5 and have this fighting position on the board by Arjun doing Arjun things.
Yeah, and also important question, what happens on f5? I was worried कि, knight के पास कोई square ही नहीं है, but apparently it is knight f4. We just move in, you know,
Yep.
without any stress. Yeah, I thought this pawn
ये
might be weak.
मारोगे gf4. I mean g5 देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because queen
working.
f3, queen f3 just trying to win the pawn. What do you do as black?
Do you give it? Apparently, you just sack it. Knight h7. क्वीन
And
एफ
queen
फोर के बाद
f4?
आपको लग रहा होगा कुछ ढूंढेंगे, कुछ टैक्टिकल बिशप ई5. नहीं नहीं नहीं, बिशप d7. We'll bring the bishop to e5. We'll bring the queen to
Wow,
g5, knight to f6, and okay, we'll dominate on the dark squares. And
भाई
okay, we have
ये
something to play for.
ये अर्जुन जीत रहा भाई. मैगी बट लगानी है साथ में. Do you want to go in?
ये अर्जुन.
जीत रहा है. I'll
अरे
give you
I
both
I
of the results. Both of the results.
I will also agree with you.
अरे
100% यार.
भाई.
Come on. अर्जुन के देखो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अर्जुन के अगेंस्ट कभी भी नहीं. एंड सेकेंडली आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद यू. ये अर्जुन की पोजीशन है ये.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is typical Arjun. Yeah, this is where he thrives. होता है ना ऐसे ऐसे होता है ना सनफ्लावर को सन की तरफ पॉइंटेड रखना है एंड सो ऑन लाइक दिस इज अर्जुन को इम्बैलेंस की तरफ पॉइंट करना है. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही हैज ऑन द बोर्ड. सो अर्जुन लुकिंग वेरी हैप्पी इवन दो द बार इजंट. एंड मीनवाइल नो मूव्स इन द गुकेश गेम एंड
प्रग के ओपोनेंट ने
Prag
खेला है कुछ.
हाँ, Bishop G7 he played. So now Prag's gamble, unfortunately, hasn't worked out. And now the question is, Knight E4 का plan था या तो pawn मारने का या फिर Knight G5 खेलने का. Knight G5 makes no sense because now Black is ready to castle. So you kind of have to take the pawn, चाहे A3 के बाद हो या directly.
Right, if you take the pawn, then there is queen a5, defending this and attacking this. White plays a3, knight 8 c6 apparently. Oh, sorry, knight 8 c6. Sorry, मैं knight 4 c6 खेल दिया. I mean, bishop g2, queen c5, ab4, takes, and okay, black is slightly better in this position. So Prag will have to find something that is not taking on c5 क्योंकि उससे position बहुत easily simplify हो रही है.
By the Gukesh is bored. Let's jump. I think Prakya अभी सोच रहे हैं Gukesh ने खेल दिया है pawn to f3. So that is the best move in the position. And now I would say he has that typical slight edge in the endgame maybe. He has that central square on e5. And ये बहुत देर तक grind करेंगे. Although Sahaj bhai, to be fair to Erdogmus, like it's not easy to lose this position as black as well, right? I mean, it will take a Herculean effort from Gukesh.
भाई एक चाल पहले चलें, फिर उसके बाद बात करते हैं कि वो डिफरेंस क्या हुआ उस प्रोडक्शन में.
भाई
एक चाल
देखो
एक चाल एक देख लो अच्छे से देख लो ये
देखो
पोजीशन
देखो
थी.
आइंस्टाइन ने बोला है टाइम ट्रेवल नहीं करने का तो नहीं करने का. ग्रैंड फादर पैराडॉक्स होता है भाई. साज भाई यार देखो टाइम लाइन खराब नहीं करने का भाई. हमारे पास फ्लैश भी नहीं है. लेट्स गो बैक. सो f3 आई थिंक इज द करंट पोजीशन एंड वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हियर भाई. एवरीथिंग इन द
या
पास्ट इज इन द पास्ट.
So we have looked at knight d6, knight f6. दोनों में I think knight f6 में you can also go g4, knight d2, h4 करके कुछ आप अटैक कर सकते हो. And if you play knight d6, then my plan is not g4 anymore because I'm guessing you're not hitting it with g5 anymore. ये knight f6 पे होता तो वो एक टेम्पो के साथ आता. अभी you're playing knight d2 and you're hoping to get e4 at some point to sort of gain the dominance in the center. But yeah, Erdogmus के ऊपर गेम है अभी. Let's see what he goes for. By the way, do you want to take a look at Divya's game very quickly?
चलो भाई चलते हैं. बिल्कुल चलते हैं भाई. सारी गेमें देखेंगे हम लोग. कोई नहीं
Oh
छोड़ेंगे.
ho 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 ho! Let's go. We have London on the board.
अरे
He's
भाई बट द डी टेक c4 वाला लंडन. या डी टेक c5 सॉरी.
Yeah, yes. He played queen. She played queen b6 here. It's one of the best lines here. Rook b1, bishop d6. बड़ा interesting point होता है यहाँ पे. If you play bishop d6 straight away ना, तो white के पास bishop b5 चेक रहती है ना. bishop d7 से ब्लॉक नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि ये मर रहा है आपका d6 का भी. तो आप इसलिए पहले queen b6 खेलते हो इसको अटैक करते हुए. एंड रुक बी वन के बाद बिशप डी सिक्स खेलते हो, ताकि अब बिशप बी फाइव चेक ना हो आपके पास. इफ यू प्ले बिशप बी फाइव चेक, आई कैन जस्ट गो बिशप डी सेवन एंड द क्वीन स्टिल डिफेंड्स द डी सिक्स स्क्वायर. सो इट्स अ वेरी नाइस nuance in the position that Divya obviously knew. And this is the one line जहाँ पे लंदन में कुछ नहीं मिलता है ब्लैक वाइट को. But let's see what happens. Takes, 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 takes. Bishop d3, knight d7, short castle, knight c5, and bishop e2. And this is the current position. Donchenko got time. Oh, by the way, castle also played by Divya just now. I think this is equal, yeah? I think वो जान के कर रहा है. प्रोड्यूसर
I
साहब
think I
कंफ्यूज हो
was
गए.
speaking in a language जो GMs को सुनाई नहीं देती. चैट तुम्हें समझ में आ गया ना मैंने
मेरे
क्या
को
बोला,
आ गया
बस
समझ
समझ
में
जाना.
भाई. आई
समय भाई,
नहीं
यू आर अ
भाई,
GM.
जीएम्स को नहीं, दिल्ली वालों को समझ आती
समय
है.
भाई GM है भाई. समय आई डिडंट नो यार, यू आर सो स्ट्रांग.
जीएम्स की नहीं थी भाई, दिल्ली वालों की थी ये.
But
बट या
anyways, I think
दिस इज
castle's
द
on the board.
पोजीशन.
I think काफी solid position है, and Divya is head on the clock. That is a great sign as well. So अब हम किसी गेम में जाए, maybe we can go to the Vidit game साजा, because I think वहां पे queen trade offer किया गया है अभिमन्यु पुरानिक को,
सो
and a
वी वर
critical
हियर
choice because
वी वर
yeah.
हियर जस्ट लेट्स जस्ट गो थ्रू इट. डी4 बी4 सी5 खेला उसने. शॉर्ट कासल सी4 क्वीन डी4 एंड नाइट बी6. सो यस, प्लीज टेक इट अवे.
Yeah, and now we look at this position, वो C4 pawn बहुत ही कमजोर. इमेजिन करो कल को बिशप D7, रुक C8, नाइट प्रेशर डाल रहा है. आई कैन इवन इन द एंड गेम या डबल अप रुक्स गो नाइट E8, नाइट D6. तो ये C4 pawn लॉन्ग टर्म तो गया. So white should not exchange queens, because if you do, let's say queen takes D8, rook takes D8, I think Vidit is clearly better already in the end game. You have a clear target. आपको डेवलपमेंट एज भी कोई खास नहीं है. यू हैव द बिशप ऑन G2 स्लाइटली बेटर देन बिशप ऑन C8, बट इट्स नॉट इनफ कंपनसेशन आई फील. सो यहाँ पे क्वीन को कहाँ चले, साथ में अटैक करना पड़ेगा शायद.
एब्सोल्युटली. एंड आई थिंक थोड़ा हम पहले जाते हैं पोजीशन में, तो बी3 तक आई थिंक अभिमन्यु की प्रेप थी. आफ्टर डी4 बी4 ही प्लेड इंस्टेंटली, एंड सी5 के बाद उसने अराउंड 4 मिनट एंड 21 सेकेंड्स छोड़ दिया 1 सेकंड से. बट यस, 21 सेकेंड्स के लिए सोचा उसने यहाँ पे, तो दैट मेक्स मी थिंक दिस वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम दैट वाज नॉट हिज प्रेप. हाउएवर, शॉर्ट कासल वाज द टॉप मूव ऑफ द इंजन. इट वाज द ओनली मूव देयर टू कीप हिज एडवांटेज इन द पोजीशन. शॉर्ट कासल खेला उसने, टेक्स टेक्स एंड नाइट बी6. एंड you are right. You cannot exchange queens in this position because you have a long-term weakness on c4. That means he has to keep the queens. Now, then the question becomes, where do you put the queen? Do you put it on f4 or do you put it on h4? Because if you put the queen anywhere else, then you lose the c4 pawn, right? You cannot put it on
या
e3, for example. Knight c4 मर रहा है. Queen d1 तो कौन ही खेलेगा खैर. But queen f4 और h4 में से एक है. And queen f4 seems to be the best move here. आई एम गेसिंग क्वीन एच फोर में कुछ डिस्कवर्ड अटैक है ब्लैक के पास, लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल नाइट डी फाइव. Just ideas like that can be a bit challenging. Also, there is queen
या
c7 that puts pressure on the c4 pawn. Very important point to notice that if you played queen f4, then it controls the c7 square, and black cannot play queen c7 to attack this pawn on c4. So that only helps or makes his decision a bit faster, I would say, from Abhimanyu's side. So not a
या
difficult move, I would say, for Abhi, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's no way he trades queens. Yeah, there. I think he wants to defeat Vidit. I think both players from Maharashtra. Yeah, so एक वो काफी rivalry रही होगी बहुत सालों से थोड़ी बहुत. So they of course want to defeat each other and of course take a claim to that candidate spot. So super important game. I think we'll see Queen F4 on the board in the next couple of minutes. And meanwhile, I'm just going through all the games. Can we go to Nihal's game, because I think उन्होंने अपना घोड़ा कोने में है मोड़ा. एंड सहज भाई नाइट F4 आने वाला है. मे बी दिस कैन बी अ वेरी वेरी शार्प गेम वेरी सून.
Yeah, knight f4, not immediately though, because generally speaking, you don't want to. Like, I'm just gonna make a random move here. Let's say I'll play like rook c1, whatever. If you play knight f4, this is not considered to be very good, because after bishop f4, ef4, you're not controlling the center anymore. Like, you don't have any pawns in the center, and white can play d4 and sort of gain this, momentum in the center, which is something that black tries to avoid. However, a move like knight h5 इज नॉट जस्ट हवा में नहीं खेल रहे हो आप. आपका आपका आइडिया अभी भी नाइट एफ फोर का ही है, जस्ट इमीडिएटली नहीं है. आपका प्लान है कि आप खेलोगे बिशप जी फाइव पहले. लेट्स से रुक सी वन में फिर से सेम चाल चलता हूं. ब्लैक वांट्स टू प्ले बिशप जी फाइव, ऑफर दिस ट्रेड ऑफ बिशप्स, देन ब्रिंग द क्वीन टू f6 एंड देन गो नाइट f4. बिकॉज देन अगर आप f4 पे मारते भी हो तो मैं बिशप से मार सकता हूं, या फिर मैं क्वीन से मार सकता हूं. और ऑल्सो यू कैन प्ले क्वीन f6 एंड बिशप f4 एज वेल. इससे आप किंग साइड पे थोड़ा प्रेशर डाल सकते हो ब्लैक व्हाइट की तरफ. तो आई लाइक दिस ऑप्शन. आई थिंक वेरी फाइटिंग गेम. बार थोड़ा व्हाइट को प्रेफर कर रहा है, बट आई थिंक इट्स राइटफुली सो बिकॉज व्हाइट ने ज्यादा लॉजिकल चालें खेली हैं, स्पेशली विद दिस Bishop B4 move that Nihal played, which was a slight inaccuracy according to the engine, but it was prep. So I think it's मतलब जायज है position का जो.
Also, I think Sajbhai, the top two preferences of the engine here are queen to d1 and pawn to g4, which are both not easy moves to play at all. So I think maybe Nihal's gamble so far might have kind of had at least somewhat of a desired result. And time-wise also, he's not lagging behind. So very complex game. I think यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ crazy definitely होगा. So we should, keep an eye on this one as well. And now, which game shall we go to? Is it time to jump to the Gukesh game, maybe?
Yeah. He has played knight d6, so best move according to the engine there by Erdogmus. Now that g4 plan is still possible, but knight d2 and e4 is also on the horizon. You can also go h4 alpha 0 style, but yeah, position थोड़ी weird हो गई है, and I think Gukesh will feel super comfortable here. कोई पूछ रहा है 2730 और 2640 में कैसी राइवलरी. भाई भाई बिल्कुल होती है राइवलरी. आई थिंक एज इज ऑल्सो अ फैक्टर बिकॉज अभी इज एन अप एंड कमिंग प्लेयर. आई थिंक ही स्टिल हैजंट हिट हिज पीक येट, वेयर एज विदित के केस में यू कैन मेक एन आर्ग्यूमेंट कि विदित की पीक वाज व्हेन ही वन द ग्रैंड स्विस, व्हेन ही क्वालिफाइड फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स एज वेल. अभी जस्ट आई थिंक अगर आप उस हिसाब से देखो तो अभी इज अ डेफिनेट चैलेंजर फॉर दैट टाइटल. जो साहिल भाई कह रहे थे, द बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, इट इज पॉसिबल that he might overtake, but it's unlikely, yeah, because with it 2750 था, let's not forget.
Hmm. True, true,
2750
true.
था कि 2760 था, जो 2758 था, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think live में he was 275 something, I think, जो मुझे याद है,
Hmm.
exact number याद नहीं. But I think there was a point when I remember, I think maybe Arvind had like 275 something published rating, and then there were four Indian, like average rating was like 2770 or something like that, which was crazy.
Hmm.
But yeah, Indian chess has gone a long way, and of course we'll have Vishy sir joining us soon, Sajbhai. So I mean, yeah, would love to get his take. But फिलहाल के लिए, I think Erdogmus is feeling pressure. Or h4, I think, is an interesting option, as आपने कहा. But Gukesh plays knight to d2 on the board, the best move, preparing that pawn push to e4 long term. It's not possible just yet, but कहीं ना कहीं
It
पे वो
is.
धक्का तो लगाना ही है.
Bhai, it is because after you go d takes c4, I can go bishop d6. Nah, it's the same kind of a setup.
बट बिशप देना है क्या सहज भाई? एंड गेम में बिशप नहीं देना यार.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, endgame अभी है तो नहीं. I think खेल सकता है अभी b4. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
yeah, I
Have you
mean,
seen Srinath's latest tweet? नहीं भाई, नहीं देखिए, लिख के बता दो.
Srinath's latest tweet.
श्रीनाथ ने कुछ ट्वीट किया apparently.
क्या ट्वीट किया है भाई? लिख के कॉपी
Not
पेस्ट
sure.
करके डाल दो भाई. ही इज ऑल्सो लेटेस्ट
साहिल भाई,
अपडेट तो उन्होंने. हाँ.
just coming back in like 30 seconds.
हाँ, श्रीनाथ का ट्वीट पढ़ने जा रहे हैं सहज भाई. मीनवाइल, we are still waiting for a move from Erdogmus. I think he's slowly falling below the 1 hour mark. हमने सोचा था कल कि time pressure will not play a role, but were we couldn't have been, more wrong. I think कहीं ना कहीं पे सारे games, not सारे, but at least बहुत सारे games में हमें time pressure देखने को मिला. Yeah, he is engaged. I think he also shared it on Instagram earlier, so I think it's been known for a while, but glad to know कि बंदा settle हो रहा है भाई life में, and hopefully भाई, कुछ पार्टी वार्टी देंगे बाद में. विटी क्विटिंग चेस क्यों भाई? व्हाई इज ही क्विटिंग चेस? सहज भाई क्या करने जा रहे हैं? मुझे मतलब नहीं 10 मिनट का. हाउ इज मैग्नेस सो स्ट्रॉन्ग? प्रैक्टिस और ही हैज सम एक्स्ट्रा क्रिएटिविटी? आई थिंक अ बिट ऑफ बोथ, अ लॉट ऑफ बोथ, अ लॉट सो लॉट ऑफ बोथ, आई थिंक. Because otherwise you can't be the greatest player of all time without being exceptional in every single regard. यो देवा, व्हाट्स अप? एनएम कैसे बनते हैं भाई? एनएम बनने के लिए बहुत शिद्दत से आपको यूएस ट्रैवल करना पड़ता है और 22 रेटिंग करनी पड़ती है भाई. और फिलहाल के लिए प्रग कह रहे हैं भाई, प्रग की गेम पे भी जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी. पर फिलहाल के लिए नाइट टू D2 प्लेड एंड वी आर वेटिंग फॉर अ डॉगमेस. आई थिंक साथ में आएंगे तो बोर्ड चेंज करेंगे प्रग का. um, अब साहिल भाई की बारी है भाई. किसकी बारी कब निकल जाए किसको पता. टू वी डायरेक्टली पुश E4 या फिर E3 के बाद? आई थिंक आई एम अ बिट ओपन. आई डोंट वांट टू गिव द बिशप, बिकॉज़ जैसे E4 खेलोगे ना, टेक्स एंड या बेसिकली आई थिंक अब बिशप का रास्ता भी ब्लॉक हो गया है. सो E4 के बदले आई काइंड ऑफ लाइक G4 मोर, बिकॉज G4 के बाद इफ बिशप E6 फॉर एग्जांपल, दिस इज एन ऑकवर्ड बिशप, या Doesn't make sense. And if
Yeah.
bishop g6, then h4, let's go, let's gain space. एंड कई e4 e5 सेटअप्स में आई थिंक व्हाइट ऐसे यहाँ पे क्वीन साइड पे गेन स्पेस करता है. एंड क्योंकि क्वीन ट्रेड हमारे हाथ में, वी कैन ट्रेड एट एनी पॉइंट, हम कुछ भी रिस्क नहीं कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक गुकेश कैन जस्ट प्ले यहाँ पे g4, कैन इवन स्टार्ट विद h4 एक्चुअली. बिगनर्स के अगेंस्ट ये
हम्म.
ट्रैप काम करेगा. फॉर एग्जांपल ऐसे e6 एंड नाउ g4 एंड द बिशप इज बेसिकली ट्रैप्ड.
या बिशप ट्रैप हो गया यहाँ पे. मैंने वर्ल्ड अंडर 10 में जो बेलफोर्ट में हुआ था वहां पे मैंने इसी तरह से एक बिशप ट्रैप किया था एक कैरोकान के अंदर. इट्स अ इट्स
नाइस.
इट्स इट्स अ लाइफ लेसन भाई. इट्स अ लाइफ लेसन जो साहिल भाई आपको दे रहे हैं. यूज इट इन योर गेम्स चैट. आई एम टेलिंग यू इट विल वर्क. ये एच
साइड
फोर
गेट्स.
पहले जब बिशप F5 पे होता है ना H4
हाँ
पहले खेलो. लोगों लोगों को समझ नहीं आता है.
हाँ हाँ. But of course, h4 पे h5 possible है, so you have to
हम्म.
accept कि you might not get g4, and if you go e4, then g4 square black को मिलेगा. So be very careful about how
हम्म.
you're pushing your pawns. Sahil will get engaged on 30th February. Thanks भाई यार, आपने announce कर दी engagement date, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं थी. If 2018 player plays 100 games against Magnus, will Magnus win all the games? Yes, he will win 100-0. Right,
Absolutely.
Sahil
By
भाई,
the way,
I don't think any.
Queen F4
हाँ,
played by Abhimanyu. So nice
nice.
update there. So best move by our stockfish here. But yeah, Queen F4 के बाद Rook D1, Knight E5, Bishop E3, all of this is possible. Not allowing Queen C7 by black. So Vidit, under 25 मिनट का difference है Vidit को I think. So that's a hefty time.
Yeah, and also, I think Pragg ने मार दिया वो pawn, Saj bhai. If he can jump to
धक्का
his game
लगाते हैं.
quickly, he has simply gobbled up that pawn on c5, and black plays the best move, knight 8 to c6, and now bishop g2 on the board.
Ooh, okay, okay. So now basically he has to find Queen A5 to attack this knight क्योंकि knight के पास knight E4 है but उस पर Bishop F5 आ जाएगा. फिर ये C2 के स्क्वायर पे आपको बहुत प्रेशर पड़ सकता है. तो Queen A5 is something that I would be worried about. I don't like this position for Pragg. I really think that something
Hmm.
went wrong in Pragg's position.
True, true. And यहाँ पे Pragg को, I think he's hoping that black doesn't find the best idea. Let's say black just castles, yeah. For example, यहाँ पे ignore करते हुए white also castles, and maybe now white is okay. So that's what he's really, really hoping for. So black को कुछ तो crazy करना पड़ेगा to kind of prove that he has the compensation. And Saj bhai, what's that crazy move here for black?
That move is Queen A5 immediately. He has to play Queen F5 instantly. Because I think if you go Knight E4 now, I have Bishop F5 and I can no longer play D3 to defend this knight because the Queen
Oh,
की discovered check है King के ऊपर and I have many options here that I can use to get a winning position here. So very very careful moment for Black here. Queen A5
by the
ढूंढना बहुत
way,
जरूरी है.
Gukesh has played pawn to g4. G pawn दो
Let's
कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए बिशप को लात मारते हुए, and now you can see the bar slightly in white's favor. Saj bhai, where do you put the bishop? Bishop g6 or bishop e6?
Bishop G6 and played on the board. And I
Nice.
think now
तो
Gukesh
अब
has to answer with H4 because otherwise
हाँ.
G4 doesn't make much sense. So H4 के बाद he will push the H pawn maybe to H6 or to H5. That remains to be seen where he will, push his pawn just to create some space for the bishop to retreat ताकि वो bishop trap ना हो. Um,
By the way,
yeah, but I
many
think.
variations.
Mhm.
I think what the engine is suggesting is bishop d6. Why is that the case, Saj bhai? Like, why do you think that's such a good move here?
Because probably after bishop d6, ed6, h4, maybe you play h6 or something, then I can slowly route my knight to f4, right? I can play e3, knight h3, knight f4, and मैं इस bishop को थोड़ा harass कर सकता हूँ. And मेरे पास एक king side पे तो अच्छी खासी, space है मेरे पास. तो I think probably that's why because these double pawns are not super ideal in this specific setup. Maybe that's the reason. But bishop d6 is not
Yeah.
an easy move.
Yeah, maybe it's because the d6 square is occupied. Yeah, I can't put the bishop on d6. I want to reach those dark squares, like on f4, for example, or g3, but I don't have a path. That's a very interesting configuration of pieces there.
h4 played, by the way.
Wow.
So we're going into it. वही गुकेश बड़ा कंफर्टेबल होगा आई थिंक इस पोजीशन में बिकॉज ही हैज दैट स्लाइट एडवांटेज. वो कॉम्प्लिकेट कर सकता है पोजीशन. एंड गेम भी है तो गेम लंबा चलेगा उसका. एंड या आई थिंक ही लुक्स गुड टू मी.
And by the way, chat, I think it looks like कि भाई likes कम है, जल्दी से like करो भाई. Let's get to 250 300 likes भाई लोग, जल्दी से like कर दो. I think Vishy sir will be joining us in 5 minutes. Saj bhai, if you could ask Vishy a question, you will ask Vishy, अगर आपको पहले बताना हो, what will you ask Vishy
I
आज?
will ask him who is his favorite to win this tournament and why.
अरे भाई, कितनी
भाई
बार
मसाला चाहिए हमको,
साहब.
हमको मसाला
कितनी
चाहिए.
बार भाई, कितनी बार.
कहाँ पूछा उनसे क्वेश्चन? कल थोड़ी ना
कल
पूछा
तो
उनसे.
कल तो पूछा था भाई.
नहीं, we didn't say.
हाँ
We said,
हाँ
but I'm asking. See, I asked गुकेश को साइड में रख के. ठीक है, आई एम आस्किंग नाउ कौन जीतेगा. आई एम नॉट आस्किंग कैंडिडेट्स में कौन क्वालिफाई कर रहा है, ये नहीं पूछ रहा. मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कौन जीतेगा. तो वेदर
हाँ.
वेदर इज गुकेश और नॉट, दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू नो.
By the way, h6 played, and now I think pawn to h5 is usually a decent try. Uske alawa, I think, of course, bishop d6 still remains a viable option. E3 bhi option hai. So white ke paas multiple choice question hai, and the lucky part is all of them are correct. That's the good news there. And chat, let's see क्या होता है. जल्दी like करते चलो भाई लोग, जल्दी 500 like पहुंचने चाहिए भाई. 500 like पे पहली membership देंगे हम लोग chat. So let's go.
लेट्स गो h6 ऑन द बोर्ड. भी अभी आई थिंक सोचेगा यहाँ पे गुकेश. बट आई फील रियली कंफर्टेबल फॉर गुकेश हियर. आई थिंक ही लुक्स गुड. प्रग का गेम मुझे थोड़ा डाइसी सा लग रहा है. अर्जुन का तो डाइसी हमेशा ही रहता है, तो वहां पे मैं चिल लूँ. बट या.
Yeah, things looking great so far. Meanwhile, I'm running through all the games, and it feels like Arjun ki game mein we've had a couple of moves, and that's the position which is the most extreme, right? So G5, FG5, and knight D7 as we thought. And now Sahaj, I think usually I think ठीक है, we've seen positional sacrifices, but king को ऐसे open करना is extremely risky, and I'm wondering ki how can I get a knight to the f5 square? So is it knight d4? Is that the move to get the knight to f5 potentially?
I believe I can just even take bishop d4 there and just go queen g5. I will not allow your knight to go to f5. I mean, maybe I can go knight d4 also, or bishop d4 somehow feels more logical to me. But yeah, knight d4 भी सही लग रहा है. bishop d4 के बाद knight e5 बिठा दो. knight f5 पे पहुंच गया तो you are right, black is in trouble here. So you shouldn't allow that. But yeah, it's like white के पास काफी सारे options हैं यहाँ पे, right? I mean, this is one plan. Another plan can be some queen e2, rook f1 करके f file पे कुछ आप करो. There are many plans that white has to sort of. There's also knight d5, of course. Let's not forget that. So like, easy to go wrong from the white side here. And also, let's not forget half an hour का difference है इन दोनों players में. तो Arjun, this is ideal, yeah. This is exactly the type of position that Arjun gets the better of his opponents.
Yep. Chat पढ़ रहे हैं. By the way, in fact, Vichy आएंगे, you can still write questions for Vichy sir, and we'll ask him those questions. So you can use that
Oh,
opportunity to ask him questions.
knight d4 played. भाई आपकी
Oh
चालें आ
भाई,
रही है बोर्ड पे. Let's go.
भाई डर लग रहा है मुझे. I am genuinely scared because knight d4 के बाद the knight is headed to f5 potentially, जहां पे attacks the bishop is near the king, attacks h4, and if you take knight takes d4, bishop takes, queen takes, for example, I think you can take on g5, but then there is knight d5, and somehow this just feels like it's lost. Sahaj, rook f1 incoming.
या नाइट c7 का ही थ्रेट नहीं रुक रहा अभी तो. रुक f1, रुक f5 भी है. यूर राइट. f6 के स्क्वायर पे भी बहुत प्रेशर है. तो या इजी टू गो रॉन्ग फॉर अर्जुन हियर एज वेल. But I think he will not go bishop takes d4. He'll go takes take and go knight e5 or something. Keep the bishop over here and then take the pawn on g5 at some point. And yeah, I think this is decent.
भाई डर लग रहा है. I'm genuinely scared for Arjun. Although, of course, I think he loves these positions. I think this looks a bit scary. Time पे आ गया है, so that is giving me some hope. Meanwhile, I think no moves in the Gukesh game just yet. No moves in the Prag game as well. No moves in the Vidit game as well. Um, I think this is the moment when players are taking their time. Sajbhai, so which game shall we go to?
I think let's check Divya again and see what she's वहाँ पे updates क्या हुई हैं. So this is the
Yeah.
position. I think we left it around here somewhere.
And so before we check out a game, I think we have a legend joining us. Vishy sir, welcome back for day number 2 of the Grand Swiss. It's again an honor to have you here. We'll get your insights as well.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you both.
Very nice to see you here again, sir. We are starting with Divya's game. I hope that's okay. What do you make
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the final position? I'm completely out of my wheelhouse here.
One second. Let me
So
just
I
switch
think
boards.
the Grand Swiss so far has been very interesting, and I think Divya lost that first game, of course. But how was day one for you overall? Before we actually tackle the games, like your expectations and what actually happened in the tournament.
Um, Interesting. I mean, the one good thing about something like the Grand Swiss is you're guaranteed enough interesting games. You'll
Hmm.
never be disappointed. There'll be at least 5 or 6 fascinating games. Yesterday, um, Murli's loss
Hmm.
Yeah,
was spectacular. Divya against Abhimanyu was fascinating. Firusha turned out to be quite gripping. Um, why did the top two women lose? I mean, why did Anna Musichuk just lose on time?
yeah,
So there's always some drama that you can watch.
true, true. And so coming to the game, I think what do you make of Divya's position here? You also have.
Looks pretty equal. I think the only danger for black is that white has this plan with maybe knight f e5 or knight d4 and to play f3 and e4.
Hmm.
That worries me slightly. So maybe there's probably a way to um, take care of it, but I think I like white because if I can
Hmm.
play knight f e5 and f3, maybe
Hmm.
knight d6, it's going to be quite unpleasant.
True, true. And so
Sir,
Divya just, yeah,
in a
yeah.
position like this, what is the ideal end game for white?
If I move the knight and play f3 and e4, I think that is my ideal endgame because after that your bishop on b7 is hitting a wall,
Mm-hmm.
and I potentially have entry points, and I can bring my king up beautifully to e3.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, f3 e4 is very nice because that also makes the knight on f6 irrelevant.
Hmm.
Doesn't have
Now
any
the
scope.
question is how I should go about getting that position. Should I play knight f e5? It's got some advantages. Um, If you play bishop a6, I can even make a move like knight c6. Just leave it there.
Hmm.
Your rook cannot come to c8. Both of them because of knight e7 check. All sorts of issues there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, of course, there is a pin of the knight on c4. So if I want to take care of this, maybe knight f e5, move the bishop, play f3, something like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Alternatives to start with knight d4. This has also the possibility of going knight b5 somewhere. I can play knight d6. I
Hmm.
can't see why maybe I can even start with knight d6, but I didn't want to do that because after knight e4, then I'm swapping one pair, but I still think white is better. So
Mm-hmm.
True.
Okay.
um, I think the ending can be quite unpleasant once you get. Also, for me, I understand why she played b6, but I'm not. If I could have played bishop d7 and avoided b6, then at least my c6 square doesn't get weak.
Hmm.
So uh, at the board, I would not feel that black had equalized. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because a few moves ago, I mean, it looked like at least according to the engine, it looked like a basically a very equalish position. But after c4, she simplified with d takes c4, and I think that's what gave white a slight advantage in this position. But somehow, a move like queen d1 is very bad. And if you could break it down for us, why exchanging the queens is so bad in this position? or why, a move like queen e7 is it seemingly doesn't seem that logical to me. What's the difference in this position?
There was no need to volunteer d takes c4.
Mm.
There's no need to play knight c5. If I castle,
Yeah.
what's white's big plan?
If you castled, if I played
If I
c4.
castled with black, c4, I can even play knight e5. I
Mhm.
can play something like rook d8 first. I don't
Mhm.
want to play knight c5 because I might run into b4.
Hmm.
Mm.
I think d takes c4 is quite a poor decision, and queen d1 as well.
Mm.
Queen d1, well, I think the difference is if you go queen e7, I go queen d6, and a knight ends up on d6, granted. But after
Mhm.
queen d1, the rook ends up on d1 for free.
Mm.
Uh, these small concessions add up very fast because I think two moves
Yeah.
ago it was just uh, dead or very close to dead.
Mhm.
But now it's getting quite serious.
Mm.
Got it. The power of
Yeah.
London. Let's
Yes.
go.
Uh, what's the current joke for masquerading a proper looking opening or something? Anyway.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
most London courses will put this game in their courses or books and then say, "You see, London is always a great opening."
yeah.
Okay, maybe we can switch to another game. Any other
Yeah.
specific game you have in mind?
I think let's go through Gukesh and then Arjun and then Prag in order. So first, Gukesh, I think we've seen how strong Erdogmus is. I think would love to know your opinion on him. And of course, he's been fighting in the opening, had a chance, missed that. And now I think we have this very complex structure, the queens being trailed off. What do you make of this position?
Modern chess, I mean, 2c3. Wow. Uh,
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
2c3 and what is going on? I think I basically like Gokesh's position because the knight on d6 seems to me slightly awkward.
Hmm.
But the problem is white doesn't have any. See, if white brings the knight to f4, it's going to be a very nice position. But I think black is threatening c5.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And if c5, you cannot play e3 because after c4, first of all, you're forced to capture on b6,
Hmm.
which, is wonderful for black.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And I think that's the reason he perhaps doesn't want to play. He's playing every move except e3. Um, that is, I don't know how white is going to react to the threat of c5. What
So,
exactly white is
so just
supposed to
to,
play.
sorry to cut you off, but you said he didn't play e3 because of that reason. Is there some reason that c5 is being prevented by not playing e3?
No, I just want to avoid giving the d3 square just yet, but maybe I can
Hmm.
play e3. That's possible.
Okay, the d3 square.
Imagine,
Okay,
okay, one sec.
because
Let's try this. If bishop g2, uh, e6, e3,
Hmm.
can I try? No, e5. I think you will take on b6 and take
Hmm.
on e5. It looks speculative,
Mhm.
um, but still decent. It's not a ridiculous try.
Hmm.
Let's say I
Mhm.
play bishop g2. He went e6.
Mhm. He
He
played e6
could
already.
have
It's on the
gone
board.
yes, which makes no. It's not like a big threat. I just thought that after c5, in case I capture, I don't want the knight to have access to d3. Something like that was
Hmm.
my thought
Hmm.
process.
Mm.
And so I think you're on point. I think, for example, one move that the Indians love is queen to a6 even after e3. Just kind of even removing the
Uh-huh.
queen trade option, and suddenly you're cutting across the white king, and it can get a bit tricky.
Yes. So in fact, My first reaction was maybe the knight on d6 is not so great, but perhaps Gukesh should simply have taken it. Bishop takes d6, e d6.
Hmm.
Um, because then I could have happily brought my knight to f4.
Yeah, we were just discussing that just a bit earlier that this was a good plan, but he
The
didn't
thing
go
is,
for it.
once you have these double pawns, they have their own peculiar way to spoil everything. I mean, the double pawns are sitting there. Black will never play c5, of course,
Mhm.
but the dark bishop is only playing on half the board at any given time. Its own pawn is kind of blocking it from moving between sides.
Hmm. True. True.
I think it could have considered it.
So about the decision of Gukesh playing 2 c3 on move, you mentioned it was modern chess. How would you differentiate? I mean, what? I'm a bit confused because I'm not sure what the point of 2 c3 was. What do you make of that?
That's modern chess. So essentially, the Queen's Gambit and all, it's very difficult to um find some lines where you still have lots of play. Of course, you can go deep into some line and give it a shot, but generally the assumption is these are well worked out lines. So modern chess is start making 1b3, 1c3, 1h3, and then you start analyzing with the computer. You find some interesting detail and you play it. But this c3 has become quite popular. Sometimes they do it after g3, g6. They don't play c4 anymore because that's very complicated. They just play c3, then they play a4, then they do something and like that.
And would you say these are one game tries, or is it something that people employ multiple times?
Uh, they seem to do it often. Nihal plays it a hell of a lot.
Hmm.
Um, some people play it once in a while, some people play it a lot.
Hmm.
But
True.
Nihal generally uses it for the much faster controls.
True. And so I think
No, it's true. When I sat down, I thought it looked interesting for white, but now c4 is kind of unpleasant. My main problem is I can't drop the queen back to c2.
hmm.
Funnily enough, this knight I was criticizing on d6 allows black to play queen c7 if black wants, but I can't. I don't have that option. So
Hmm.
suddenly I had to revisit my conclusion that this might, yeah, to be honest, it's looking nicer for black more and more. I don't see what white's plan is.
Apparently, something like h5, bishop h7, and then e4 seems to be the top
Mhm.
choice, at least. Perhaps to get the c2 square, available for the queen if needed.
And if I play c5 there,
Oh,
are you going to, well, are you going to take the pawn on d5?
I'm gonna take the queen on b6. Apparently, it makes no sense to me, but
Yeah.
yeah, that seems to be the best move here.
Mhm. And then because yeah, I have to capture with the pawn, and then you follow up knight e2. That also makes
Yeah, something like this.
yes. Well, that's true. So h5, bishop h7, e4.
Still, it's complicated. The black can play bishop e7, and the idea that Sahil mentioned with queen a6 is
Yeah.
it seems to be quite interesting. Even though you're allowing bishop f1 to attack the queen, you can just play b5
Well, after
and
bishop e7, I can play e5, and you'll play knight c4 maybe.
yes,
Oh.
yes.
In that,
Wow.
yeah.
I think so. Lots of tricks here. I think for black. So yeah, even the engine, even the bar, yeah, is slightly going down and down as we let it think. So very interesting position. Gukesh having a think. And meanwhile, would love to get your opinion on Arjun's position as well, because this was crazy from the start. Like he's been playing super fast. Like he had gained time by the time he had sacked a pawn. And what do you make of this pawn move to g5 on move number 16? Would love to get your opinion.
Okay, both of them have lovely squares. One has f5 for good. Uh, But Haik can also. Okay, first he's gone back. Bishop c1. Uh,
Hmm.
if knight takes g5, probably knight g7 is the way to go, and then you just play rook f1. Very difficult
Hmm.
to claim that black's extra pawn means anything. You can hardly move it. Whereas I can bring my pieces from b3, rook a2, rook f2, all that stuff. If you
Hmm.
don't take on g5, white will take on h4 and come back. I don't know what. Maybe black can play bishop e5 here.
Straight off the
And
bat,
then
is this position a worry for Arjun? Should he be concerned? Does it look very scary or is it manageable?
my gut feeling is white's better.
Hmm.
Without the bar, without anything, I'm guessing white's better. But it's king's Indianish enough. I mean, if I can play c6 and queen b6, but it's two moves. So in the
Hmm.
meantime,
Hmm.
I like white's position.
Although white has less time, I think the knight on f5 does look quite scary.
Yes, and I mean, the thing is, if I take on g7, after that, I have time to bring the other knight slowly to f5 or somewhere like that.
True.
Uh, it just seems like more fun for white.
Hmm.
And I think Arjun voluntarily went for this, right? I think it almost felt like preparation. I think we've seen him do this multiple times in the past as well. He will take even a slightly worse position just to have winning chances. Do you think this one is also the same, or do you think he messed it up somewhere?
That's the thing with. By then he plays g5, it doesn't look like great prep. It looks like you had no choice. But uh,
The engine said that after bishop e3, h4, and before you came in, Sahil and I were discussing this because we were not
f5,
sure if h4 is prep
yeah.
here because this seems to be the major mistake. Maybe he misremembered something or not sure really what happened here. But yeah, but also it feels
Yeah,
like a
actually,
very Arjun
could
type
white could
position.
white have played a f5 for this?
Yeah, white could have.
Because then I get the lock, and you don't even have these. And my pawn on f5 would then be shutting in that bishop on c8. No, this looks like a bluff.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
think the beauty of Arjun's play sometimes is that even when he's playing complete rubbish, it looks like prep. No, but he has this style. No, it's very difficult to
Yeah,
tell. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah,
sometimes it looks like you realize after a while it's preparation, and sometimes it's just unsound, very unsound chaos.
yeah,
And he likes to mix it up a little bit.
yeah.
So I don't. No, I think white is better, but I'm not sure how much. Let me have a look. Oh, the computer is just love with white. Okay.
Yeah, the
I was somehow
plus
not.
one.
I thought it bishop e5 and something, but computer's judgment is just much more definitive.
Yeah, I think Arjun is in deep thought now. He's used 12 minutes for his, not 12, I think that was wide though. He's still playing quickly. He used 20 minutes for knight d7, I think. That was his long thing. That's literally the only long thing he's had in this entire game. So he needs to come up with some creative defense here. And so maybe we can also have a brief look at the Prague game because just to kind of go through all the games once. And this one also has some interesting opening idea where he just grabbed this pawn on c5 and still no side has castled.
So it's queen a5, queen c4, b6, and knight b3, and this is the current position on the board.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, so what are the ideas? One is I can play queen a4, but then I don't know what's happening for knight g5. The
So
thing
queen
is,
a.
if I have one more move, I might just be winning. Where if I can play bishop a6 or bishop e6, then white's position collapses completely. But It's tempo by tempo. I still have to move my queen.
Hmm.
So let's say I go to, what are the options? One is
A A3 is
queen
one.
a6. One is queen a6, which is a nice
Mhm.
move.
Hmm.
But then you take, bishop takes, king d1, and if there's a knockout blow, it's not evident somehow.
Apparently, king f1 you have to find here, which makes no sense. But yeah, king
After?
d1. In this position, after bishop a6, king f1 is the only move here that keeps the position balanced. Otherwise, white is worse.
Oh, after king d1, then maybe bishop c4 is very strong, yeah?
Yes, yes, yes. Bishop c4 or bishop c4. There is d3, so bishop b5. I guess same plan with bishop
Even
a4. I
slowly
guess.
it's working. Ah, okay, that is
Yeah, yeah.
interesting. Okay, so king f1 is the only move. And if I go queen a4, then what is exactly white's thing? I mean, bishop a6 looks super strong. And no, I have queen e4 still. So let's say I castle after queen a6, and then you have bishop e6, and maybe it's already winning material.
Yeah, bishop b3
Yeah.
just.
You
Wow.
could play but queen a4, you have a3 because a1 is defended. But then I can go bishop e6, a b4, bishop c4, rook a4, bishop b3, but I have rook a3. And
Yeah. Now just bishop d5 and
okay,
supposedly
so
the
queen
position.
a4, a3 is quite reasonable then, it seems.
Hmm.
Yeah. So the other move is queen a6 or queen f4. Basically, these are the two that he has to choose from. So already with okay, not a long time since he's been thinking. Only 2.5 minutes. Um,
Wait, what about queen f5?
Possible. Only one move that gives white an advantage, which is knight f d4.
Yes, I was thinking if I go knight takes d4,
Knight takes
you go
d4.
knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. No, you can't take d4, so you will take on a8. But then I have
Apparently,
bishop
apparently.
a6.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have
yeah.
bishop
Bishop.
a6.
Yes, bishop. Wow, this is winning. Completely winning. This is wow. This is
So
such a
queen
beautiful
f5.
line.
Yeah,
Queen
no,
b.
it's a very nice line after queen f5. I'm just thinking, what is black going to have to be black? What should black be playing? That's what I
No,
don't
here there is
understand.
queen f2, king d1, queen e2, king c2, bishop d3 check, king b3, and queen e6. This is all forced, by the way. King a3 and bishop c5.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, but anyway, white can stop. Doesn't even look at this line because if you have queen d3, e2 perpetual, then what's the point of even going for it, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
queen f5, and if you go some move like knight h4, I can play queen e6, and I think I have amazing compensation.
Right. So the only move here is after knight f d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and white must find here short castle.
Hmm. Right. And then it's not so.
So the lines are so crazy. I think chat summed it up very well. Sahil be like, "Chal kya raha hai?"
Yeah, well, then I guess queen a6 is the only move and takes and king f1. Queen a4, I can't quite make it work. Uh, a3 and the knock. a3, I could play knight a5. Ah, no, then you have knight a5, knight c2 check, king f1, queen c4, knight c4, knight a1, and I can come out via b3.
Knight f5, there's also ab4. Some crazy line here again.
Ah, sorry, yeah, ab4 is nice. I played queen before take knight b3 and I thought that was nice, but ab4 is probably very good for
Wow,
white, right? Yeah.
wow, insane. So I think the fact that we are still on move number 11, nobody is castle, just tells me I think we again might see some time trouble issues here. And this is again, as we saw, queen f4, queen a6, queen f5. So many options. But I think Parag's experience might help him here. Like maybe he'll be able to judge this position better than his opponent, maybe.
I'm only interested in How much of this is prep?
Hmm.
It's clear Prag doesn't just take the pawn on c5 and just to see what
Hmm.
happens. Yeah, we are not in those days.
True.
So
True.
he has definitely uh, taken a look here, but I just
I think he
okay.
did take a look. Not
Fascinating
of
game
yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Let's keep.
Yeah.
But I think our consensus is Queen A6, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Queen
And
A6
Gukesh
and
did play H5 and E4, so that is good. It may also still be prep. Who knows?
Yeah.
with Gukesh, really?
Yeah, why not? I mean, once you played these unusual moves, you just go 3 moves further.
Hmm.
Um,
Wow.
the only thing which tells me is because he's still uh, very far ahead, or maybe he just thinks the moves are obvious. That's also possible.
Hmm. Hmm.
Right. So the next game I would like to
So,
take you to
Yeah.
is Abhi versus Vidit. Because we had some Catalan structure here and some moves have been played. I'm just going to go through the moves very quickly. Queen c7 takes, knight b5, queen f4, bishop f4, and rook takes c4. Your thoughts on this position, sir?
okay, he took instantly now a bishop takes b7.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering whether knight a7 was working or not. But this should fall into the category of plus equals because of the 2 bishops or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. True. True.
Okay, let's see. If I go rook b4, you have rook b1. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Is it safe to say that it is a two result position for white?
Yes, I think it's very safe to say that.
Yeah.
And I think Abhimanyu will be please satisfied. I think if he has a 2-0 position, he got his first victory 1-on-1. I think only 3 Indians on 2 points, and even 1.5 will be a very good start. I think for Abhimanyu.
Both Indians, yeah, he's playing against.
Yeah. Yeah.
First
Yeah.
Divya and now Vidit. I think spectacular. Of course, in Chennai also he had a great performance as well. So he's continuing his momentum. And as Vishi sir said,
But when you get pairings like that, why did he have to go to Samarkand? You could have just played it in
True. True.
Bombay and Nagpur.
Yeah.
Somewhere
I
between
like.
Bombay and Nagpur, you could have just had it there and that's it. But I think he's run out of geographically close opponents.
True. True. True.
Oh my
And so I think.
God. Is that real? Look at Nadirbek's position.
Oh wow. Wait.
There's a
Putting it
queen
up.
on G1. That makes no sense. How did it get there?
Wait,
Oh, he went queen F1 G1.
wait. I'm just gonna walk everyone through this. So this is the what Vishi sir is talking about. Queen F1, King H2, and Queen G1 apparently. Yeah.
Maybe it's that Rook G1 G4. Now I think the queen says it's my turn. Yeah.
No, Vishi sir invented that idea of King H8, Rook G8, and G5, no? You know this style. Vishi sir
Where?
invented. No, in those hedgehog positions, no, you have a very famous game. I forgot who you were playing, but it's that King H1, Rook G1, G4.
Oh, thank you very much, but it wasn't me.
No,
It was
no, it.
Fisher. Where? Where did I play Rook
Um.
G8 G5? I was copying the Fisher idea. I mean, Fisher did it against Ulf Anderson.
Yes. And
I
then
know,
you
I
played
know
it
what
as
you
well.
mean. I think I played it somewhere, but I was just copying the idea. It's Fisher against Anderson.
Wow. Yeah, that positions us. So now, no G4 expected here, obviously. But yeah, the Queen on G1 looks super strange. Um.
Yeah. I think Sir Nodibek, we've already seen that clip. So I think he also was one of the players to win yesterday. So he seems like he's in great form. And I think the queen on G1 looks so awkward. I think that optically itself like gives Black a psychological edge. Would you agree with that?
What else is interesting today's round?
Uh, so I think also there is wait. I think we missed a game. Maybe Nihal Sarin. So I think Nihal's game we missed. Maybe we can check that one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is the position. So last time we looked at it, she had just played knight. He had just played knight h5, and now that idea with the there was a repetition on the horizon, but
Yeah.
Aram Hakobian doesn't go for it. Plays d4, bishop g5, knight g5, edge g5, and now knight to f3, and it is Nihal to play.
And there's a blue arrow on my screen with knight f4. So that was the only move and played by Nihal.
Sometimes the computer throws in these moves on its own. I know many games where queen will be on d1 and the knight will be on f6. He'll play queen b3, knight h5, queen d1, knight f6, and then the game will continue. And I don't even think the players played these moves. Because there are situations where it makes no sense. There's like a piece hanging, but they'll simply insert two moves and then the thing. I don't know why it happens.
Yeah.
In my
Something
database,
with
I've seen some instances like this. But anyway, Nihal has got his big, what do they call it? The big kahuna. Knight on f4.
Wait, did you say Big Kahuna, sir? The Big Kahuna burger?
Isn't it a movie reference also? But
Yes, Harold and Kumar. No. It's
okay.
from what am I saying? That Samuel Jackson movie, where he makes that.
That's it. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I forgot the name.
But yeah, but anyway, this knight on f4 looks major.
Yeah, so d takes c5 taken. Now there's knight takes c5, d takes c5. So how would you break? Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Someone in the chat wrote it for us. So yeah, that's the movie we're talking about. But yeah,
Sure.
how would you break this position down? Because I see that as soon as you take d5, I have this threat of bishop c5 and some problems on your f8 rook and your f7 pawn. Um, what do you think about it?
Agreed, but hang on. Let me play g4 for that. After
So,
bishop d5, bishop c5, I go g4.
bringing the fire on the
wow.
board. Okay. I can take, and maybe go knight h2 perhaps, or is it too much?
Yes, you can, and then I go queen g5.
Yeah, only move g3 just to not have any attack on the g2 pawn.
And now I can play knight e6 or something like that. Maybe knight e6 or
Knight e6. Bishop
maybe
f.
bishop e2. But it's true, my exchange is still hanging there.
Yeah.
So if I play d5, you'll go bishop c5, you're saying. I can play.
Oh, there is a crazy line on the board. Black can actually
Wait,
play
I can
queen
go
f6.
g4, head g4, bishop g4. You go knight h2, you said.
Yes.
I can play bishop h3, but you can anyway play g3, I think.
Hmm.
Is there a forced line for black? I'm just thinking. Uh,
There is also another line that I can, because I can see it here. There's d takes c5, d takes c5, bishop c5. Apparently, you can just ignore it. You can just go queen f6.
yes, that is one idea because if bishop f8, you can play knight h3 check, yes?
Yes, or knight g2 even. Both of them are very
Mhm.
sharp. You're sacrificing a full
Yes.
rook, but apparently it's not losing.
Yes, so queen f6. Um, and black can smoothly just move rook d8 afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So I have to take and then knight g2. Yes, that's
It's an interesting idea. Looks like a very
mhm.
fighting position, but yeah, tough to
Sure.
play from both sides.
I think chat is going crazy. Gukesh blunder, but I don't think he's made a mistake. I only see
Just
one move, that is
taking a
A5.
quick look. A4,
Yeah.
A5, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a mistake from either side. And now at least I can even take the queen. I don't have to worry about 8 takes B6.
Hmm. In a position like this, Vishi sir, can I play E5 or is it, or I just mentioned I can play knight C4. Is that why it's bad?
You can even play knight c8.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm,
Knight C8. And then this bishop.
true.
But knight c4 is reasonable. Knight takes c4, d takes c4, queen b6, knight b6. I'm threatening knight a4 already. If you play a4, I go knight d5. Yeah, that should be the
Hmm,
main reason, right?
Hmm. Dream position for black.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, I think there's a development in the Arjun game. The bishop on G7 has vanished. So C6 was played. And so you mentioned, I think C6, Queen B6. If black could get in those moves, that would be amazing. But white instantly takes on G7. And now king takes G7. Apparently, a slight error allows E5, which is a very strong move somehow. Um, the black king does look a bit lonely, so somehow on G7.
Yes, it reminds me of some night offs where black will play g5, fg5, but white will have black will have d6 and e6 and a knight on e5 and usually be very happy with these dark squares. But white has got this pawn there and rotates the knight around, something like that. It reminds me of that. If e5 works, then it's even stronger. Simply e5 and then the idea is to play knight e4, f6, right? Yeah, cool.
Hmm.
Which doesn't look pleasant, but as I mentioned, even b3 and rook a2, f2, even if you don't want to calculate and you just make some natural moves, it looks pleasant. But e5, yeah, is good.
So Arjun under pressure and 36 minutes for his opponent Haik Martirosyan here. So he needs to come up with some moves very quickly, but he's playing very well. So I think, is there a player among all these youngsters, for example, Erdogmus who's playing Gukesh, some youngster who's really impressed you in the recent years, like somebody who could be the next Gukesh or next Prag or next Nodirbek or next Arjun?
What is he, 19, Gukesh?
Yeah,
Hmm.
he's a youngster, sir. He's also
Sahil
a
already is
youngster.
thinking of the next one. I mean, he's bored with this one. He wants the next one. It's too cool. Yeah. Too cool.
It's-
Oh, it's so boring. He's been around for 4 years already. Okay, next. No, that's really funny. Uh, can give him 1 or 2 more years. But like all these youngsters are quite scary. So
Yeah, true, true, true.
So let's
Okay,
say
and
amongst people who are under 15 years old, who has impressed you the most? Anyone under 15?
like I said, most of them look very strong. I don't. There isn't one that leaps out. There are a lot of young Turkish players. Um, nah, some name doesn't leap out at me.
Hmm.
mm, mm. And so I think we have a few results. I think Hans Niemann has drawn against Ivan Shaporinov.
Mhm.
Uh, John Ludwig Hammer drew against Danny Dubov. But I think in general, among the Indian players, everybody is still fighting. Um, I think maybe we can. Which game do you want to check out, Sahaj? I think maybe one game you want to focus on.
Oh, let's ask Vishy, sir. And any game that strikes out to you, sir?
Um, Prague is now allowing, well, not really, and he's threatening to castle and run away. So the question is he better? What if I go rook c8 in that game? Shall we just quickly check out Prague?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
let's do it. Okay, so d3. This is rook c8 you were mentioning here. Maybe getting the open file, getting
Yes,
away
so
from
then
the queen, of course.
white runs with castles. And then I go knight c2, rook b1, and knight d4. Take, take. I mean, it's not like I'm hoping for a big advantage with black. I just want to equalize. But
Mm-hmm. e3, I guess.
but then knight e2 check, king h1, bishop takes c4. Maybe even bishop f5 or something will work. But anyway, let's say bishop c4.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly, this is
D
a
takes c4, rook takes c4. Isn't it getting close to equality somehow?
apparently after bishop d2. Supposedly,
No.
this is a big advantage for white.
Yeah, no, rook c2, I can still play rook d1 and my knight is going to have trouble coming out. I was just...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
So I take everything. You go king h1. Then I play
Yeah,
bishop f5.
bishop f5, correct.
I'm trying to provoke e4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can go back to e6. Now my knight can even come back to d4. But you can
Knight
play rook
e4.
d1 after bishop f5.
Now short castle. Okay, you have this rook c4 plan at some point, but not immediately. You go short castle.
Yes. Rook c4, dc4, bishop b1. Maybe you can show it. Bishop c6 and mate.
Yeah. Rook c4, dc4, bishop b1. And there is a check here. If you move the king, rook d8 mate. That's why it's important to play short castle before we go for rook takes c4 plans. So not an easy road for Ivan here. By the way, he did play rook c8. It's on the board.
Yeah.
I think those bishops on e6 and g7 look quite impressive. It's just so restricted for white somehow. And of course, combined with a knight coming in, optically it looks a bit scary, but Prague is holding on for now.
By the way, some developments in, I think, Abhimanyu's game, it looks like the bar is preferring him a bit with his last move, knight to c5, attacking the bishop.
Yes. So I think there is no clever move here. You have to come back to f3 or g2. I mean, f3 might make more sense.
Just keep the king, the square for g2. Okay, bishop f3, I think, should happen.
I think it just looks more clever, that's all. But if you play a6, then I have this nice idea, knight a7. And then I want to come knight c6 and harass that bishop. So after bishop f3, it's still maybe unpleasant. But bishop f3, Vidit can play knight c e4. And then if you take on a7, you have bishop c5. So that is a... Then maybe I will need to play bishop e3 or something.
Yeah, and then takes and...
Yeah, no, after knight c5, let's try this. So you go knight c5, bishop f3. Don't think I'm missing anything yet.
a6 or rook a4.
After what?
In this position after bishop f3, should we go a6 or rook a4? Both are
Oh, I was hoping for knight ce4. What's happening after knight ce4?
immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Now my first question is, why can't I take this pawn on a7? Because of bishop c5. We already saw that. So what else? Rook
But
c1
maybe
maybe?
you're right. Rook a4 might just be solid enough. Okay, he has played bishop f3. If rook a4, maybe I have this move bishop c6 just to leave it there.
Just have a discover attack
I know,
idea.
but after rook c8, what did I really gain?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Would you say that such a position is generally hard to convert against, let's say, a higher rated opponent?
I think against anyone, the solidity of the position is very high. So um, your first thing is to grab one or two squares, make it slightly unpleasant. It's also psychological. You want your opponent to feel uncomfortable in the position, and usually that's your best chance to get something. I mean, these positions will remain drawn with best play very long, but if black's moves are more uncomfortable than white, that is a sort of success in this kind of position. What are you going to do? It's such there's only a pawns left, and there's nothing too difficult about it, right?
So as soon as the A pawns are somehow magically traded, you would say that black is one step closer to equality or completely equal, let's just say. So
I would
that's the
say it's a
one.
draw unless that knight is ending up on c6 instantly. In this case, it is.
Hmm.
Let's say somehow I play knight a7, you take on a2, and we swap,
That's
or we.
just playing it out over the
If I can
board.
play knight c6, see if my bishop was on f3 and f4, a8 is not available, b8 is not available, c8 is not available,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
and I'm threatening knight c6. And if you
Hmm.
play something like rook e8, probably knight c6,
I'm just gonna
bishop
take.
f8. I mean, this is a different kind of solid position, but with a knight on c6, I would have some hope. Then, if I can play g4, g5 or something, disturb this knight, disturb that knight. It's very hard for black to have any squares because all the squares on the rank are missing
Hmm.
on the eighth rank. So, uh,
It's very valuable insight, sir. Never knew this, but yeah. So A pawns are the problem here. Abhimanyu has around half an hour more than his opponent. Would you say that it is safe to say that this is going to be a tough game for Vidit, or do you think that he's going to be able to hold on?
I I don't think it's critical yet.
Okay.
Hmm. Maybe we can have a look at the Anish game, which to me looks like a combination of Vidit and Parag somehow. There's a bishop on b7, but there's also knight c2 incoming. So what do you make of Anish's game here?
It should be just pleasant for white, but the thing is, black has one or two extra moves.
Hmm.
Let me play. Okay, so the threat is knight c2 and bishop takes c3 after your bishop moves,
Hmm.
which means that you have one or two options. One is to go bishop e4, so that knight c2 is not possible.
Hmm.
And then if I play knight c5, will you have the courage to play bishop b1? Probably not, right? Because you just castle and what's my bishop doing? So, but after bishop e4, knight c5, I am running out of squares a bit.
Yeah.
Uh, Alternately, I considered bishop a6, but then again knight c5, and if bishop c4, then knight c2, and you're threatening.
Hmm.
Bishop c3.
Yeah. But there are some tricks. Hang on. So bishop a6, you go knight c5, I go bishop c4. If you go knight c2, uh, I
Bishop
have two
b5.
options. One is I can play bishop b5 check there.
Hmm.
And then if you play king f8, I play rook b1 and somehow it's holding.
Yeah. So a6
Calculations are
with
difficult. I think this is one of these positions it would help to calculate very exactly.
yeah, so because a6, I think then you have to choose the square carefully again. So
Bishop
Also, I don't know if
a5.
a6 you can play rook b6 and then the bishop moves, you play knight e5, and again my bishop doesn't have all the squares at once. But at
yeah,
least if the rook is on b6, I can tickle it with knight a4 or knight d5.
yeah, yeah, true.
So yeah,
Tricky
this is the current
position,
position. Tricky.
actually. Wow.
Shall we take a quick look at Divya's game again?
Yeah,
Some people
let's
in the
go.
chat.
Divya, I think.
So this was the position. Oh, he went for your plan, sir, with f3, knight d5, and king f2, f6, and now he's thinking.
Yes. Already, I'm happier for Divya that she's gotten f6 because that's kind of what you want to do.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Now I can play knights. Well, I have to play knight c6, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
If I go knight c6, you will go s- rook a c8. You can play, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, the knight is getting trapped after rook s7, rook c7.
Yes.
So she has saved this, right? Now.
Hang on. So knight c6, rook a c8, knight d4. What are you playing now? Because sooner or later I'll play rook c1 and then I'll play e4. So you didn't solve that positional threat.
So I mean, I wanted to play king f7, but I see you have knight d6 check. So let me play rook f d8 first, and then I'll play king f7.
Okay, rook f d8. Let me play rook b c1. Funnily enough, aside from the fact that you don't, your knight, I can hope to land on d6, but you cannot hope to land on d3. We have almost identical position. So,
So do you have a preference here, as in which color you would choose, since it's a very symmetrical position?
funnily enough, I don't know what I think White uh, misplayed, or even if White misplayed. But I liked White's position 4 moves ago, and now I don't like it as much. So then, well, the only explanation is White did something wrong, but I can't say what White did wrong either.
It it was apparently, I
Uh,
think, allowing knight d5. He shouldn't have done that. Should have gone rook bc1 first for some reason, because after knight d5, you have bishop f3 ideas.
yes,
So I
sure,
think
that
he went for the same plan as you, but I think if she allowed e4, it would be a worse position. But this knight d5 intermezzo is what's costing Donchenko here.
yeah. Yes, perhaps that is the problem.
By the way, knight c6, rook f c8 is already on the board. So this is the position. Should we take a quick look at Gukesh as well? A lot of developments there.
Yeah, sir, I think I'm back.
Sure.
My camera switched off.
So there we have it. This was the position. Queen takes b6, knight b6, a4, and now Erdogmus plays knight bc4, knight
Hmm.
c4, knight c4, b3, and knight back to d6. And for the first time, at least what I'm seeing on my screen here, Gukesh seems to have a substantial advantage here. What do you make of this, sir?
I didn't realize White's better already. What is White playing? E5, yeah?
Yeah, e5,
Yeah.
black goes
Knight
knight
E8.
c8, and
Yeah,
now
sorry, Knight C8, yeah.
it's a very weird move, bishop f1, that he has to find, which keeps a good advantage in the position, apparently.
Hmm. Ah, sure. That is nice. No, then he might find it because after Bishop C2, it's very easy to spot Rook H2.
That was
Hmm.
not easy to spot. But yeah,
Yeah. So
it
that
was
was
not it was not at all easy to spot that in like 2 seconds. But yes.
so yes, then Bishop F1 is very strong. It stops B5 because Black's hoping for B5.
Mhm.
And
Maybe
then it's a
after C.
serious Caracan space advantage, no?
Hmm.
Yeah.
What type of break is Gukesh looking for here? Is it more on the queen side, more on the king side, and anything specific you can give us here?
I think Bishop F1 and then Rook H2 and then Bishop E3, F4, somehow Knight E2, G3 or Knight F3, H4 and F5. I think F5 is really what you're aiming for.
F5 break.
But it doesn't have to be so dramatic also. If I can play Bishop F1, King D2, Bishop D3 exchange and leave the king on D3, it's much stronger than the black counterpart. So that is also nice for white.
And still you're looking for the f4 f5 break at the right moment.
Yes, because the thing is, you cannot play f5 without allowing ef6, and then your g6 square is weak, whereas I can play f5 and
Hmm.
nothing is weak. So
By the way, e5 knight c8 played on the board.
So I think knowing Gukesh, do you think he prefers these long grinds if he had a choice? Let's say a long grind in endgame just like this, or would he prefer to finish off with a bang in some crazy skirmish?
also, is Vaishali almost winning? How much
Vaishali.
better?
Vaishali is winning. Let's go there.
Well, it looks much better. Oh, it's lost here. Exactly, it's lost. That king
Oh,
is just stuck on e1, so it's very, very strong.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Wow.
Wow, game over.
Wow. So ef5, there is just bishop f5 and you just cannot castle. Yeah. Wow.
Hmm.
So yesterday I asked you, who do you think in the open section is going to qualify for the candidates? And same question for the women's section as well. If you could give us your insight here.
Well, both my horses drew in the men's section, so maybe it's better I don't give any comment on the women's. Um, I I'm quite surprised that Anna Musichuk lost. I mean, obviously she just lost track of the time because it looked like she was playing very convincingly and all.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know who I would say is a kind of favorite. I'm happy that Vantika and Vaishali are at the top boards, and that's a good place to be.
Okay. We'll take that. Vaishali already,
Mhm.
I think, on 2 out of 2. That's a very good
Mhm.
start, at least.
And she won it last time as well. So I think she has good memories from this event. And so I think I know you have to leave in a few minutes. Would love to get your opinion on the Arjun game. I think it's still very sharp. What do you kind of make of the game? And do you think Arjun has the ability to come back from here, or do you think White is just kind of looking way better?
I think White is much better, and Arjun has the ability to come back from this. What can I say? I mean, with Arjun, you have to say both.
Hmm.
True, true.
Oh, Haik is very strong. He played e5, then he kicked to b3, and it's
Yeah.
looking. Oh, and then even stepped king h1 aside. So next is rook a2, f2 maybe.
Hmm. 28 minutes for Haik, I think.
That's the only, that's the only factor that I think Arjun has going for him, that there's around a 40-minute difference between these two players. Still a complicated position, but yeah, looks very scary for Arjun.
It does, but look, if I play knight b6 to d7 to f8 to g6, uh, it's a good band-aid, right, on that wound.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Of course, white can, if the queen moves and you play knight d1 e3, it's coming to f5 or something. If the rook comes to f2, it's not enough. But somehow Arjun still can do some magic.
By the way, 97 played in the position. Your plan in action. Wow.
Yeah, but he'll probably go off in another direction. I mean, after rook a2, he'll probably change his mind and go knight dc5 or something. He'll want some counterplay. Uh, but I follow my plan, rook a2, rook f2. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
The important thing is if you play knight g5, I have queen d2, which is quite unpleasant, I think.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Let's say okay, 2 knight g5, there's queen d2, which is giving queen h6
Because
check.
if you have to allow queen h6 check, I think.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Or play something very strange like king g6, but I don't believe it. So maybe
Oh,
90,
that looks
well,
scary.
94, I thought for a second, but it's,
Oh. Yeah, this looks very scary.
yes.
This is before we let you leave, so one question: what do you expect happens in the Gukesh game in terms of the result today?
Now I think he is much better. So
Hmm.
not as much as Vaishali, but he is much better. So this is a very solid edge, and he has very good chances to win it.
So, Vishisha, really want to thank you for joining again. And I think we'd love to have you for the final days as well if you have time. But for now, thanks a lot. It was amazing to grab your insights. And I think most of your predictions and the moves, they automatically happen within seconds. Like the players are listening to you, yeah, in their heart somehow.
Maybe they can't find anything else. So,
Yeah. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining. And it
okay,
Thank
was
you
really
guys.
so
great talking.
much.
See you both. See you, Saj. See you,
See
Saj.
you. See you,
Thank you
Vishisha.
so
Bye.
much, sir. Bye bye.
Thank you.
That's crazy, yeah. I mean, everything
Yeah.
that he's giving is just showing up on the board.
Yeah.
And that stuff with Bishop F1 and after Bishop C2, Rook H2 is gonna find so quickly. I was thinking to myself, how do you see this in like less than 2 seconds on the board? It's incomprehensible to me. But wow.
By Chad asking the real questions ki why did Richard cut his hair? Why I have not even seen Richard. I wish I could, but we can't really see Richard Rapport. I think in बोलते हैं ना, for Richard Rapport's benefit, I think FIDE should give us cams. What do you think, Saj bhai?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ऑफ कोर्स सर कैम्स अरेंज होते हैं तो बहुत मजा आता है यहाँ पे यार मजा आता है बाय द वे दिव्या sacked a knight someone is
Sacked a
saying
knight. Wait, what?
भाई केड़ा knight which knight oh knight d4 knight b4 a3 knight bd3 check brilliancy on the board bishop takes knight takes rook takes c4 and this is the current position Divya I think has very good chances to hold this very very good chances.
By comfortably equalized, I feel somehow. Of course, like I think the knight on d4 looks impressive, and if rook d7, kuch e5, knight f5 aa gaya, could be dangerous. But I think jo position
हाँ
thi 5 moves ago, 7 moves ago, that was like horrific, and I think she's completely equalized now.
या एब्सोल्युटली एवरी टाइम जब भी वशी सर आते हैं ना आई फील लाइक एक रियलिटी चेक मिलता है हमको कि भाई
True,
कितनी चेस नहीं आती तुम्हें यू
true,
थिंक कि
true,
भाई कि
true.
ये सब यू आर गोइंग थ्रू ऑल ऑफ दिस ओपनिंग्स गिविंग योर एंजल फिर वशी सर आते हैं, फिर समझ आता है भाई व्हाट डू यू नॉट नो एंड इट्स इनसेन.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I think Vidit, I think I'm switching to Vidit's game. He played Bishop E3 in this position, the best move. And Vidit has somewhat of a half an hour disadvantage and only 19 moves played in the game so far. So,
Hmm.
Vishy sir did say that here it's difficult for white to convert, generally speaking, because black is more or less solid. But I still feel that Vidit has a very big disadvantage here, especially considering the time.
Hmm. I mean, Vidit is like in. I think this is the kind of position Vidit would love to have as white. Like, yeah, आराम से squeeze कर लेता. So he understands how much venom there is in this position. Yeah, and Rook on A4 again, trying to
Mm.
attack that pawn on A2. I think he also understands कि वो A2 or A7 pawn exchange हो जाए तो भाई, I think I'll be out of the woods. But as of now, Abhimanyu not making it easy, and now again pinning that knight A7 pawn under pressure. How do you release that pressure, by the way?
On
Because
the
A6 I
A7
was
pawn,
yeah, because A6 I was thinking, but then knight D6, for example, knight
yeah,
hanging on
or even
C5, and
knight A7. Remember, Vishy sir mentioned this knight A7,
yeah,
knight C6 plan.
true,
Even that
true.
looks super scary. But with it should be quite comfortable. I mean, from the white side, he's super comfortable here. But I'm assuming from these types of positions, with it really likes. So maybe I mean I know it's not the best to defend such a position with the black pieces on round two itself. But क्या कर सकते
भाई
हैं?
भाई 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 भाई, let's jump to the Arjun game. Opponent ने गलती कर दी है भाई. The madman magic is working because King h1 already was a question mark. I think Vishisha's plan Rook a2 instantly was a bit better, but King h1 made sense. But now knight d7 and suddenly queen to f3, and it's not the best, but it looks very logical. Why would queen f3 not be a good move?
I think probably because you wanted to go that rook a to rook f2 plan instead, but कुछ tactical reason होगा इसका. Not really sure.
Maybe queen f2 is the plan. Kya? I just want to grab the h4 pawn.
Could be, but I don't want to take it with the queen because I can always challenge it with rook h8. क्या कह रहे हैं firearm sir? हाँ, whenever I say something, भाई क्या बोला था आपने? Sahaj भाई, without joking, we feel even worse when you go through the lines very fast. भाई, I think it's incomprehensible in comparison to Vishy sir. मतलब वो कितना slowly बात कर रहे होंगे, you have no idea. Like just so that I can understand, just so Sahil bhai can understand, just so the chat can understand. You have no idea how slowly he speaks, how slowly he analyzes with us. The things he sees, I mean, अगर वो उन्होंने अपनी स्पेस पे बात करना शुरू कर दिया, किसी को समझ नहीं आएगा. तो
True.
that is a completely different level um, we're talking about.
Yeah, and उसके बाद भी भाई मेरे समझ नहीं आया तो literally मतलब
भाई
it's
आई वाज मैं माउस लेके रेडी था हर चीज में भाई, कुछ मिस नहीं होना चाहिए विशी सर जो कह रहे हैं. बट या
एमिनेम हु एग्जैक्टली भाई, एंड एमिनेम से याद आया भाई, आई थिंक टाइम यहाँ पे हर किसी में प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है. आई स्टिल सी एवरी सिंगल बोर्ड देयर इज वन पर्सन हु इज लो ऑन द क्लॉक. सो Erdogmus 37 minutes, Haik Martirosyan 24 minutes for example, Vidit 26 minutes, Nihal 35. So कहीं ना कहीं पे यार this is becoming more of a factor that it should have been. And किस गेम पे चले, ये भी प्रग गेम देखते हैं यार साथ में. Let's go to Prag's game. I think Rook C8 was played, castles, Bishop D2 played, Knight C2, and now Rook A D1. I mean, I still don't see how Prag is better. Yeah, I mean, it's just all the pieces are tied down somehow.
मैगी बट लगा लो, प्रग जीतेगा ये.
So you are giving me all the other two
आई एम
results,
गिविंग
yeah?
यू बोथ द अदर रिजल्ट्स.
चलो डन, एक मैगी की बेट डन. Let's
डन.
go.
अरे वाह, लेट्स
हाँ
गो
डन भाई.
चैट. अब
चलो
मजा
let's go.
आया ना भाई.
So 12
अब
मैगी से we are starting,
जस्ट सो
and
यू नो, साहिल भाई का फेयर होता है जब बार दिखाए -0.22 एंड उसमें
भाई
दोनों रिजल्ट मेरे. ठीक है, दोनों रिजल्ट
भाई
मेरे,
देखो,
ये
Prag will
फेयर
not
बेट है.
lose. You have to accept कि Prag will not lose. Yeah, he's playing 2592, so it's
ऑफ
not
कोर्स ही
really
इज
a.
नॉट गोना, ऑफ कोर्स ही इज
हाँ,
नॉट
so
गोना.
तो
आई
दो
थिंक
रिजल्ट
प्रग
की बात है.
विंस. आई थिंक
हाँ,
प्रग
ड्रॉ या
विंस.
विन की बात है. इट्स ओनली टू रिजल्ट्स टेक्निकली, आई थिंक.
प्रग यहाँ पे कंफ्यूज कर देगा उसको, ऑलरेडी मुझे दिख रहा है काफी सारी जगह पे आप कंफ्यूज कर सकते हो यहाँ पे. सो
चलो ठीक है. I think we'll look at this. I think 34 minutes for Prag as of now, so he has to keep an eye there. Gukesh game, no moves just yet, neither in the Vidit game. Nihal Sarin we can go to actually, because d takes c5 happened and bishop c5 on the board.
just putting it up on the board. There we have it. Oh, wow. Okay, so this was the analysis that we had. Knight f3, knight f4, d takes e5, d takes e5, and bishop c5. So just for everyone who was just joining in, we were just discussing queen f6 here with Vishy sir. After bishop takes f8, knight takes g2 was a very, very strong move for Nihal. Although not something that is easy to spot. Very, very easy to go wrong. And let's also not forget, Nihal spent 31 minutes before he played d takes c5. 31 minutes. That is a lot of minutes, Sahil bhai.
Why? Why? I've heard 5 minutes is too much. 31 minutes for a single move, that's a lot. I think clock pit piche and still 23 moves to make in 33 minutes. I think in a position jahan pe you need to be so precise ki one move and you're dead lost. I think things are not looking great for Nihal right now.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble. For sure.
एक वो
For sure in trouble.
प्रिसाइज बोलते हैं ना, एक पतली सी वो थिन सी एक रोप है, उस पे चल के जाना है, एंड आइदर G4 as Vishisa mentioned or Queen F6, two of these moves kind of keep the battle on, and anything else you already done.
Yeah. G4 is still not as convincing as Queen F. Queen F6 में ज़्यादा mess है, but let's just go through the line. Queen F6 is bishop takes F8, knight takes G2. Okay, अब King G2 मारोगे आप तो bishop takes H3 check, and this is a perpetual. King H3,
Yeah,
Queen F3, King
F4.
H2, Queen F4, and you cannot escape. So after knight takes g2, you cannot go king g2 because there's bishop h3. So you have to find knight to h2. And then
Allowing
black, then bishop h3, then white plays bishop a3, and black goes knight h4. Black pura rook down is position mein, pura. Full rook. But still it's not losing somehow.
I would love this position for Nihal. I think Nihal के type की position है. The only thing is this is classical chess. So white के पास बहुत time है to figure out the best plan. That is what
Yeah.
worries me. And in fact, for example, one move in that final position, Sahaj, was just bishop f7 for
Hmm.
white. Just exchanging everything. And if that just works, then I think it's not looking as promising as we would like.
But also you have to consider the fact whether he will find bishop f7, right? Because this is very deep into the like bishop c5, queen f6, take bishop f8 is logical. Knight g2, knight h2 is a like a tough decision. Even if you will see it, you will think twice before playing something like knight h2. So let's say you find knight h2, bishop h3. Now bishop a3 is also, I mean, bishop ko to bachana hi hai khair. That's not a difficult decision. And now bishop in a position like this, you are seeing I have knight f3 check as a plan. I have queen f4 as a plan. तो बिशप f7 चेक ढूंढना मुश्किल है पहली बात तो और दूसरी बात ये साहिल भाई कि इवन इफ आई मूव द किंग अवे ना टू h8 यू ओनली हैव वन मूव हियर यू ओनली हैव बिशप h5 दैट विंस द गेम वो नहीं देखा आपने तो फिर भी
बाप रे
खराब है आपकी पोजीशन तो इट्स
बाप
वेरी
रे भाई
हार्ड
This is a Nihal kind of position. अगर ये भी title Tuesday game होती, I would say Nihal is like, jumping on his chair with happiness at how sharp it is. But classical में somehow your opponents have too much time to figure all this stuff out, and he needs to come up with queen f6. Maybe g4 also gives him some chances, but yeah, you can't play rook e8 because bishop f7 aa raha hai, so I think he's pretty much forced to go for it. Yeah, I don't see anything else, to be honest.
Nothing else. Yeah, queen f6 I think is I would expect queen f6 or g4 but yeah he's debating between these two moves. जब तक वो
Yeah.
debate करता है maybe we should go back to Gukesh's game.
Let's go.
Because here he played bishop f1. It's on the board. So Vishy sir कह रहे थे एक सेकंड में देख लेगा वो उसने actually देख लिया. The plan with bishop c2 and rook h2 just to show everyone in the chat. Bishop c2 के बाद we have rook h2. Bishop takes b3. We have rook to b2 attacking the b3 bishop and also the b7 pawn. So once you go bishop c4, I will just take rook b7. I can also just take and play rook b7 as well, but directly मार सकते हो and white is very close to being winning in this position. So tough situation for Erdogmus.
Yeah, I think Gukesh is doing what he does best, and I think so far no pressure on him. That's the best part. एक moment था I think when there was a lot of pressure अगर knight d7 खेलते Erdogmus, but I think after that he's played very smoothly. Accuracy also very high, 97.5 versus 95.8. And फिलहाल के लिए he's just doing world championship things. Bishop pair भी है, black is not even developed. अगर हम बिशप h7 को उठा के g8 पे रख दे तो फ्री स्टाइल चेस कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा. सो एज स्पेस भी है किंग साइड पे, स्पेस है सेंटर में, नो गुड स्क्वायर्स फॉर द ब्लैक नाइट ऑन c8 आल्सो. So he's really left no crumbs. Yeah, I think as of now looking great for Gukesh.
For sure. And chat में कोई पूछ रहा है why is Gukesh winning after rook b7? So I'm just going to go back to the same position. So this was the position we were talking about. Like materially speaking, he is not even a pawn up. But if you look at each piece individually for black, the only active piece seems to be the bishop on c4. And this bishop is getting traded off in the next move. अगर आप नहीं मारोगे तो white can also take on c4. So we can kind of eliminate this bishop from the equation. बाकी बचा जो रुक घर पे है, दूसरा रुक घर पे है, बिशप घर पे है, नाइट माइट एज वेल घर पे ही रहे. सारे पीसेस बैक रैंक पे पड़े हुए हैं. वेयर एज व्हाइट का रुक 7th रैंक पे सुपर एक्टिव है. बहुत अच्छा स्पेस बना हुआ है व्हाइट का. जो ओनली ओपन फाइल है व्हाइट की वो भी सिर्फ मतलब हम ही कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं. तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज रीजन इट्स वेरी क्लोज टू बीइंग अ विनिंग पोजीशन क्योंकि सारे पीसेस को अगर आप इंडिविजुअली उठा के देखोगे तो व्हाइट के ऑलमोस्ट सारे पीसेस बेटर हैं या फिर बेटर हो सकते हैं. जैसे नाइट जी1 का भी जो बैठा है ये भी अभी घर पे ही है बट इसका फ्यूचर है. इस नाइट जो c8 पे इसका कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है. ये जाएगा भी तो कहाँ जाएगा. तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज रीजंस इट्स close to being a winning position. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
By the way, golden opportunity for Abhimanyu Puranik. Vidit plays pawn to a6 जो हम लोग देख ही रहे थे भाई, looked logical, but it's not a good move. And now I think knight a7 as we discussed, or even just knight d6, and Abhimanyu is still pushing.
Bhai, I think Abhimanyu is more than pushing. He might actually take down Vidit. I have a very strong feeling about this.
Wow. In fact, at a knight a7, for example, Vidit has only one move in the position, that is knight ce4, or you can pretty much resign.
After knight a7. Ooh,
Yeah,
knights up because he wants to make room for the bishop. ये knight c6 खेल के आप bishop को harass कर रहे हो, तो bishop के
yeah.
लिए a3 का square बनाना जरूरी है.
Wow, this is getting too close for comfort for Vidit, I think. भाई थोड़ा डर लगा हुआ है यार अंदर से विदित को, because उसको पता है इस बिशप का पावर, एंड रुक ऑन a4 अकेला बेचारा खड़ा हुआ है वहां पे, and looks great optically but can be a tactical nightmare as well. And yeah, I think I'm genuinely worried for Vidit now. I think Abhimanyu will be very happy with what he has.
Yeah, for sure. Sahaj bhai, how was your experience with भाई कौन है ये? Akash? I'm not sure who this player is. Please थोड़ा remind कराओ.
Experience with Akash Sidhwani मतलब
आई एम गेसिंग एक वो दिल्ली में जो साइमल दिया था ना मैंने, आई थिंक इसमें से कोई प्लेयर था ये. आई
ah
थिंक आई एम नॉट श्योर, मुझे एक नाम याद आ रहा है आकाश साधवानी करके. आई थिंक उनमें से एक होगा कोई.
makes sense. And
साहिल भाई,
meanwhile,
मैं
हाँ
आप गेम बता दो, मैं 2 मिनट का ब्रेक लेके आता हूँ.
हाँ रुको मैं बताता हूँ कौन सी गेम लगानी है. गेम आई थिंक लेट्स गो टू मे बी अर्जुन्स गेम. या
अर्जुन्स गेम, द मोस्ट एक्साइटिंग गेम है, तो बिल्कुल फायरी. ओ बाय द वे, प्लेस
डिप्रेसिंग
नाइट
गेम
इजी
बोलते
भाई.
हैं भाई. The word you're looking for is depressing because knight d c5 again, and Vishista said this, yeah, knight d7 leke he might play knight c5. It really happened again, and now he's attacking the b3 pawn. He could be preparing, I don't know, knight e4 in a good day, but
नाइट डी
as of
फोर.
now, it's yeah, this just looks very double edged. And rook f1 only move for white, by the way.
या
My
रुक f1 and queen e7
my
probably is
blue
what's
arrow
gonna
is
happen.
tingling again.
साहिल भाई मैं आया 1 मिनट में, हाँ.
हाँ
टेकिंग
हाँ.
टेकिंग अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
And then rook f1 के बाद I think black has rook f8 or queen e7, but let's just play rook f8 for now. Oh, and then knight e2, I think. You read out that knight to the king side, and this looks extremely scary. कहीं ना आई थिंक टाइम इज द ओनली सेवियर फॉर अर्जुन यहाँ पे भाई. आई थिंक अर्जुन ने रिस्क लिया है, बट कई बार ना ये रिस्क कभी ना कभी 10 गेम में एक बार बैकफायर करता है, दिस कुड बी दैट गेम. नाइट e2, नाइट f4, maybe bring the knight up. This knight can then go to h5. By knight h5 check would be deadly. And then knight can sit on f6. By literally black king के बगल में जाके बैठ जाएगा यार. This is crazy. सहज भाई आकाश वालेंगे स्टॉक नहीं नहीं भाई, सहज भाई स्टॉक नहीं करते भाई, सहज भाई स्टॉकर नहीं है. दांत मत दिखा भाई, दांत दिखेंगे बात करते हुए तो क्या दिखेगा भाई. आई थिंक दैट्स द मेन क्वेश्चन. कह रहे हैं जीएम हैंस नीमन ऊपर से, बताओ भाई सबसे ज्यादा दांत दिखा रहे भाई वो. बाद में ओके, आई थिंक यहाँ पे फुल प्रेशर ऑन अर्जुन. ही हैज टाइम ऑन हिज साइड, तो समय अगर बगल में हो तो थोड़ा कुछ हो सकता है. Aviman's accuracy is 99.9. Oh my god, that is crazy actually if that's true. Because I think he's played a marvelous game, but 99.9 is insane. And chat stream like करो भाई, let's get to 500 likes भाई. 500 लाइक पे एक मेंबरशिप मिलेगी भाई. कम ऑन है, जल्दी से भाई स्ट्रीम लाइक होनी चाहिए भाई. शो विदित गुजराती गेम भाई, विदित पे जाएंगे. आई थिंक वी जस्ट सॉ इट 2 minutes बैक. And coming to the Arjun game again, I think rook f1. I think blue arrow नहीं दिख रहा, but rook f1 is the move because I think black king के pieces now might come into the game soon. I think queen e7, maybe slowly but surely knight d3 if the queen were to move. So black को अभी attack करना पड़ेगा. If you don't attack black, then black can slowly bring more pieces to the defense. And then black, has some weaknesses. Pawn on g5 is hanging, for example. So he can strike back. यो टिकू व्हाट्सअप, कैसे है पेट्रोल भाई, हाउस डीजल क्या चल रहा है भाई, क्या रेट है. आप एनएम कैसे बने, बस भाई यार जादू टोना करके बन गए भाई. वाई नॉट किंग f6 भाई. ये कौन सा किंग है भाई जो f6, यू मीन क्वीन f6 आई थिंक. भाई देखो, एज द वाइट किंग राइट, यू वांट अटैक. आपके पीसेस डेवलप्ड हैं. You have a bunch of weaknesses. E5, G5 can be captured later by black. So Queen F6 के बाद, I think black will be so happy, bhai. Just like after getting a date on Valentine's Day, like super happy because I think now queens have been exchanged. And अब आराम से you can pick up all these pawns. B3 hanging है, D4 आ रहा है, bishop develop हो जाएगा, B6, bishop A6. So I think you don't want that situation जहां पे queens exchange हो. So white को queen board पे रखनी है if you want to win this game. 19 moves and no pawns have been traded in Gukesh's game. भाई तो अच्छी बात है ना भाई, जितना लंबा चलेगा उतना टाइम प्रेशर उतना मजा आएगा भाई। आप गजब ही हो, ट्रोल्स को सही हैंडल करते हो भाई। ट्रोल तो मैं खुद हूँ भाई सबसे बड़ा, तो क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है। कमेंट रीड करो कोई प्रैग्मेटिक गेम प्लीज भाई। आई थिंक जैसे ही साज भाई आएंगे वी लुक एट द प्रैग्मेटिक गेम, बट एज ऑफ नाउ नॉट मच हैज चेंज्ड ऑनेस्टली आई थिंक इन दैट गेम। सो अभी के लिए भी सिमिलर पोजीशन। हिंदी में बोलो, अरे भाई हम तो भोजपुरी में बोलने वाले थे, बट चलो हिंदी में बोल रहे थे भाई। टाइम कंट्रोल क्या? टाइम कंट्रोल इज आई थिंक इज 100 minutes for 40 moves, then it is 15
50.
minutes for 20 moves, and then it is 5 years for the rest of the game, something like that, right
भाई वो
Sajbhai?
लास्ट वाला जो 15 मिनट्स है ना, जो 60 मूव्स के बाद मिलता है, वो बहुत ही ज्यादा है यार।
भाई सच में यार भाई, if you literally are in a completely winning position you will still utilize that time, yeah, by force of habit कि भाई चलो है टाइम तो इस्तेमाल ही कर लेते हैं आई थिंक।
राइट, एब्सोल्युटली। सो प्रग के गेम पे जाना है।
हाँ चलो चलो चलो।
So this was the position. Bishop g4. By the way, best move played again. f3 and bishop e6. Again the best move by Ivan Zemlyanskii. भाई ये तो रिस्की लग रहा है प्रग के लिए।
भाई F3 जब खेलना पड़े तो आई थिंक द बिशप ऑन G2 ने अपना रेजिग्नेशन लेटर दे दिया है। ही इज लाइक भाई यहाँ पे मैं काम नहीं कर सकता, टॉक्सिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है, बिकॉज मेरे खुद के पॉन्स मुझे ब्लॉक करके बैठे हैं साज भाई।
एब्सोल्युटली। एंड ऑल्सो बिशप जी4 का पॉइंट किया था भाई, गोल्डन पॉन टच कराना था। दैट्स इट, लुक एट दिस। एक 2500 लाइक 2600 का प्लेयर इज प्लेइंग बिशप जी4 एंड वेस्टिंग अ मूव सिंपली टू प्रोवोक अ गोल्डन पॉन भाई।
भाई देखिए,
ऐसे
कैन
नहीं
वी लुक एट
कहता मैं।
विशालीज गेम फॉर अ सेकंड, बिकॉज द फिनिश इज ब्यूटीफुल भाई। पॉन्स या नाइट से कुछ मेट हो सकती है, किंग इज ऑन G3 भाई, ये कैसे हो गया? कैन वी गो टू द मूव्स?
Yeah, of course, of course. So this was a position. Knight f5 is where we stopped. E f5, bishop f5, logical. Bishop d5, king h8. Bishop f2, queen की check, king हटाया. Bishop takes, king takes. Knight f4, bishop f3, rook d8 by simple developing moves. Knight d2, queen check, mate in 6 है यहाँ पे. King g3, knight d3, queen f1 and queen d6. King h4 जाएगा तो g5 check. King h5 पे queen g6 mate. एक्चुअली नहीं नहीं, नाइट की मेट करते हैं ना, नाइट f4।
Wow. So that was a crushing victory by Vaishali with the black pieces. वो भी literally बोलते हैं ना कि ऐसे I know it lasted 22 moves, but I think it was lost literally on move number what? I think move number 12. So I think it must have been some opening preparation, some great tact calculation, and Vaishali does win. But can Prag win though, भाई? I think Prag की पोजीशन थी बढ़िया नहीं लग रही लेकिन।
स्विचिंग बैक टू द प्रग गेम, दिस इज द पोजीशन। भाई बहन तो जीत गई, अब
बचा
भाई
ओ।
प्रग को भी जीतना है। लेट्स गो, रुक c1 प्लेड।
Hmm. Yeah. I think knight b4, knight d4. Which one do we go for?
Both seem logical, but the engine seems to like knight to b4 more, probably because
Ah,
it was to keep
hit
an
the
eye
point.
on the b2 pawn. But yeah,
Hmm.
still some tough decisions for Ivan here.
Bro, what do you think about Gukesh's performance after World Championship and before, if you compare? Hmm. Good question actually. Sajay, what do you think?
आई थिंक परफॉर्मेंस उसकी सेम है, बट हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशंस 10 गुना ज्यादा हो गई हैं। दैट्स द डिफरेंस। ही आई मीन ही हैज परफॉर्म्ड, आई थिंक स्पेक्टेकुलर, आई मीन सिंस देन एज वेल, ही इज प्लेइंग एट द सेम लेवल। बट या हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन ज्यादा हो गई हैं।
Yeah. I think also जो run Gukesh का था 2024 में, like even Magnus would be proud of that run. Yeah, Olympiad gold, candidates win, World Championship win. भाई कुछ छोड़ा ही नहीं बंदा. So I think that was just amazing. But regardless, I think Gukesh का साल ये भी I think could have a great twist. I think so far it's been good. But maybe Prag has का better किया है थोड़ा. But going to the Arjun game, Sahaj bhai, because it's better for Arjun now. भाई
ओह,
कंप्लीट ट्विस्ट, एक ही चाल में एक रिलैक्स किया वाइट ने रुक B1 एंड इट्स ओवर। या अली बैक इन 1 मिनट साथ।
yeah, sure. So maybe not like comfortably better यहाँ पे chat, but I think yeah, he's not worse anymore, that's for sure. The best move is b6 for him to get his bishop out to a6. ये बढ़िया सा diagonal हमें मिल जाएगा। Probably because you want to get control of the d3 square. ये knight c5 पे इसीलिए बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे, ताकि ये d3 पे कभी कभी आ सके। उससे वो e5 पे प्रेशर डाल सकता है, e1 के रुक पे डाल सकता है, नाइट c1 भी मार सकता है। क्योंकि अगर आपने c1 का बिशप मार दिया तो क्वीन g5 वगैरह वाली चालें बहुत इजीली आपको दिख जाएंगी यहाँ पे। तो मे बी दैट्स हिज प्लान। I wouldn't say it's a very difficult plan for Arjun, because after something like b6 also, अगर आप rook f1 भी खेलते हो ना, तो मैं rook a7 खेल के rook left से pawn को बचा भी सकता हूँ. So it's a move that does more than one thing in the position. So yeah, Arjun's gamble works, looks amazing. I think good news for the Indian fans here.
या भाई अर्जुन का जीतना बहुत जरूरी है आई थिंक लुकिंग एट अर्जुन पराग who've dropped half a point if they want to qualify for the candidates via the Grand Swiss they have to win today. I think scoring 1 out of 2 would, of course Vidit won with 1 out of 2 last year, but he had like I think 4 5 wins in a row or something, which is not easy to replicate every single time. So I think uh, also remember ki Prag Arjun not higher seed honge, so maybe some people might be okay drawing them and might not push. And Vidit ke against, they might have pushed harder because they didn't expect him to win the event and then they lost. So I think win बहुत जरूरी है and 16 minutes है and I think because of the clock time I think Arjun आराम से निकाल देगा गेम।
I think so too. And by the way, Vaibhav Singh in the chat is saying Gukesh dropped from 2794 to 2760 performance has indeed dropped, Saj bhai. So I यहाँ पर ना मुझे मैं जब अभी एक टर्की में एक टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा था, and I spoke to a very experienced grandmaster. He was top 20 in the world at one point. Very very strong player. And मैंने भी उससे पूछा यार, मेरी भी ऐसे 2500 रेटिंग थी, अब 2400 हो गई है, I feel not the best about it because ऐसा लग रहा है कि performance नीचे गिर गया है। And he gave me a lesson which I think stuck with me and I think it applies to Gukesh as well, कि आपकी रेटिंग कम मैटर करती है, मैटर ये करता है कि आप एक उस प्लेयर को ऑन द गिवन मोमेंट हरा सकते हो कि नहीं। जैसे एक 2800 का प्लेयर, वेदर गुकेश वॉज 2794 और वेदर गुकेश इज 2760, अगर वो एक 2800 के प्लेयर के साथ खेल रहा है, जैसे मैग्नस हो गया, जैसे हिकारू हो गया, गुकेश स्टिल उनको हरा सकता है। एंड दैट्स व्हाट मैटर्स, दैट्स हाउ यू डिफाइन योर स्ट्रेंथ इन इन चेस। अभी अभी उसने मैग्नस को क्लासिकल गेम में हराया, तो आई मीन यू कैनॉट से दैट ही हैज हैड अ बैड ईयर। एंड इट वाज सच अ I mean, it was such a difficult game. I mean, it was 1 in a million type of a situation. जो मैग्नस को आज तक मैंने ऐसी पोजीशन में मैं हारते हुए देखा नहीं। कुछ तो किया होगा ना गुकेश ने, whether it's on the board, whether it's putting up all of those problems, for his opponent, but कुछ तो किया होगा ना उसने। So you have to give him credit for that.
Yeah, true. And I think rating is just an average of how well you play overall, not on the particular day for sure. And we have a lot of developments in the Gukesh game as well. If we can jump there, we'll come back to Arjun soon. After bishop f1, king to d7. So I think Black saw all those variations and he wants to develop his king first. And now again the best move, bishop to e3. I think ये f pawn को move करने का plan हो सकता है क्या साज भाई? Maybe आपके
Yeah,
opponent
yeah.
pawn को।
Exactly. You hit the bullseye here because even Vishy sir mentioned this, that White's like final plan is to push f5. अब वो कैसे कर रहा है, वो आराम से सब कुछ सेट कर सकता है अपने पीसेस, लाइक जैसे नाइट को g3 पे ले आया ताकि f5 पे थोड़ा सपोर्ट आ जाए, किंग को d2 पे ले आया ताकि रुक्स कनेक्ट हो जाए, बिशप को d3 से ऐसे एक्सचेंज कर लो, या फिर बिशप e2 पे रख के भी आप f4 f5 खेल सकते हो। So once you play f5 at the right moment, that's when Erdogmus will be in trouble. So I think Gukesh very comfortably better in this position.
Yeah, very interesting. And also, I think time will be a factor now, Chad, because it's exactly 1 minute per move for Erdogmus. 19 moves हुए हैं, 21 moves खेलने बाकी हैं और 21 ही minutes हैं. So he will have to play quickly and have to play well. So which game shall we go to, Saj by now? I think बहुत सारी games में, I think we could have a bunch of results, right? So Gukesh is better. Arjun is now better, and also it's a crazy time situation. Prag ki position, although it's calmer, but I think it's still quite interesting. Abhimanyu Vidit, of course, very interesting. Nihal also crazy, and he has played Queen f6. Let's go to Nihal's position maybe. Queen f6 played on the board, and the least likely result यहाँ पे है draw भाई. Draw तो नहीं होने वाला किसी भी एंगल से।
Yeah, for sure. I mean, unless वो repetition हो जाए, तो जो knight g2 bishop
हाँ,
h3 के
true,
बाद हमने
true.
repetition, तब draw हो सकता है। But अगर Hakobian यहाँ पे खेलता है, and he did play, like there was a repetition a bit earlier in the game, 12-13 चाल पे जब वो knight h5 knight f6 करके, तब Hakobian ने मना किया था draw को. He refused the draw. So maybe he's still in that zone. Maybe he still doesn't want to go for that repetition. If he doesn't, then it's anyone's game.
ट्रू ट्रू. एंड चैट जितने भी लोग अभी हैं यहाँ पे भाई, एक बार सबके सब लोग बता दो भाई, आज टॉप 3 प्लेयर्स में से जो हमारे हैं, इनफैक्ट लेट्स गो टॉप 4. लेट्स से गुकेश, प्रग, अर्जुन, विदित, उन 4 में से हमारे कितने पॉइंट्स बनने वाले हैं? सो आई वुड अज्यूम दीज 4 आर द फेवरेट्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ विनिंग दिस इवेंट, साज भाई. एंड देन कितने पॉइंट्स बनेंगे चैट आउट ऑफ 4? साज भाई, व्हाट्स योर गेस?
So Gukesh, I think wins. Prag, I think wins as well. Arjun,
वाओ,
I
रियली?
think wins as well. Prag, I think जीतेगा, I think. And
नाइस.
Vidit का, I think, I'm थोड़ा dicey लग रहा है मुझे Vidit का. I would
हम्म.
say 3.5 या 3. मतलब I'm not sure Vidit बचा पाएगा कि नहीं. It looks like a very annoying position to save for me. And also Vidit के 15 मिनट बचे हैं सिर्फ.
वो चैट भी 3.5 और 3 कह रही है यार. चैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक कि विदित शायद गेम बचा लेंगे. एंड मीनवाइल लोग कह रहे हैं गुकेश इज नाउ +1. लेट्स जंप टू दैट गेम इफ वी डोंट हैव इट. ओ, वी हैव इट. बिशप p3, किंग c7 प्लेड.
Yeah, I think not much has changed here. The same plan. You want to play f4 and bring the knight to g3, play king d2, and you want to push f5 at the right moment. So yeah, I think one of ये किस move order में आएंगे, I think that hardly matters unless black has some counter play on the queen side. कि king side पे तो आप कुछ touch कर ही नहीं सकते. अब g6 करोगे तो bishop खराब हो जाएगा. f6 करोगे तो यार, I mean I can just play f4 and it's the same result, because if you take it's the same as me taking on e6, you taking on e6 as well. तो कुछ फर्क उधर पड़ेगा नहीं. तो किंग साइड पे तो वो टच ही नहीं कर सकता. क्वीन साइड पे ही है, अगर कुछ काउंटर प्ले मिल जाए, मे बी एट b5 एट द राइट मोमेंट इज समथिंग दैट ही हैज टू बी केयरफुल अबाउट.
साज भाई ने टिपिकल दिल्ली के बंदे की तरह बोला, भाई वो तो टच ही नहीं कर सकता अपन को. क्वीन साइड दिल्ली में टच ही नहीं कर सकता तो भाई अपन को, ऐसे बोला रेडी टू गो.
अभी दिल्ली होके आया हूँ ना भाई, आई नो, आई एम फ्रेश.
हाँ. हाँ. Gukesh wins, Vidit loses, else draws. Very, I think Arjun का draw नहीं होगा. Also, I think Arjun might win that one. Time situation, yes, yes. So Arjun, let's say, wins. Gukesh wins 2. Parag draws, Vidit draws. I think I also will bet on 3 maybe.
3 out of 4.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's very fair. By the way, Hans making 2 very quick draws.
उसकी वीडियो देखी हैंस की इंस्टाग्राम
वीडियो
पे?
मैंने नहीं नहीं नहीं
Why?
अभी
He
तक.
had a video where he's like standing far away, not exactly in front of, like, let's say, imagine, let's say, one football field ka distance in front of like a huge castle or something. And then
हम्म.
he says, कैसल लिया है भाई लोग चेस प्रिपरेशन करने के लिए, मे बी मैं कुछ और चेस को आने दूंगा. भाई कैसल लेना क्या होता है भाई चेस प्रिपरेशन करने के लिए? ऐसे कुछ गाना, आई डोंट नो चैट इफ यू सॉ इट, इफ आई एम काइंड ऑफ मिसकोटिंग हिम मे बी, पर ऐसे कुछ बोला वो. सो आई वाज लाइक वाओ, अलग ही है भाई.
भाई क्रेजी. हांस नीमन चैट में ही बैठे हैं भाई. आप इतने ड्रॉ क्यों कर रहे हो इतनी जल्दी जल्दी?
बता दो हैंस भाई, क्या क्या रील थी भाई, मुझे तो समझाओ यार. By the way, Harika has also drawn, so that's one more result for us. Can we show the
यस,
final position, Saj bhai, एक बार?
हरिका की गेम में.
हाँ.
या जस्ट पुटिंग इट अप. Yeah, so 2 draws for Harika. This one against Salimova. Nargis. She, I think, was World Cup finalist, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous one. Not this one. In the previous one, she had a dream run. So yeah, very strong player there as well. Game to फटाफट मैं दिखा सकता हूँ. But yeah, last position is the one that matters. She had some advantage here, Harika. She went for queen b4, but she went queen d5 and वहाँ पे position बहुत जल्दी materialize हो गई. Okay, every piece just got exchanged super fast. And okay, the game ends in a draw. Maybe these
Yeah.
players are taking it a bit slower, yeah, ताकि उनको पता है 9 round का tournament है, तो conserve your energy. You don't have to, play for 4 hours, 5 hours every single game. I think it's a good strategy to have
या
in such events.
कई बार आपका ओपनिंग जो आपने प्रेडिक्ट किया था वो नहीं हुआ ओवर द बोर्ड, देन यू आर अ बिट वरीड, डू आई रियली वांट टू पुश इन एन ओपनिंग व्हिच आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, and you just kind of take the simpler route there. So I think Arun once mentioned कि I can guess my opponent's position, like opponent's final opening in like 1 out of 3 games. So you can imagine, yeah, 2 out of 3 games, the player has not looked at what the opponent is playing, at least in recent times. So
Hmm.
yeah, I think pretty fair. Draw is not a bad result at all. Of course, she will have to push at some point if she wants to qualify, but a draw is a decent result against Salimova. So going back, I think Gukesh ne move खेली है Sajbhai, and that's king to d2 as predicted, again developing that king. एंड या एफ पॉन रेडी है पुश होने के लिए. बिशप नाइट भी कह रहे हैं भाई हमें भी डेवलप करो, ब्रिंग मी टू जी3, ब्रिंग मी टू ई3, व्हाटएवर. एंड ये एफ पॉन बहुत जल्दी मूव होगा.
Yeah, absolutely. कोई भी pawn trade नहीं हुआ है. F4, F5 I think is on the horizon. Maybe you can also, like एक ideal, मैं ना black से जैसे एक normal कुछ rook a7 rook a8 खेलता हूँ ताकि white का plan समझ आ जाए. So rook a7, knight e2, rook a8, knight g3, rook a7, f4, rook a8. Maybe you play bishop e2 as well. Maybe you play like rook h2, rook f2. ऐसे दूसरा rook भी f1 पे ले आओ. And then you push f5 at the right moment. This is the ideal setup for white. ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक ने कुछ किया नहीं है अभी तक. ऑफ कोर्स वी आर नॉट इग्नोरिंग द फैक्ट कि ब्लैक के पास काउंटर प्ले मे बी थ्रू b5, बट आई एम जस्ट सेइंग अगर ब्लैक पास 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 बोलता है तो दिस इज द फाइनल पोजीशन दैट गुकेश शुड बी एमिंग फॉर. Once he gets this, he's completely winning. And
या
not much that he can do to sort of, stop this from happening.
या एंड विनिंग से याद आया, अर्जुन इज नाउ +0.7. लेट्स गो टू दैट गेम, बिकॉज धीरे धीरे से बोलते हैं ना, आई थिंक ही इज इंक्रीजिंग द एडवांटेज दैट ही हैज. I think B4 was a mistake from white. I think it's a sign of panic, Sahaj bhai. Would you agree?
Hmm.
कि आपका
Yeah.
मतलब प्लान फेल हो गया. Now you are like panicking कि भाई कहाँ से am I breaking through? I don't have time on the clock. And suddenly takes bishop a6, जो एक पीस था मेरा पैसिव, वो भी गेम में आ चुका है भाई. And
Yep.
this is
And now
looking
knight
really
d3 is
bad.
threatened. That's a very big threat on
Hmm.
the board. And bishop c4 खेल के आप bishop को activate भी कर सकते हो. Yeah,
Hmm.
I think looks pretty promising for Arjun. Also, let's not forget the time. There is a half an hour difference between these two players. 15 minutes for just 12 moves is a bit difficult to play, especially also for Haik, who's I mean also known to be a very fast player. But yeah, looks difficult.
हैंस नीमन हिंदी में गाना गा रहा है भाई. That's nice, nice to hear. साइंस में कौन सा फेवरेट हिंदी गाना है आपका? अगर आपको एक चूज करना हो, व्हाट्स योर फेवरेट सॉन्ग? विल हैव टू नो. बट मीनवाइल आल्सो बिशप d3 इज अ प्लान. मे बी बिशप कैन सिट ऑन g6, जस्ट डिफेंड दैट f7 वीकनेस फॉरएवर. सो अर्जुन हैज अ बंच ऑफ ऑप्शंस. 14 मिनट है वाइट के पास, सो आई एक्सपेक्ट ऑल्दो 12 मूव्स है. इट्स नॉट लाइक डिफिकल्ट टू रीच द 40th मूव, बट आई थिंक एक दो गलती और होंगी अभी वाइट से.
Hongi for sure. Queen f6 check is supposedly the best move here. Then you just take and take back with the pawn, king g6 and rook b6 marke. Are you a pawn up? Yeah, you're a pawn up in this position.
आई मीन बट या वो मुझे वो दो कनेक्टेड पास पॉन्स दिख रहे हैं सहज भाई, c6 और d5. If I manage to save those pawns, I think ये जो extra pawns हैं, f6, g4, h3, they will not account for much. And even the bishop pair will not save white, I think. So of course,
Hmm.
I think if it has to be done, it has to be done. But then you're not really fighting for an attack anymore. वो accept करना is very difficult.
Hmm. Yeah, so bishop a6, this is the position. It's not -1 yet. अभी भी उसको गेम्स के अभी भी कुछ if he plays rook d1 for example, still I'm seeing 0.5. Maybe my thing is a bit slow, but yeah, 0.5 दिख रहा है मुझे अभी के लिए. But yeah, it looks very difficult to play this as white, especially with 13 minutes on the clock. So Arjun winning is a very big possibility.
By the way, you have to commend Abhimanyu Puranik, 99.9 accuracy after 23 moves. He's just playing on as if he had no limitations. मतलब बोलते हैं ना, इंसान की limitations है ही नहीं उसमें अभी. He's just playing perfect chess. And now you can see how strong his pieces are. Bishop on d4, cutting across the king side and the queen side. Knight a7 coming to c6. Rook on c1 coming to c6. By the way, how are we saving both those pawns?
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. Wow. But
Why this
question
is
is, do you
gone?
want to go bishop takes e4, fe4, and then rook c6? That also looks quite good, no?
Yeah, but I would just keep it there. I mean, Black Knight के पास square क्या है? Because I can also take on d5 later if I want to, if the knight moves.
हम्म ऑल्सो
Although
10
Vici's
मिनट ही पड़े हैं
idea,
विदित के पास यार. 17 मूव्स विदित को खेलनी है.
I think this is looking hard for Vidit. He can save this. He has the ability, but आज Abhimanyu is in a different form altogether. 99.9 accuracy कैसे खेल सकते हो भाई?
Commendable, very commendable. And that too after keeping a 30-minute advantage over your opponent.
But I know I've cracked this thing before, but तब भी डीओ में एडमिशन नहीं मिलता भाई इस परसेंटेज में भी भाई 99.9 में भी इंडियन पेरेंट्स मस्ट बी लाइक अरे यार क्या यार शर्मा जी के लड़के को देखो भाई इसका डीओ में एडमिशन हो गया बट आई थिंक इट्स प्रीटी कमेंडेबल क्रेजी परफॉर्मेंस आई थिंक विद इट अंडर प्रेशर और कौन सी गेम है साज भाई जहां पे कुछ रिजल्ट मिल सकता है हमें
Oh, by the way, Nihal ke game mein, I'm just taking a look. Bishop f8 and knight g2 has been played. So now we will
वाओ
know if Jacobian accepts the repetition with king g2 or he goes knight h2 and continues the game. I think playing knight h2 is a very, very bold decision from the white side. Very bold decision.
Yeah, because I think bishop h3 allow karna. If after knight h2 we can take on h3, it's just incredible guts to allow that over the board. Because आपको पता है कि यार I'm going to be under attack for the next 5-6 moves. One mistake, I'm getting checkmated. And I have 30 minutes. I think I have more than my opponent, but it's still not enough. And
Hmm.
Nihal is, very fluent in these structures. I think Hakobian understands Nihal kaisa khelta hai, when there's no time on the clock in these crazy positions. So that might also play a factor here.
For sure. I was doing the stats for Chennai Masters like every single day I was looking at. जब भी निहाल का आता था ना हर प्लेयर के अगेंस्ट कम से कम 50 गेम होते थे उसके ऑनलाइन हर प्लेयर के अगेंस्ट तो he's a very experienced guy especially in the online circle so definitely he will know Thakobin will know who Nihal is and what his style is absolutely right for that.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I think we have a move in the Arjun game. Queen f6 checkmate. I think White is kind of backing down a bit. He realizes कि भाई गेम हाथ से निकल रही है टाइम टू पुट माई फुट ऑन द पेडल स्टॉप द कार एंड ट्राई टू बैलेंस इट आउट बिफोर इट क्रैशेस एंड क्वीन f6 प्लेड बट दिस डज मीन कि आई थिंक आपने अटैक की सारी उम्मीद पानी में डाल दी है बिकॉज क्वीन के बिना यहाँ अटैक नहीं लगने वाला एंड नाउ साज इज क्वीन टेक्स f6 फोर्स्ड हियर दैट्स द क्वेश्चन बिकॉज what if I don't want you to get the pawn to f6 because the pawn on g5 does look a bit more weak.
Yeah, but better to have a pawn on f6 than a queen on f6, right?
True. Okay,
लाइक
ये मैं सोचा नहीं भाई हाँ ये तो बात
बट
सही है
क्वीन
सही सही
बैठी
है
है तो भाई और तो बहुत डर लगता है कभी जी6 आ सकता है कभी कभी कुछ भी हो सकता है किंग के इतना पास but it
Yeah,
would be a bold king g8 is possible technically it is possible for him to play and it's not like a very like a bad move for black it's the second best move according to the engine at least so queen f6 king g6 and king g8 both are possible in this position but I think practically I think Arjun will go for queen
yeah,
f6 because he
yeah.
knows endgame में थोड़ा chance है उसके पास.
Yeah, true. Uh,
Bro, according to me, Gukesh will be best classical player after some time because in his game there is always something to play for. I mean, you are 100% right that Gukesh हमेशा एकदम slow game खेलता है ताकि वो एकदम लंबी game चलती है उसकी. He doesn't make a lot of exchanges, but it's like an ever long debate I think in chess. Now you're not talking about who's the best chess player. No, you're talking about what is the best chess style, and I think the आंसर इज कि भाई जो भी नई पोजीशन से ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल हो सकता है दैट्स द बेस्ट प्लेयर दैट्स द बेस्ट चेस स्टाइल जो भी आप अपने आप को एडजस्ट कर सकते हो किसी भी स्टाइल के साथ दैट वुड बी द बेस्ट प्लेयर अकॉर्डिंग टू मी ऐसे तो अर्जुन ऑल्सो हैज अ क्लेम टू दैट बिकॉज ही कॉम्प्लिकेट्स थिंग्स so quickly and you can see even against a 2650 player he was ready to get into a -1 position and it paid off so आई थिंक इट डिपेंड्स ऑन आपका स्टाइल कैसा है कोई भी स्टाइल अच्छा नहीं है कोई भी स्टाइल खराब नहीं है ऐसा नहीं होता इट्स अबाउट हाउ यू प्ले इट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे.
true. I think अभी के लिए I am wondering, Sahaj bhai, looking at all these games, Gukesh winning, Arjun winning, Prag, by the way, has equalized finally, I think. So black made a mistake, bishop takes c4, d takes c4, and knight d4. And now king to f2 completely equalizes. So maybe there is some hope here as well.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. He has a good chance here. मेरी मैगी पक्की है भाई. If he goes like, for example, King F2, if he goes Knight B3, A B3, Bishop B2 or something, already you're seeing Prag getting a slight advantage in the position. So because of the double bishops.
Hmm. भाई डबल बिशप का जो जादू है, आई थिंक एक्सप्लेन करना मुश्किल रहता है कई बार, बट इट
Hmm.
जस्ट मैजिकली वर्क्स एवरी सिंगल टाइम. स्टिल बाय द वे, no moves in the Nihal game, no moves in the Vidit game, no clear developments in the Divya game either. Prag game we're already looking at. Arjun game में Arjun is still thinking. Let's go to Gukesh's game maybe. I think knight b6 वहाँ पे उनके opponent ने खेला है. Uh, doesn't feel like a great square, but I'm assuming ये knight कहीं और जा, maybe knight d7 जा जाता है long term. Um,
Yeah, I
but
think he
again, let's
wants to just reroute the knight to D7 and play
yeah.
C5 और F6 इनमें से एक break ताकि कुछ कुछ सांस लेने की जगह मिले pieces को, because right now the black is very cramped.
Hmm. Anyone won in the second round so far? I'm checking. I don't think so. Anyone has won. भाई कितना weird है Sahaj भाई. We have like 100 games and no. Vaishali has won in the women's section, but open section में nobody has won so far.
Yeah.
After 3+ hours of the game starting, that is crazy.
Wow, 3 hours and no win. I mean, कल हमें एक दिखा था because but that was a one time wonder. Yeah, I mean we don't see that very often at this level. सिर्फ एक ही गेम है जहाँ पे एकदम लॉस है, and that's the I think the last board of this event, the 2200 player Olisa Tennyson. I think he's in a basically a lost position. I think that game might end the quickest, but बाकी सारे games fighting chess तो है भाई. Fedosey की भी winning है by the way. Fedosey is also winning.
Yeah, he lost yesterday. Yeah, so I think उनके लिए तो बहुत important game है आज. He wants to strike back also. I think Fedosiev is one player who could potentially qualify to the candidates. Like it would not be a surprise at all, and he
Hmm.
could create some upsets. So of course, as we will check out that game, the result at least at the end. Saj bhai, I think कौन सी गेम में जाना है, because I think हर गेम में कुछ ना कुछ होने लगा है. I think we are in that final moment before the time trouble phase hits. Let's go to Abhimanyu's game maybe, because he has played Rook C6 and Vidit plays King to F7 in just 10 seconds, defending that E6 pawn. But by A6 pawn का क्या?
A6 pawn तो मर रहा है भाई, but maybe I have rook a8 or something and I can hold the position down. But yeah, objectively the position is savable. दोनों sides अगर best चले चले तो, but time is a huge factor.
Hmm.
Abhimanyu के लिए भी he has to show some very very high level of conversion here to be able to win against someone like Vidit.
Why really? I think he's shown that so far. 99.9 is pretty awesome. But I think A6 मारने के बाद, what is the best chance Vidit has, Sahaj? Because I think logically, if I think about it, I think if I can play knight C6, push A4, I think I'm completely winning. So what is the defense? Rook A8, yeah?
Yeah, rook a8 and then you take on e4, pawn takes e4, and you're not really rushing. You can play a4 I guess, but you're not really rushing because knight defended है. मैं rook को कभी भी हटा सकता हूँ यहाँ से. But yeah, it's not super.
Ah, the
Yeah.
trick is, Sahaj, whenever you move the rook, I'm going to play E5 as black.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
that's
Let's
the
show it
hack, yeah?
actually. Let's show
Ah,
it. Let's show it. Rook c6 e5 because the bishop is now deflected. You can still play bishop c5, but
yeah,
it's gonna fizzle out into a draw. अगर bishop c5 नहीं खेलते तो आपका piece मर रहा है basically. So
yeah.
takes. Rook a7, rook d5, rook a2, rook e5, and rook e2, and okay, this is GG draw.
Wow.
Safe to say that if Abhimanyu goes for this, he'll be really unhappy. Yeah.
By the way, I think there's one crazy game we should have a look at, and chat, thanks for pointing it out. It is Ian Nepomniachtchi against Edis Gurel, another youngster getting crushed right now. And although crushed is a very strong word I use, because White King on A1 is like, bhai thoda हवा आने दो, खिड़कियां खोलो भाई, क्या हो गया है? But the Black King also, yeah, and the bishop on F7 is like the perfect chess piece, defending that pawn on A2 और ब्लैक किंग को भी अटैक कर रहा है भाई. वाह, क्या पीस है.
With some G6 ideas in the future. Basically, he's lost, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But let's say I
basically he's
pass
lost.
as black. I play h4. What's your move here, Saj?
Rook H1, no?
Ooh.
Queen h3 is just crushing.
Because
Queen
you
h
have if
Queen
you give
f5.
queen
Very
f5 check
important
also.
point. If rook a2, bishop a2, queen d4, you have queen c3 back.
True,
ये ना होता तो मेट हो जाती है यहाँ पे. So yeah.
true. So I think Ian Pimnachi, by the way, 46 minutes है उनके पास. Just to point out the time difference there, it's insane. Do you think if Ian took more time in general, he would become a stronger player, or do you think it would have no effect on his rating? Because he never thinks.
I mean, that's his instinct, right? I mean, he's a more instinctive player. I think it's not at least at his level, at his age, it is not best to change your best skill. Because then उसके कुछ drawbacks भी हो सकते हैं. So I think keep doing what he does and until it works, yeah.
So if my best skill is blundering pieces, I should not change it now. It's too late.
No, find a way to make it complicated. Find a way to find a way के वो blunder जैसा दिखे ना. And then you can play on that. अर्जुन के गेम स्टडी करो.
True. I think नाम आ ही गया है. तो let's go to Arjun's game एक बार कि क्या चल रहा है. Still no moves by Erigaisi Arjun actually.
He's debating whether he should play king g8 or not. वो सोच रहा है भाई.
Wow. That's surprising. So काफी interesting है यहाँ पे. And oh, by the way, let's go to Gukesh because he has pushed the f pawn, that committal move, right? Because my worry was, Sahaj, what happens on bishop e4? That's the only worry I had after f4. But it seems like it's not a great move anyways
Just
because
rook
they might.
h2
Yeah.
bishop d3 करके तो ट्रेड कर ही लूंगा ना मैं bishop. तो it doesn't matter bishop h7 पे e4 पे.
Also,
I
knight
don't think.
h3, knight f2, I think, just to kind of gain even more time
I
attacking
like
that
knight
bishop.
e2 knight g3 more because I want to play
True.
f5.
True. True.
Is
Knight.
Divya versus Gukesh possible in this tournament? No, I don't think so. Because Gukesh, I mean, Divya has lost her first match. Gukesh has won the first one. He's also winning the second one. Divya ideally would have to win like 5 or 6 matches in a row to catch up to Gukesh. Um,
And
या
even
फिर
Gukesh has
गुकेश
to
के
lose.
गुकेश
He has
also
to
has to
lose.
lose, yeah. तो possible नहीं, chances नहीं है उसके.
But also, Saj, by knight e2, there is bishop f3 in this position. Bishop e4 at some.
Rook h2, bishop
Let's say
e7.
bishop e7, knight e2, bishop f3. Is
मे
that
बी
a
bishop
problem or
d3
no?
पहले खेल सकते हो, but knight e2 पे bishop f3 है क्या? अच्छा अच्छा.
I was just thinking if that's a
Bishop
problem.
h I mean, you can still get f5. So as long as you get f5 comfortably, you're good.
So would you give that bishop on f? Would you give the knight on e2 for the bishop on f3, or do you think
Oh,
that's not?
Sahil bhai,
Uh,
sorry to cut you off, but look at this.
I
Oh,
said it, bro. I said it. Why? Let's go. Why? Let's go.
let's
भाई
go,
अर्जुन
bhai. Look,
एरिगेसी भाई क्या बंदा है भाई. King to g8. Wow.
leaving the queen on f6 is a bold, bold decision.
And now Queen d8 is a worse version in every respect because I think after Queen d8, Knight d8, let's say, Rook b6, there is Knight d3, I think, and the e5 pawn just falls, Bishop attacked, Rook attacked, everything attacked. So you
Hmm.
don't want to take. So now he's forcing White to basically play Queen h6, right? There's nothing else, I think.
Yeah, queen h6 is force played on the board.
Wow.
भाई अब थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे अब तो नाउ आई वुड बी थिंकिंग कि भाई यार क्वीन एक्सचेंज कर ही लेता है इधर.
Sahaj g6 आ रहा है भाई. So bishop d3 में भी. I will try to stop it.
Yeah, apparently you can still play g6. You can still play g6. Bishop takes g6 and g. और rook h4 आ रहा है.
भाई 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 गर्मी बढ़ रही है. But what about d4 now?
भाई ये चेस थोड़ी ना है. बिशप c6. नाइट तो टच नहीं कर सकते. रुक h4 में मेट हो जाएगी. तो रुक c8 जाएगा वो. नाइट d5 भाई टच करके दिखाओ. नाइट f6 मेट है. Then knight e4. But
Only move.
apparently only move. And rook takes e4 not possible because bishop takes e4 is a check. King h2 पे रखता तो this would have been over already. Then bishop b7 only move again. Then I'll tell you another only move black which is rook e7. मतलब your one rook is attacked and you're नहीं नहीं दूसरा भी ले ले. What is this?
भाई गलती मेरी है, मैं वो किंग जी8 मूव मुंह से बोल दिया ना,
भाई
किसी ने सुन लिया भाई।
अच्छा,
भाई
मेरे को
दिस
समझ आ
दिस
गया, मेरे को समझ आ गया, क्वीन H6 पे ट्रैप हो रही है, नाइट G3 नाइट F5 खेल के।
भाई पर रिस्की है ना भाई,
रिस्की तो
because
है, रिस्की तो है, आई
because the
एग्री, आई एग्री।
moves we saw, I think although I think playing g6 for white is not elementary, but I think if this happens g5, अगर g5 on the board आ गया and then rook h4 आ रहा है, and after d4 वो rook e7 rook c8 ये knight e4, these moves are not easy at all.
Yeah, but Martirosyan के पास टाइम कम है, maybe that's what he's banking on, that he's not going to be able to find all of this. Madman for a reason, exactly. कौन करेगा ये बोर्ड पे? कौन ऐसे कैलकुलेटर बिंदास खेलता है यार? It's insane. Also, like knight bishop c6 is one of the moves. You can also go knight e4, and now queen takes g6 check is happening. क्वीन एक घर दूर है किंग से।
भाई पता है ये जो क्वीन, ये जो किंग जी8 मूव है ना, ये कई बार जब तुम गेम में देखते हो तुम कहते हो हाँ, अगर खेलता तो कूल लगता बट नहीं खेलूंगा। ये ऐसी मूव होती है भाई, यू थिंक अबाउट इट लाइक हाँ यार कूल लगता बट टू रिस्की, एंड देन यू डोंट इवन कैलकुलेट इट एनी फर्दर। या जो g6 g5 रुक h4 ये तो मैं कभी देखता ही नहीं भाई, लाइक आई विल बी लाइक क्वीन h6 नो भाई टू डेंजरस। सो आई थिंक अर्जुन क्लियरली हैज लाइक गट्स ऑफ स्टील हियर। सो देखना पड़ेगा कैसे करेंगे वो। बिशप d3 इज द मूव वी आर कंसिडरिंग। एनी अदर ऑप्शन साज भाई?
No, then g6 is a very big threat. So maybe knight d3 is one of them that looks the most logical. But oh, chat, question for you. Question for me too, because I don't understand this.
Oh!
But question for you, ठीक है? Can you, if I gave you 10 guesses, just don't look at the, please don't look at the engine. If I gave you 10 guesses, would you be able to guess this move?
नहीं
I
होता
really
भाई।
don't think so. I
नहीं
don't
होता।
think so. I
आई
think it's
थिंक
impossible.
यू नीड टू फाइंड द आइडिया। आई थिंक आइडिया के बिना मूव नहीं मिलेगा, एंड
आइडिया
द
तो समझ आ
आइडिया
गया मुझे,
इज
बट भाई
क्रेजी।
कम ऑन, दिस इज इनसेन। नो, नॉट नाइट
भाई
F7, नॉट बिशप E4, नॉट बिशप D5, एनीथिंग
नो
एल्स।
रुक
बस
f1।
इंजन मत देखना यार, उससे स्पॉइल हो जाए।
Not even G6. Not
नॉट
even
इवन
G6.
G6।
No Queen H4. No Rook move. I mean, it could be Rook move.
किंग H2 भाई, सही सही रास्ते पे सोच रहे हो आप, क्योंकि इतनी क्रेजी चाल है। बट नो, नॉट नाइट E4, नॉट किंग H2, नॉट किंग H2। और कोई, और कुछ, बिशप D5, रुक F1, भाई नहीं निकाल पा रहा कोई भाई
भाई
चैट
chat को
ये।
देते chat. We'll give you 30 more seconds. Yeah, come up with the best
हाँ,
move. Come
सोचो
on, chat.
सोचो,
अब
बट
तक
इंजन मत देखना बस, ठीक है? बट दिस इज जस्ट फॉर फन। आपको एक्सप्लेन कर देंगे बाद में, बट इंजन मत देखना।
I'll give you a hint, ठीक है? आपको किंग तक पहुंचना है। कौन सा व्हाइट का पीस मैं उठा के पास रख दूं ब्लैक ब्लैक किंग के कि गेम खत्म हो जाए, और उस तक पहुंचने का आपको सही तरीका निकालना है भाई।
नॉट रुक F4, नॉट रुक E4, नॉट किंग G1,
Still
नॉट
no moves.
नो वन हैज फाउंड दिस इज सच अ क्रेजी क्रेजी मूव। आई थिंक इट्स
Rook
टाइम टू रिवील,
e4.
या आई थिंक शुड
Rook
आई रिवील
e4,
इट?
so close. So close. Rook e4, so close, chat. So close, but not exactly. Let's give 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds। बहुत लोग रुकी
एक
फोर
बंदा
लिख रहे
नहीं
हैं।
लिख रहा भाई।
Why this goes to show how crazy this move is, and I don't blame you, chat. I mean, this would not occur to me at all. बता देते हैं यार अब चाल, ठीक है? द मूव इज रुक टू D4। अब मतलब देखो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड कि दोनों रुक्स अभी भी अटैक थे। वो कह रहे हैं कि दोनों रुक्स अभी भी अटैक्ड है। आप नाइट से इसको भी मार सकते हो, नाइट से इसको भी मार सकते हो, बट आई एक्सप्लेन यू द आइडिया। द आइडिया इज कि इफ यू गो नाइट D4 तो ये नाइट F8 से अब बचा नहीं रहा है, तो यू कैन प्ले G6, FG6, क्वीन G6 चेक। अभी जो नाइट पड़ा था E6 पे, G7 से आके कवर कर सकता था, बट नाउ देर इज नो कवरेज हियर। इफ यू गो किंग H8, then bishop G5, bishop F6 check, and game is over. That's that's idea number one. So that's why you cannot go knight takes D4. If you go knight takes E1 instead, तो यहां पर ये रुक का जो आइडिया था, ये था क्वीन को पिन करना। तो नाउ यू कैन प्ले knight E4 with the idea of knight F6 check. And if you go
नाइट टेक्स।
D4, देन भाई अभी भी रुक D8 मारना जरूरी नहीं, आप G6 अभी भी खेल सकते हो, बट रुक
नहीं,
D8,
और या
रुक D8 एंड
इमेजिन
जस्ट
कि
G6।
in that position white black captures the rook on E1, after knight E4 captures the second rook on D4, and still he loses भाई, दोनों रुक फ्री के मारने के बाद भी।
Exactly, why knight F6 check? This is so crazy.
And Sahaj, Just to go back, after rook d4, the best move is actually queen e7. And question
भाई
for you, chat. What is the best move for white? Come on, bhai. अब तो तुम्हें आइडिया पता है.
साहिल भाई
Come on.
तुसी ग्रेट हो भाई
Bhai. Come
मान
on, bhai.
गए
Let's go.
ग्रेट फाइंड
One of the
ग्रेट फाइंड
craziest moves ever. This is one of the best moves. I mean, if it happens for sure, but I don't think it will happen. Yeah. Come on, chat. Come on. Come on.
It won't happen. I don't think. I really hope it doesn't happen and he doesn't find it because this would be insane. Not 94. Okay, yes, someone found it. Mohit, you are
Yeah.
absolutely correct. Rook takes d5. भाई Rook लो ना बिल्कुल लो ना यार आप लेना चाहिए Rook.
भाई
94
दोनों रुक हैंगिंग है. दोनों रुक हैंगिंग है भाई अभी भी.
दोनों भाई पिछली मूव पे तो यार कुछ इट्स लाइक आप कुछ कैप्चर भी नहीं कर रहे हो. आप रुक को उठा के जैसे खाली घर पे रख रहे हो ले भाई तो एक नाइट से हमारा तो दोनों नाइट से
भाई
तेरे को देता हूँ
इफ यू
चांस.
सॉ दिस मूव एंड यू हैड नो कॉन्टेक्स्ट, ऐसे आप साइमल खेल रहे हो कोई मूव खेलता आप कहते ब्लंडर. अरे भाई दिस इज व्हाट यू वुड थिंक क्या कि भाई क्या फ्री का रुक दे दिया है. सो आई थिंक गोइंग बैक व्हाइट हैज सम क्रेजी आइडियाज हियर. सो बड़े ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा अर्जुन को यहाँ पे.
Absolutely, absolutely. कोई कह रहा है Yagiz has made a mistake. Maybe we can take a quick look.
लेट्स गो. लेट्स
There
गो.
is this was the position f4 is what we were discussing. Knight d7, so it doesn't go for bishop e4 in this position. White goes bishop d3 as expected, takes, and he plays b5, which is an inaccuracy according to the engine. But Sahil bhai, I feel this is normal. Like you wanna find some counterplay, right? नहीं तो आप घर
या
पे बैठे हुए हो कुछ कर नहीं रहे हो.
I think दो ही ऑप्शन थे, b5 और f6. I think he had to choose one. He chose b5 and white को कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. I can just play f5 directly. या कुछ भी करने की जरूरत नहीं है. And if you take on a4, I can even take with the rook. I can take with the pawn. Both look okay. एक बार ये knight develop हो जाएगा ना, I think. I don't know where I move the knight. Maybe knight e2, knight f3, whatever. I think
नाइट
white is
एच थ्री
just
अब तो F5 का आपको पुश भी नहीं चाहिए ना तो अब नाइट ई टू खेल के F5 खेल दो फिर नाइट F4 पे ले आओ ताकि E6 पे भी
yeah,
प्रेशर आए.
true. And I think 17 minutes, 12 minutes also is a factor. 16 move pending hai. So I think Gukesh is looking great. Yeah, he's grinding it down just like a strong player should. Yeah, I think typical grind, long grind here.
I
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
really am impressed with how Gukesh always does this. Yeah, he always finds some crazy वो slow सा idea जहाँ पे opponent कुछ गलती कर देता है थोड़ा सा simplification होता है then he gets comfortable and then he just crushes you.
Yeah. And meanwhile, chat, let's get to 500 likes. Don't forget, अपनी membership छोड़ रहे हो आप लोग free की भाई. 150 like पड़े हैं. जल्दी से like कर दो भाई. जल्दी से. Let's get to 500 likes quickly. And do we have a move? No move from Arjun just yet. We are still waiting for his crucial move. No move in the Abhimanyu game apart from bishop e4 as well. Oh, Nihal game. Can you look at the Nihal game for a second? Because कुछ तो कहीं चल रहा है साज भाई.
Draw हुआ क्या?
नहीं
He
नहीं
plays
no
knight
draw.
h2.
Yeah.
Wow, bishop h3, bishop c5. We were predicting this knight h4, bishop e2, and now g4. So just to let everyone know, Nihal पूरा rook down है यहाँ पे, like खाली rook, and he's not lost. It's actually equal. The position is equal. ऐसा
भाई
कैसे
bishop
है? I
e2
have no idea.
was a slight mistake, yeah. Bishop e2, I think. And now g4
Okay.
is the best move. And I'm still not sure what the idea is, but only one move for white to even get a slight edge, that is rook fd1. Everything else, Nihal is better. I would say Nihal should be very happy with what he has then.
Yeah, 10 minutes also for his opponent. So tough situation. मैं देखो निहाल के लिए भी टफ है बट आई पर्सनली फील कि जब भी आपका टाइम कम होता है ना और आपका किंग पे कुछ अटैक होता है तो एक वो अलग प्रेशर आता है दिमाग में. तो आई थिंक हकोबियन के लिए ये थोड़ा ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट होगा टू फाइंड द राइट मूव बिकॉज ही नोज वन बैड मूव मींस ही कुड गेट मेटेड हियर.
Yeah, yeah. And I think pressure feel kar rahe hain. 10 minute. I think Nihal Sarin in the driver's seat as well. Let's do a roundup. Let's do a quick roundup of all Indians games we've seen so far, Saj bhai. So first of all, let's start with Divya Deshmukh against Alexander Donchenko. I think this one to me looks more like a draw. Maybe. What's your take on it? If you had to pick the result.
लेट्स जस्ट गो बिट डीपर. रुक d4. ओके b5 आ गया. b4 खेल दिया उसने. नहीं खेलेगा यहाँ पे. डॉनचेंको
खेलेगा ना?
खेलेगा खेलेगा
ठीक है.
खेलेगा
So
खेलेगा because this b3 pawn is
hmm,
a bit too far ahead. I can find a way to capture this pawn and play with the b pawn. तो yeah, I think थोड़ा सा advantage है डॉनचेंको को. So I will say he will play.
ठीक है, slight pressure, hopefully a draw. Next is Abhimanyu Puranik versus Vidit Gujrathi. I think वहां पे rook c6 था. He has taken on e4, the knight on e4, and now he's thinking about grabbing the pawn on a6. So what's your prediction for the result here? Chat तुम भी डालते हो साथ में भाई. Let's go.
Bhai, I think Abhimanyu will push this, but he has spent a lot of time here to play bishop e4, and now he's again thinking for quite some time here. So maybe a draw is a safer choice, but I still feel Abhimanyu has a pull here. By the way,
Got it.
Abhimanyu की accuracy bishop e4 के बाद ना 99.9 से 99.8 हो गई भाई. ये ना शर्मा जी के लड़कों से कुछ सीखते नहीं है. I mean, what is this?
Disappointing.
Disappointing. Huge disappointment right there.
Yeah. And next is Prag against Ivan Zemlyanskii. If we have a look, I think
Zemlyanskii.
काफी मूव्स आ चुकी है. लेट्स हैव अ लुक कि क्या पॉन मार दिया ब्लैक ने वहां पे. f4 बिशप पेयर से प्रग खेल रहे हैं. साज भाई, व्हाट्स योर टेक फॉर द प्रेडिक्टेड रिजल्ट?
Prag wins this. Prag will win this 100%. Double bishop versus bishop and knight. I told you जब वो पहली वाली पोजीशन थी ना, मैं तभी बोल दिया था आपको मैंने कि ये ऐसी पोजीशन Prag जीत जाता है. So I will say Prag wins. He also has a 7-minute advantage over his opponent. 14 moves to be played. तो some mistake chances are there. Black के लिए by the way rook d1 और rook d8 ढूंढना बहुत जरूरी है, नहीं तो advantage थोड़ा increase हो रहा है यहाँ पे Prag का. तो rook
And
d1
by
मार
the
के
way, one look at the Gukesh game. He has played f5. I think that was the plan, right? I think f5 was the best move. He has launched with that. So great for Gukesh. But now we should jump to the Arjun game. Sahaj bhai, look at the move he played. And white missed rook d4. He missed rook d4. Oh, wow. Golden opportunity, bhai. I think for white.
भाई
rook
ये
d4.
मिस कैसे हो गया यार? ये मिस नहीं होना चाहिए था भाई. वो बिल्डअप होना चाहिए था यहाँ पे यार g6 का.
But Arjun हारा था, लेकिन ये
Wow.
भी है ना?
Wow. Chat, I don't know if you remember this. We were just looking at rook d4. What a crazy move it was. And why he missed it. G6 blunder. Still better though. Still better for white, but big blunder.
Yeah, and now the knight can go to g7 after a check. So still anybody's game. Sahaj bhai, यहाँ पे क्या prediction है? Queen g6 only move, of course. Knight defend करेंगे. Let's go queen g6 and knight g7. उसके बाद what can be white's next move?
Bishop g5, I'm guessing to go bishop f6 or bishop h6 is another move. I like bishop g5 more क्योंकि भाई यार रुक्स को बचा कौन रहा है, लेकिन मेरे को ये समझाओ आप. कौन बचा रहा है इनको? सो बिशप g5, queen d7. Apparently I'm supposed to go rook d4 and knight e1 मैं नहीं
Again?
मार सकता यहाँ पे.
Oh,
भाई
again, yeah?
knight e1, there is bishop e4.
Wow, भाई, there is same tactic. ये rook d4 क्या move है भाई? What a move!
12 मिनट पड़े Martirosyan के पास. Maybe he doesn't see it.
Bhai, he
Maybe
doesn't see it. There is no way. Chat and Sahaj bhai, yes or no? ठीक है, no explanations. Will Haik Martirosyan find rook d4? That idea in any variation today? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I think so. Because knight g7 पे चले जाएगा तो रुक मर नहीं रहा फिर d4 पे, इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ.
अच्छा,
So after queen g6, knight g7, you can play rook d4 because मर नहीं रहा यहाँ पे अभी.
स्मार्टवेयर इनसाइट्स ने कहा है इम्पॉसिबल. भाई स्मार्ट बंदा है, क्लियरली नाम में लिखा है, तो आई हैव टू ट्रस्ट हिम. आई विल आल्सो गो विद नो, बट 11 minutes for now.
You'll go with no.
What is he thinking about?
You'll say no. That he
Yeah,
doesn't
I
find
think he
rook
won't
d4.
find it. He won't find it.
Oh, okay. Tricky.
What is he thinking?
I'm not sure. Yeah, queen g6 तो forced ही है इस position में. What else can you play?
Apparently, there is rook b6 as the second move.
भाई सर दर्द हो रहा है. अब मेरा सर दर्द हो रहा है यार.
If queen b6 is a draw, because queen g6 check.
Knight
And
g7
if
and knight d5, yeah?
knight d5, and it's some sort of only move is rook e6 now, by the way. So
मेरा सर दर्द कर रहा है भाई. Rook e6, knight f6, rook f6, ef6, knight f2 check, king h2, queen c7 check, king g1,
King g1.
knight check, bishop h3, queen g3. भाई तो चलता जा रहा है गेम.
हाँ,
But
देख
yeah,
लिया था मैंने
it's a
actually, but I
repetition.
didn't like कि the queen is so close to my king. I saw that, but I think it's not that.
Oh, very nice.
Bhai,
Shots
I
fired
think,
right there.
but I think फिलहाल के लिए I think he might be considering that option, by the way. Definitely not, definitely a choice. Rook pieces के बाद, I think if that does happen, I think knight takes e1 is the move for black. So there is one problem with rook takes b6. So ये बहुत crazy game है, Chad. I think mistakes could happen any second. The fact that the players have an accuracy of 88 is very impressive in this, tipsy-turvy game.
एग्जैक्टली फॉर श्योर. सो FG6 के बाद सोच रहा है अभी वो क्वीन G6. आई थिंक फोर्स. आई एम नॉट श्योर क्वीन G6 जैसे चाल पे आप क्यों सोच रहे हो कि दिस ये तो खेलना ही है आपको, इसीलिए तो
Yeah.
G6 खेला था.
And also time बहुत कम. 9 moves, 9 minutes. Tricky.
Why D4 is it's not D4, Priyanshu, it's Rook D4 that we said. This Queen G6, Knight G7, and Bishop G5 attacking the Queen, Queen D7, and then Rook D4 is best. Because you want to play Bishop E4 and your Rook say Queen pen ho rahi hai, even though your Rook is hanging on E1.
Basically
But this
आपको
is
ब्लैक किंग तक पीसेस लेके जाने हैं. एंड वो e4 स्क्वायर इज द स्क्वायर यू नीड टू ट्रांसफर दोस पीसेस. तो
this
हम
is
पहले
like
पॉन को पिन कर रहे हैं और फिर बिशप e4 या नाइट e4 खेल रहे हैं भाई.
absolute chaos is what how I would
Yeah.
describe. I mean, this is कोई अगर ये पोजीशन दिखाएगा ना बोलेगा किसका गेम है. आई मीन 1000 में से 1000 लोग बोलेंगे ये अर्जुन का गेम है. मतलब एक प्लेयर ऐसा नहीं होगा
Oh,
who will
mistake!
shout.
A big blunder by white. Rook to f1 and now rook a7, the only move, and it is winning for Erigaisi Arjun.
भाई अर्जुन को ना स्टडी करना चाहिए मेरे भाई. लाइक आई डोंट नो हाउ ही डज इट. आई डोंट नो वेयर ही गेट्स द करेज टू प्ले सच चेस. आई मीन ही शुड बी स्टडीड भाई. उसने कुछ
भाई हम
क्रैक किया, उसने कोई कोड क्रैक किया है, बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको अर्जुन ने.
भाई हम जादू को स्टडी नहीं कर पाए, अर्जुन को क्या करेंगे भाई. बड़ा रुक a7
यार
कम ऑन भाई जल्द.
अर्जुन तो प्रूव कर रहा है यार कि दिस इज लाइक एविडेंस.
And chat, just to point out, rook a7 का idea main है. If we can have the rook on a7, you kind of have that defense on the second rank, right? आपके king के पास एक piece है. अगर अब आप queen g6 check देते हो, I will not defend with the knight, I will defend with the rook. And there is no more checks, and your rook on b4 is just hanging. So rook a7 is a very impressive move, but can he find it though is the question.
एक एक मैगी हो जाए साहिल भाई.
Rook a7 पे?
हाँ.
You are saying he finds it?
100%.
अरे of course he finds it.
मेरे
भाई. ये
दिमाग
तो
में एक पैसे का डाउट नहीं है कि इल्क इज नॉट गोना फाइंड रुक ए7.
तो अगर आप मुझे 1:10 odds दोगे तो आई कैन थिंक अबाउट इट भाई.
चलो डन. दे रहा हूँ.
भाई मैं
दे रहा हूँ 1:10 का देता हूँ. चलो
चैट लू की नहीं लू, यस या नो भाई बताओ. 1:10 odds. देखो मैं 12 मैगी पे हूँ, एक मैगी हमने बेट अलग लगाई हुई है. जल्दी बताओ, शायद टाइम नहीं है. राइट टेक दोस odds.
भाई रुकी 7 जो कह रहे हैं ना, दिस इज अ गुड मूव बट आइडियली यू ऑलवेज वांट टू मूव द रुक दैट इज नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग. लाइक तो रुक 8 पे ना एक फालतू में एकदम एक कोने में पड़ा हुआ है, घर पे बैठा हुआ है. दैट्स व्हाई यू नीड रुक ए7 एंड रुक G7.
ठीक है भाई, आई टेक द बेट भाई. 10:1
यार
is
वो
pretty good odds. I'll
जतिन
take it.
भाई ने मुझे कॉल आउट कर दिया, कह रहा है आज फिर से तू 100% बोल रहा है. यू आर राइट भाई, 100% नहीं बोलना चाहिए था मुझे. यू
ठीक है भाई.
100% नहीं बोलना चाहिए.
भाई अगर मैं जीत गया बेट तो मेरी 12 से 22 मैगी हो जाएंगे भाई. 22 मैगी हो जाएंगे. Okay, Nihal Sarin is apparently winning, by the way. Oh my God, let's jump quickly. Something has happened horribly for Aram. Hakubian Aram नहीं मिल रहा है position में, because G4 के बाद Rook FD1, the best move was played. Queen G6, tricky move, and now Queen C4 was the only move, but Knight F1 is a big mistake, completely missing the main idea. Queen takes C4.
Wow, Queen E4, Queen G2, mate in one threatened, and what did he miss? कुछ मिस किया भाई. थोड़ा आगे जाते हैं. Queen E7, Queen E4, Knight E3, defending the G2, Knight F3 check,
Yeah.
Bishop F3 तो forced ही है. King को कहीं रखोगे
हाँ.
तो discovered
And
check आ रही है. तो
GF3.
GF3. But what's the plan? खेल दिया उसने. अरे let's go.
Yeah! 95 खेला उसने. Let's go.
95 खेला
10,
उसने.
95, 10 Maggies. Boom, chick, chick,
अबे
luck,
यार.
boom, chick, chick, luck, boom, chick, luck. Why? 22 Maggies in the bucket, bro.
अबे
22. Let's
यार.
go. भाई
ये ना
अब
मैं
आया
अर्जुन
मजा.
से वसूल करूंगा. अर्जुन से वसूल करूंगा मैं. अर्जुन को बोलूंगा भाई देख धोखा दिया तूने मुझे. नाइट रुके 7 नहीं खेला तूने.
चैट भाई
यार
आई थिंक.
प्रोड्यूसर साहब ने भी ना जब बताया तो ऐसे बताया कि आई थॉट कि मैं जीत गया.
चैट भाई आई थिंक एक मैगी तुम्हें मेरी तरफ से बनती है भाई. जब भी साथ में देंगे तो आई पास इट ऑन टू यू. बाय द Rook D1, another slight error. I think the idea is similar. जो rook d4 का था. But it's weird, right? He first goes rook f1, then goes rook d1. Like white is unsure of the plan.
Yeah, knight takes d5 का plan है, I think that's why you put the rook on d1 instead of e1. But still rook a7 is the best move. Still rook
अब तो
a7 is
मैं
the
जीत
best
गया
move.
भाई, अब मैं खुश हूँ भाई, मैं रिटायर हो सकता हूँ भाई. 10 मैगी मिल गई.
भाई यार,
22 मैगी.
अब लोग मुझे ट्रोल कर रहे हैं 100% बोल के. भाई अब ना, अब से मैं 100% बोलना ही बंद कर दूंगा. आई से 99.73%. दैट इज द स्वीट स्पॉट. दैट इज द वन दैट वर्क्स. वी नो दिस.
नहीं मोहित भाई, वो तो जीतेगा अर्जुन भाई. साथ में 10 मैगी मुझे देखे गया है भाई. बंदा एक तीर से 11 निशाने भाई. दैट इज अमेजिंग. And meanwhile, I think knight e4, bishop e4 ideas again in the air, so have to be careful. Knight d5, bishop, and Rukeshan played. Sahaj भाई
यार
एक
ये
चाल
क्या
लेट.
है? ये क्या है अर्जुन? व्हाट इज दिस? एक चाल पहले खेल देता यार. अच्छी खासी मेरे को मैगी मिल रही थी यार. देख तो
सहाज
लिया था
भाई.
उसने, आइडिया आइडिया देख तो लिया था उसने, लेकिन ऐसी ऐसी बात नहीं है.
By the way, you know what the only move for white is? It's knight takes d5.
Ooh.
That's
Knight
the only move.
d5, cd5, rook d5, attacking this and this. You go queen f6, bishop b2, pinning the knight. Black goes knight f7. You take bishop f6. Black goes knight takes h6. अब पॉन 3-3 है और अर्जुन के पास एक नाइट ज्यादा है. स्मॉल, जस्ट एक स्मॉल चीज जो ऐड करना चाहूंगा, पीस ज्यादा है बस.
भाई पर इतना इक्वल क्यों है भाई ये? ज्यादा कैसे है? ज्यादा इक्वल कैसे है फिर ये?
ये मर रहा है ना, b6 मर रहा है, h4 भी मर रहा है शायद.
वाह.
तो नाइट से अकेला जीतना मुश्किल होगा, बट यार ये होल्ड करना ज्यादा मुश्किल है.
चैट, आई थिंक दिस गेम इज जस्ट अ ट्रीट टू वॉच भाई. जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई. 500 लाइक होने चाहिए. कम ऑन चैट, जल्दी से.
साहिल भाई, ये आपके चेहरे पे एकदम बढ़िया सी रौनक आ गई है अब,
भाई रौनक की गेम में क्या चल रहा है भाई? तुम्हें देखा नहीं?
लेट्स चेक. रौनक ड्रू ऑलरेडी अगेंस्ट मैक्स
Oh, okay,
वार्मरदाम.
okay, 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 okay. फिर ठीक
Already
है,
game
फिर ठीक
finished, so he's on 1 out of 2, both games drawn.
है. So chat, let's check out the Gukesh game once, maybe,
Yeah,
just for
we are
2 seconds
here.
and come back to Arjun. So
एक
I think
सेकेंड,
हमने देखा. हाँ.
ये क्या हुआ? वेट वेट, पॉन कैसे कम है गुकेश का? c4
है.
bc4 नाइट b6 नाइट c4. पॉन कम नहीं है, बट ये c3 का पॉन घटिया लग रहा है.
c4 takes knight b6.
सो नाइट f4 खेलना जरूरी है इसको.
But still looks good, no?
रुक a6, fe6, fe6, नाइट g6, रुक g8. कुछ तो बिशप c1 खेलना है यहाँ पे. अच्छा, बिशप ट्रैप हो रहा है भाई. बिशप f8 का ट्रैप हो रहा है. यू कैन सी दिस.
Oh!
नो स्क्वायर्स इफ यू प्ले बिशप c1. नो स्क्वायर्स फॉर द बिशप. देन यू हरास इट विद रुक f1 एंड रुक f2, एंड बिशप मर जाएगा.
Wow. Wow. Okay, but that's not easy to see. It's possible he misses this. So there
सहज,
is
व्हाई
still.
नाउ रुक ए7 इज नॉट दैट पावरफुल देन प्रीवियसली? आप अर्जुन के गेम की बात कर रहे होगे. दैट्स बिकॉज जब नाइट d3 पे था तो वो b4 के बिशप को, रुक को अटैक कर रहा था, b4 के रुक को.
Hmm.
तो वो ज्यादा अर्जेंसी थी पोजीशन में. आप 95 वेट कर सकते थे. अब 95 के बाद कोई थ्रेट नहीं है पोजीशन में, प्रॉब्ली दैट्स व्हाई. बट ही स्टिल अ लॉट बेटर. अभी भी जीत सकता है, बहुत
Yeah.
अच्छा चांस है.
Prag winning nahi hai. I think he's slightly better chat. By the way, we have huge up is the Abhimanyu Vidit game. What happened there? Vidit has somehow completely equalized. भाई
यार
गए
लग ही रहा था
एडवांटेज
मुझे.
पानी में.
मुझे लग ही रहा था एक्चुअली अभिमन्यु एंड विदित might actually end up in a draw. Okay, so this was the position. He took bishop f6. That was an inaccuracy. Gf6, e3, and knight c3. Great move by Vidit there. Putting a clamp, I think, on the pieces here. Probably the plan is like up knight c6 खेल के आप knight को हटा नहीं सकते, because if you play this, I take and I take your pawn on a2. So by playing knight c3, he puts pressure on the a2 pawn. I'm guessing if I play a3, you should go knight b1, yeah? Same idea. If you play knight c6, I take and I take on a3.
साथ में what about knight b5?
तो रुके फा मर रहा है ना उधर.
नहीं नहीं, instead of knight b1, knight b5. भाई पिंड है ना भाई.
रुक बी फाइव रुके. भाई मैं इसमें जाऊंगा क्यों यार? फिर
हाँ
रुक
हाँ.
एंडिंग है, पॉन डाउन हो, फिर
ट्रू
इसमें फालतू में
ट्रू
क्यों जाऊंगा मैं?
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
बट या
आई थिंक
क्रेजी
बट
मूव.
very happy for with the Vidit will be very happy, I think, there कि भाई चलो बच गई. And going to Nihal's game quickly, I think we have a few moves. Knight f3 check on the board.
Let's go. Okay, so knight यहाँ पे थे हम, knight f3 check पे, and we were looking at bishop f3 gf3. He has found it. He's a full rook down, but he's winning.
Wow, wow. gf3 played. ओ बाहर नीचे चाहता है ना भाई, कि इतना अच्छा लगता है यार अपने फेवर में. ओहो, इट्स जस्ट अ डिफरेंट फीलिंग.
Witty alien quits content की सच है क्या?
आई डोंट नो, बट व्हाई? व्हाट्स द रीजन?
Why would he do that?
मे बी इट्स जस्ट अ प्रैंक. या आई हैव सीन, मैं तो कई क्रिएटर को ये भी बोलते हुए सुना है कि वो चल बसे तो ऐसे. आई डोंट नो इफ इट्स अ प्रैंक और नॉट. होपफुली नॉट. वुड लव टू सी एवरीबॉडी क्रिएट कंटेंट. गुकेश ब्लेंडर नहीं है रे कुणाल भाई. गुकेश का ब्लेंडर यही है कि भाई ही इज नॉट विनिंग ऑलरेडी. कि चैट ऐसे स्कैम कर सकती है हमारे साथ.
Hmm.
And doesn't get paid properly. But who is supposed to pay him though? I think creator का वही problem है ना भाई. It's not easy to get paid. Prag winning, by the way. Oh, Prag winning. Really? Let's look Prag's game. Okay. Oh, Prag is close to winning, Sahaj. Oh my God, I'm going to lose one Maggie. Oh
चल
no.
भाई
I'm going
यार,
to
रहने
lose
दो.
one Maggie
शर्म करो,
after
शर्म
winning
करो.
10. After
भगवान से
winning
डरो.
10. Oh no, the depression of losing one Maggie after winning 10. Sahaj bhai, it दर्द
चल
होता है
सिंगल
Sahaj bhai
डिजिट पे
दिल
तो
में.
आ गए, सिंगल डिजिट पे तो आ गए. आई स्टिल सी दैट एज अ विन भाई. इस टूर्नामेंट में ना कम से कम 2 3 10 वाली होनी चाहिए, ताकि मेरे को वसूली का अच्छा सा मौका मिले. जस्ट सेइंग इट राइट नाउ.
नहीं नहीं नहीं. आई थिंक मैगी में अभी हमें 50 मैगी लेके जाना है Sahaj भाई. आई थिंक लास्ट टाइम व्हेन यू वन अगेंस्ट मी तो आप 30 40 लेके चले गए थे. मुझे याद नहीं कितना था. बट
आपने
वो
थोड़ी ना,
रिकॉर्ड.
आपने तो कुछ भी नहीं दिया था उसमें.
बट राकेश को दिया मैंने भाई. वो हो गया था. वो
भाई
पार्टिसिपेशन से हो गया
राकेश
था.
राकेश ने मुझे दिया ना, आपने थोड़ी ना दिया.
हाँ, बट मैंने राकेश को दिया तो
भाई
पार्टिसिपेशन से
एक
हो गया ना
शगुन
भाई,
तो बनता है
इनडायरेक्ट.
ना, एक शगुन. भाई यार आप
हाँ,
मैगी से
शगुन तो बनता है.
स्पॉन्सरशिप क्यों नहीं लेते यार? मैगी को बोलो ना इसको स्पॉन्सर. कितनी बार तो मैगी बोलते हैं स्ट्रीम पे.
अवध भाई यार, लेट्स गो भाई.
अवध भाई को बोलो यार, कुछ करें. मैगी हम कितना करते हैं, हम
हाँ यार, इतना
स्ट्रीम पे
इतना तो
मैगी
हमने
खाएंगे यार.
इतना इतना प्रोमो तो हमने कर लिया ऑलरेडी भाई. हमें तो एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट मिलनी चाहिए. बट एनीवेज,
एग्जैक्टली.
आई थिंक गोइंग बैक, आई थिंक बिशप यहाँ पे करंटली प्रग की पोजीशन बढ़िया लग रही है. टाइम पे भी आगे हैं. बिशप पे लुकिंग ग्रेट. नाइट ऑन ए5 लुक्स तन्हा अकेला कोने में. सो लेट्स गो बैक टू द गेम ऑफ गुकेश. कुछ लोग कहते हैं ब्लंडर किया है बंदे ने, बट बिल्कुल बढ़िया चाल के लिए. ही फाइंड्स नाइट टू f1. थिंग्स लुकिंग अमेजिंग फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
एब्सोल्युटली. नाइट g6. Vantika's game. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. We can quickly switch there. Going to Vantika's game. Ooh, she's playing Asab Baeva.
But I
She
think
is
this is
the
okay.
Sahil bhai. Was this the player who played in the freestyle?
Yes, I think so. Bibi Sarathi,
This
yes.
was her, right? Bibi Saraya.
I think game is quite dull though, Sahaj
ये
bhai.
तो
I think
डल
this
सी
is like
गेम है, और 40 सालें हो
let's
भी
go
रही है
back.
ना यार. 40 सालें हो गए तो यार.
Let's go
मतलब
back.
बचा लेगी ये तो, आई थिंक. बट या गुड फाइन, गुड फाइन. बताते रहना आप, ऐसा कुछ मिले तो आपको.
And knight f4, so Gukesh cruising. Let's jump back to the Arjun game. Simon, 95 on the board by Haik Martirosyan. The game is not yet over.
यार ये इसी चीज का डर था मुझे. ओ जो पूछ रहा था बाय द वे, पहले रुके 7 पहले क्यों नहीं, बेटर क्यों है? क्योंकि नाइट d3 पे भी होता तो नाइट d5 का थ्रेट नहीं था आपके पास. इन नाइट d5 खेलने के बाद वो एक्स्ट्रा टेम्पो मिला. आपने पॉन मारा है बट आपको एक एक्स्ट्रा टेम्पो मिल गया बेसिकली नाइट d5 का.
Ooh, this is very interesting. A last ditch effort. Yeah, I think एक और bad move and it would have been over. Um, it feels like Arjun still has a few problems to solve, unfortunately.
या
Chat, but एक चीज
एब्सोल्युटली.
साज भाई, एक चीज है लेकिन आज का दिन looks much better in the current situation. Just to point out, chat, Gukesh is winning, Arjun is better, Prag is much better, Puranik Vidit is a draw, so Nihal is winning, Divya is equal, Leon is winning, so things looking great for Indian players today as compared to yesterday. Ronak also drew, so nobody is somebody even losing.
ओ रुक d5 प्ले, टेक्स. एक्सप्लेन रुक d7 फॉर अर्जुन. भाई रुक नाइट मर रहा है ना, तो हाँ नाइट मर रहा है ना यार. और
Otherwise,
मे बी
one
यू
minutes
मेंट
for
इन अ
night.
डिफरेंट पोजीशन.
Oh. Wait. Oh, Erdogmus has 2 minutes actually. 2 minutes for 9. I think it's yeah. It looks lost for Erdogmus also. Yeah, it just looks very bad.
By the way, a lot of people are saying in the chat to check out Leon's game, who's playing against Elyanov Pavel here. He's
Hmm.
also on half out of one, so जीतने के बाद 1.5 point पे आ सकता है. He's in a completely winning position with the black pieces.
भाई हैंस यून हमारे मजे ले रहे हैं 1K व्यूज में स्पॉन्सरशिप चाहिए इनको भाई 1K कैमरा के बिना है ना भाई दैट्स नॉट बैड भाई दैट्स नॉट बैड कैमरा होता तो भाई कम से कम 1.5 के 2K तो होती फिर अब मैगी खाने के लिए कैमरा थोड़ी चाहिए मैगी खाने का तो कनेक्शन जो है भाई कितना है वो हो सकता है भाई ट्रांसलेट्स
भाई लगता है आप कैंडिडेट्स में देखा नहीं आपने हमको. कैंडिडेट
सही
से ही
में
तो शुरू हुआ है ये मैगी.
कार्तिक लूजिंग अगेन टुडे ओके we'll come back to that soon लियोन्स पिक्चर आई थिंक वो थोड़ी पुरानी पिक्चर है
Hmm.
बट या
But yeah, he seems to be doing well. He's completely winning. He's an exchange up. King thoda sa unsafe hai. White ka bhi unsafe hai. We can just go rook g8, rook g4, and just the game is pretty much over, I would say. And also, Eliano won 1 minute, and he has 13 moves to make in this game.
बाय द वे लेट्स जंप टू निहाल बिकॉज वाइफ ने कहा निहाल भाई क्वीन एक्सचेंज करेंगे क्या उन्होंने कहा भाई नहीं भाई आज बोर्ड नहीं है सो क्वीन टू H7 बेस्ट मूव प्लेड बाय निहाल सरीन आई थिंक मल्टीपल आइडियाज आई एम गेसिंग बिशप G2 क्वीन H1 तो है ही है इवन अदर्स देयर बट व्हाट कैन वाइट
Bhai,
डू
rook e8, rook e6, rook g6.
बट रुक D5 प्लेड
Rook d5 plate. मेरा आइडिया अभी भी वही है भाई. Rook e8, rook e6, rook g6. Simple.
भाई वाइट की बेस्ट मूव दिखा रहा है बिशप E7 आफ्टर रुक E8 व्हाट
यही करना पड़ेगा. ओ अच्छा, रुक भाई, रुकी 7 के बाद देयर इज क्वीन टेक C6 ना.
Oh my God, can we show that?
या बट इट्स स्टिल विनिंग.
Oh,
इट्स स्टिल विनिंग फॉर निहाल. यू कैन स्टिल प्ले क्वीन H4 एंड विन दिस गेम. दैट्स हाउ विनिंग ही इज.
can we show BC6 Rook D8 mate? भाई क्या सुंदर मेट है भाई.
BC6 rook d8 and the queen is the
Wow.
problem here, क्योंकि कोई escape squares नहीं है हमारे पास. But yeah, not happening, of course. I think Nihal might win this super fast.
Wow. So crazy position. 2 minutes है by the way. Where? Oh,
Prag's
Prague is
board.
completely winning. Oh,
Ooh.
blunder by black. Rook C7, a big mistake. C5 completely winning for Praggnanandhaa. C5
Wait,
के बाद अगर हाँ सच भाई.
that's a piece.
Yeah, that's a free piece. What just
Oh,
happened?
that's a free piece. What? Yeah, C5 is just a free piece.
Because chat
B3 5
अगर
पे rook A5. Rook
हाँ and
C5 पे
किसी B4.
B4, yeah. Oh, अच्छा, point is rook C5, B4, rook C4, BA5, rook A4. I have bishop C6 check. Very important. Very important to find this. So after
Wow.
C5, you cannot take with the pawn, you cannot take with the rook. मैं रुक में मैं बिशप से ही मार सकता था, बट मेरे को फ्री का पीस मिल रहा है तो मैं एक्सचेंज क्यों मारूंगा. देन बिशप
हाँ
C5 इज द ओनली मूव. आई गो बिशप C5. इंपॉर्टेंट टू नॉट गो रुक D8 हियर, क्योंकि वो चेक चाहिए आपको बिशप C6 वाली. So
हाँ
again, you cannot take with the pawn. You have to take with the rook. B4 very important. Rook C4 takes. Rook A4 and bishop C6. Game over.
Bhai, I think you're gonna get your one Maggie back at least, and Praggnanandhaa is about to win his first game of the Grand Swiss. Will go to 1.5 points, and he's gonna gain some rating points as well. Not to forget, I think he's still, rated around 2783. So
Yeah.
doing pretty well, yeah. Will take a leap towards the world number 3 spot.
Again. No, he was world number 3. Yeah, he was world number 3.
Yeah, yeah. Come on, let's go. Things looking amazing. Okay, nothing crazy there, I think. Right? Nothing crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I think Prague is about to win this one. C5 on the board will happen soon. So Prague is about to win. Gukesh. Okay, no moves by Gukesh. Maybe Arjun's game we can go because we have a few moves there, Sajbhai.
Okay. Let's go to Arjun's board. Where is Arjun? There we go. We have it on the board. Rook d5, queen b8, slight inaccuracy. He should have gone queen f6 instead. He plays bishop b2 and now rook h7. सेम पोजीशन है, आपको बिशप e5 मारना फोर्स्ड ही है यहाँ पे. देन rook h6, bishop b8, rook b8 and you are a piece up, but somehow you're not lost.
And I think you're also going to reach the time control after those exchanges. So I think White के लिए एक sigh of relief कि he survived and now he can think for a long time. 50 मिनट बहुत होते हैं. I think a good chance for White to hold this still, I feel.
I think the only player I think who has convincingly sort of won, Gukesh is winning now, wouldn't say he's won, but both games I think were very convincing from Gukesh's side, I have to say.
Yeah.
दोनों गेम्स
And
में एकदम convincingly उसने हराया दोनों को.
And we'll keep a track of who are the players who finish on 2 out of 2. बहुत limited field होगा साज भाई, right? Because 18 ही player थे 1-on-1 पे.
Wait, so as soon as I said this, Gukesh made an inaccuracy. Rook e8.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Bishop c1, king c6, rook f1, rook g8 and king c2 is an inaccuracy in this position. Maybe this is concession, साहिल भाई, because opponent के पास एक ही मिनट है, वो फोर्स कर रहा है उसको जल्दी जल्दी चाले खेलने के लिए.
But bishop e7 तो खेलेगा ही ना भाई, और कुछ है ही नहीं उसके पास. और क्या खेलेगा black? Like if you give me 1 second, I will play bishop e7.
Yeah, that भाई एक मिनट के अंदर आपके दिमाग में क्या क्या जाता है, you never know. कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई.
I mean, I could be thinking about food, but I think if I'm thinking about chess, bishop e7 भाई. I want to develop, probably put the bishop on g5, exchange it for something, and I think he missed a trick. Hopefully he still wins this one. It's not crystal clear, but bishop e7 पे pawn मर रहा है e6 पे. वो तो मैं देखा ही नहीं भाई. बहुत बढ़िया. इसके बाद क्या?
Then king d7. ये easy थोड़ी ना खेलना.
So, आज भाई,
ऐसे
why
थोड़ी
is
ना
the
ऐसे थोड़ी ना ले
bar
दोगे आप.
saying it's
Knight
equal now?
f4, rook f8, king d3, bishop g5. It's not easy to spot. He's not gonna find bishop e7.
8 seconds. 7, 6, 5. He has to play now. 3, 2. Why? He played on 4
Wow,
seconds.
played bishop e7
Wow.
on the board. Wonderful. Wow. Erdogmus giving some fight, yeah? He's fighting back. Let's go.
Yeah, he's fighting hard, and thanks to Super Chat Kunal Bhai of 29 rupees. Appreciate it. But meanwhile, I think a great find by Dogma. Sahaj Bhai, do you think the tide could turn? Because 96 के बाद हमने देखा जो obvious 3-4 चालें थी, उसके बाद the game was dead equal somehow because suddenly our bishop is the bad one on c1, has no squares.
Yeah, and I think Gukesh missed this. Definitely he missed it. उसको king c2 से पहले knight g6 जाना चाहिए था. Then if you play bishop e7, then I have rook f7, bishop g5. I'm guessing this is the plan. Then takes. You had knight e7 check. This is the correct way to play. But Gukesh was a bit slow. He played king c2. Maybe he missed this counter attacking chance with bishop e7 and he took 96. He took 96.
He has taken it. Wow. Oh, mistake.
Big mistake by Erdogmus there.
Sahaj by g5 he has to find. How easy is that move?
I'm 8 minutes on the clock. I probably don't think it's that difficult, but because g5 is the one move जहाँ पे आप अपने opponent के रुक को कोई open file नहीं दे रहे हो. तो from that perspective, it doesn't look that difficult to find. But okay, my judgment is corrupted. Yeah, the moment I see the bar, it gets corrupted.
साथ में can we show that move? Yeah, g5 का idea ये है कि after let's say whatever you take with, let's say pawn takes, we want that pass pawn. h6 खेलेंगे हम लोग. g5 तो वैसे भी मरने वाला है, and both these pawns are weak. And suddenly it's a huge problem. Let's say rook h8, rook h1, and next I will take on g5. And if you play g4, for example, I think it's not even a big deal. Knight f4 maybe, yeah, attacking g6.
Yeah, knight f4 is fine. Even king d3 is fine. Both of them are okay. You can bring the rook. And yeah, if he finds g6, then he's back to the winning mode again.
Pressure on Gukesh. Will he find that move? By the way, Praggne nikal diya c5, so he's completely winning now. I think it's all but over. That will be the game ending soon. Nihal also completely winning. Saj bhai, today looks like a great day for Indian players.
Second round में वही आग लगती है, I think. Nihal completely winning. Yep, you were right.
Bishop h6 will be played. That is also a decent move, but really increases the chances for a draw, I feel.
G5 भाई लोग भाई G6 ब्लैक ने खेला है पॉल मोर्फी जी और G5 वाइट खेलेगा तो दोनों मूव्स हैं यहाँ पे.
साझा कभी सोचा था आपने कि पॉल मॉर्फी को आप चेस सिखाओगे भाई?
Hmm.
भाई
आई थिंक
क्रेजी.
सिखा सकते हो. अब तो
भाई.
he was he, he's from like
हाँ
19th century, of course सिखा सकते हो.
हाँ
I mean he
हाँ.
was a pioneer of course, but now you can, no?
True. But by the way, Param Maksudlu is the first chess player to reach 2 points. So he is the first one. Prag will join him. Prag will not. He will go to 1.5. Prag has finished already. I can see him on 1.5. Yep, Prag has won. So that game is over, chat. His opponent has resigned, and Praggnanandhaa is the first Indian to strike a victory today. Divya has also drawn her game against Alexander Donchenko. So the first two results coming in thick and fast. Everybody is winning. Things looking great. Let's go to the game of which game shall we go to? Saj bhai,
Gukesh भाई we want to
let's
see if
go.
G5 is going to be played here. Divya drew. Great result actually. चाहिए था वो draw actually यार.
Come on, chat. Let's get to 500, 600 likes. जल्दी से भाई एक उंगली उठाओ और लाइक बटन दबाओ भाई. Let's go. Let's get more people to the stream. अगर 1K watching टच करेंगे आज तो मजा आएगा chat. Come on, 800 पहुंच चुके हैं. Let's go chat. Let's get to 1K watching. Like कर दो भाई stream. Meanwhile, 6 minutes for Gukesh. They still have to play 5 more moves. I think time wise it's okay, but I think ये choice बहुत critical है. G5 is the only move that gives Gukesh a winning advantage. बाकी सब not even completely winning, but at least a decent advantage. बाकी सब में I think Erdogmus is back.
Yep. Also, Firouzja seems to be in a nearly winning position against Rodstein. So another two out of two incoming. By the way, Abdus Satarov in some trouble as well.
Oh, yeah. कंटेंट भाई लगते हैं तो भाई चेस सफर होती है क्यों साज भाई?
बिल्कुल भाई
ऐसा होता
कंटेंट ही तो चाहिए. अब तो चाहिए भाई नॉर्दरबैक चाहिए हमको
है.
कैंडिडेट से भाई. अब तो चाहिए. अब
True,
मैच
true,
चाहिए भाई. वी नीड इट.
true. Meanwhile, chat still no moves. Um, अर्जुन की गेम भी अभी क्लोज टू इक्वालिटी. अभिमन्यु क्लोज टू इक्वालिटी. Nihal's game about to end. Let's stick to Gukesh for now. Next we jump to Nihal maybe.
निहाल.
नहीं अभी I think Gukesh पे रहते हैं. I think I want to see if he finds it.
Let's.
Although
I
I
want to
think
see if he finds G5.
yeah, although Nihal has 1 minute and 20 seconds now with 9 moves to go, Sahaj. I think
Ooh.
we have to jump there. We have to jump there because 9 moves, 1 minute on the clock. Opponent has 49 seconds for 8 moves. Oh my God,
Oh,
it's going to be a time scramble.
maybe
Let's
we
go, go,
can
go,
go
go.
there. Maybe we
Let's
can
go,
go
go,
there.
go. Let's go. Come on, Nihal. Queen check maybe, huh?
या क्वीन चेक. रुकी सिक्स तो पॉसिबल नहीं है क्योंकि क्वीन बैठी है यहाँ पे. या क्वीन चेक क्वीन आई मीन क्वीन चेक देखिए क्वीन H5 करके एक बार रिपीट तो कर ही सकते हो टाइम गेन करने के लिए.
Hmm. Come on,
दैट
Nihal.
कंटेंट अफेक्ट्स द गेम वाज टारगेटेड टू यू. तुम्हारे अलावा किसी ने नहीं सोचा फायर आर्म बिकॉज आप कल आए नहीं थे. और कल आपने देखा ही नहीं कि यहाँ पे क्या डिस्कस हुआ था. इट्स
Vishy
बिकॉज ऑफ
sir had
दैट.
a nice. भाई क्या मस्त रिएक्शन था वैसे. Okay, but okay, 30 seconds for Nihal. भाई मैं पूछना डिस्कनेक्ट तो नहीं हो गया? सडनली
नहीं नहीं
ओटीपी
नहीं
है
नहीं
भाई.
नहीं नहीं. 23 seconds,
ओटीपी
22.
भाई.
प्ले यार कम ऑन जस्ट प्ले क्वीन जस्ट रिपीट वंस एंड देन थिंक. कि क्वीन
Okay,
G5
he's
चेक.
repeating.
यार रिपीट ही है ना तो किंग H2 तो खेलेंगे वो
हाँ.
फटाफट.
Queen G5 played. What now? I think King H2, King H1. Not sure if there's a difference. King
King
H2.
H2. Now
Oh, Queen
apparently
H6.
Queen H6 only move. Queen H5 is not. What's wrong with Queen H5? Queen F7. Oh
भाई it's winning for white. Queen F7.
yeah, but
भाई ये
ये तो
बोर्ड
allow
से
नहीं
हटाओ.
करेगा ना यार.
बोर्ड से
No way
हटाओ
here.
जल्दी भाई. भाई Queen H6 important. Only move for Nihal to win this. 18 seconds. Oh,
Queen
bhai,
H6.
nice find, bhai,
Very
nice find.
nice. By the way, Gukesh also plays G5. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Let's go. Gukesh OP and Nihal OP in the chat.
Yeah, this is winning. Rook. अब rook e6 का plan है ना. If you go king g1, I have rook e6 and then rook g6.
Yeah, yeah. Chat, एक piece और चाहिए. In fact, I think this is one of the best moves for white is king g3, which is, I don't know,
भाई
looks
f4 check है
ridiculous.
सीधा. और king f3 उसके.
Literal. It's over, yeah?
Look at this, king f3, f4, king f3, queen h5, king e4. This is the best way for white to play here.
Lols.
That
Oh,
tells
15
you a lot
seconds
about the
now.
position. King g1
He's
played.
offering a draw. But now rook e6, yeah? Your move.
Yeah.
And no queen g5 though, I think, because that will be a draw. Forced draw. Come on, come on, come on, Nihal. One move. Once Nihal plays rook e6, I think it's over. Yeah, come on, rook e6, rook
Yeah,
e6.
then I think the game is over.
And he finds it. Let's go, bhai. Nice find. Nihal Sarin is about to win. So do you want to switch games now, Saj? To maybe
Yeah, let's go
Gukesh?
to the Gukesh game because after g5, he made another inaccuracy with king d7. Knight f4 found instantly, and now rook gf8, and now Gukesh. By the way, rook g1 only move here for Gukesh.
Bhai, that's not super easy, but it's completely winning though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also easy because your rook is pinned, right? You want to defend, you want to deflect it ताकि knight d5 and knight g6 कुछ मर सके position में. But yeah, not easy for sure.
Like rook h1 also comes to mind. Oh, he has 3 minutes. These 3 minutes are so useful. Yeah, imagine Gukesh having 30 seconds in this position. You could screw this position up. Those 3 minutes are golden right now. Every second worth is the weight in gold.
Basically.
Erdogmus is hoping Gukesh doesn't find the best move here. Rook g1, Saj. What's the idea? Let's say Rook g1 khela humne. And
Bishop
black just
g5,
takes Bishop
knight
g5.
d5, king c6, and knight f6 again only move. Bishop
Oh.
f6 and bishop takes h6.
Oh, this is not easy. This is not. Oh, played! Played! Wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, 2 more moves for Gukesh, 3 for Erdogmus. उसके लिए ज़्यादा difficult है. Bishop takes g5 on the board.
Now knight d5 only move. I think this is an easy one though, because you want that central pawn. एक बार वो pawn जाएगा, साज भाई 3 connected pass pawn आ जाएंगे भाई. That is just horrible for black.
Yeah, so knight d5 is what has to be played. Knight g6 also looks logical, but उसमें rook f2 check है हमारे पास. Knight d5, 3 connected pawns like you mentioned are is the way.
Yeah, taken. King c6.
Okay, plays very fast. Last move for Gukesh. The question is, does he find knight f6 in this position in 3 minutes?
I think he will though, because not many options. What are the alternatives actually?
Bishop g5 is one.
Bishop g5, king d5 he'll see. And then it doesn't feel so convincing. Because knight on c4 is such a good piece. Yeah, you can never push these pawns ever. If you can show bishop g5, king d5, like you can never push these pawns. It's just not happening. You can win h6 also, but rook f2 check aa raha hai. You can lose this, honestly. Oh, Nihal won kya? Let's show Nihal's final position. By the way, if you can go through the final few moves, jaldi se. I think king g1 was the last one.
Yeah, so this
Rook
was the
e6.
position. King
Yeah.
g1, rook e6 played, knight f1, bishop f1, queen e6, bishop f8, king g8. Wow, nice move. Bishop g7, bishop e2, and now the mate is unavoidable. Nice game by Nihal, 1.5 out of 2. Moving up the ladder. Let's go.
Yeah, amazing win there by Nihal Sarin. A crushing attack and rook sacrifice by pura rook down tha wo. So crazy update. And just one look at the Arjun game also before you go to Gukesh. I think Arjun also creating some chances. Kya hua Samay bhai? Vidit drew. Vidit has drawn. Okay, another update. Lot of results, Saj bhai, suddenly.
Yeah. यहीं पे आते हैं result. Oh, knight c5, slight inaccuracy. g5, rook h5. Okay, he's a piece up, but he's not winning. Probably because he's losing both of these pawns. एंड द कंप्यूटर थिंग्स के एक पॉन से आप जीत नहीं सकते हो पोजीशन, बट इट्स अ वेरी वियर्ड पोजीशन। अर्जुन को कुछ टेक्निक दिखानी होगी। 40 यार 50 मिनट तो मिल गए हैं दोनों को यहाँ पे 50 मिनट ना होते तो अर्जुन के जीतने के चांसेस काफी आए थे।
हाँ, true. But again, I think Arjun will still back himself. But it's gonna be a long game, I think, this
Bhai,
one.
Gukesh has 1 minute on the clock. I'm just going to jump to that board
हाँ,
because
let's
it's the
go.
40th move. Only one move is winning. It's a very crucial moment for Gukesh here.
भाई literally अगर 41st move होती तो he would find it for sure. 40th move,
40th move ही होती है सबसे डिफिकल्ट, नहीं साहिल भाई?
always.
Always.
Leon also won. By the way, भाई कितने बढ़िया results आ रहे हैं यार आज के दिन में. Leon also won.
He defeats Elyanov with the black pieces. Great game. We
Yeah.
just looked at it also, na? Very, very convincing.
Yeah, Anish will draw his game likely, so we'll also go to 1.5. Lots of strong plays, 1.5. By the way, 25 seconds for
25.
Gukesh.
कुछ ऐसा सीन ना हो जिसको लगे कि 40 मूव्स हो गई हैं. That's all
भाई शुभ
that's
बोलो
all I'm
भाई.
worried about.
Come on. 9. भाई. Oh no! Sahaji play blundered bishop g5. 40th move pe. He lost all his advantage in one move. Big blunder by Gukesh, the world champion, and Erdogmus has a golden opportunity. I think he will play it in a second. He should. It's the most obvious move in the position.
Of course. King d5 is just a hand move here. Big mistake by the world champion. You were right. इन pawns को push करना बहुत मुश्किल होगा. यहाँ पे black जीत सकता है. And he plays king d5.
Wow. I think Gukesh 40th move पे अपनी advantage दे दी. Now Erdogmus has a golden opportunity to draw the world champion as a 14-year-old.
This will make headlines for sure.
Yeah, headlines everywhere. Yeah, even in India, like Gukesh draws against 14-year-old. He's a very strong 14-year-old. But I think it's an impressive game. And now Sahaj, Rook F2 check is incoming. I'm a bit scared. My bishop is hanging. I'm genuinely scared right now.
Also,
What does
gh5
Gukesh
is
do?
hanging as well.
I think bishop h6. I would play bishop f6 maybe just to stop that check.
Okay, we have the 50-minute edition. यहाँ पे गुकेश सोचेगा फिर से. I think maybe he misjudged it. Maybe he thought he had a winning chance, but he misjudged something. So yeah, this is not the best development.
Sahaj, can we play bishop 6 on the board? I just want to see something. So bishop 6.
Yeah.
Black has to take the pawn, I'm guessing. G5 भी possible है, but
मार ही दो ना 3 का pawn.
let's say मार दिया. Now, can I somehow play rook g7? My idea is to, check the king from behind, bring the king to d3.
rook g8. Point is कि आप चेक भी दे दोगे, मैं king e6 ले आऊंगा. आपके पास कोई rook d6 चेक नहीं है.
भाई king e4 पे black better है.
Really? King e4 भी है मेरे पास. Oh,
black better है भाई.
यार ये position is not the best for Gukesh. I have to say this doesn't look ideal. क्योंकि यहाँ पे white बहुत जल्दी गलती कर सकता है. ये टाइम प्रेशर होता है ना तो ये गुकेश के लिए बहुत खराब होता है यहाँ पे. क्योंकि यहाँ पे यू आर स्टिल थिंकिंग आई एम विनिंग एंड वो एक्सेप्ट करना कि पोजीशन विनिंग नहीं है अब इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट इफ यू डोंट हैव इनफ टाइम टू सॉर्ट ऑफ गेट योरसेल्फ टुगेदर.
Wow, I'm genuinely shocked actually.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know why, but I think MVL's opponent resigned in a drawn position.
Just taking a look.
Wait, what?
फोन बजा गया उसका.
भाई ये तो पता नहीं फोन कौन सा ऐसा कौन सा फोन है भाई. Okay, weird.
I would like to get to the bottom of this on what happened in this game. कहीं ना कहीं तो पोस्ट किया होगा इसके बारे में.
Yeah, so we'll get to know. Chat, let us know if you have any update there.
Yagiz body language shows that he is still thinking that he's losing. I really doubt that. I really doubt that. I don't think so.
Yeah.
ये किंग d5 देखने के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है बोर्ड पे कि पूरे लाइट स्क्वायर्स आपके कंट्रोल में है.
And also, I think if you were completely busted, right, even if you somehow survive, get a better position, a fightable position, you are happy with that. Yeah, momentum is shifting. It doesn't even have to be completely equal for you to start feeling better. So I really doubt that. By the way, I think we have a bunch of results as we discussed. Leon won against Ilyanov. Anish is drawing. Divya drawn against Donchenko. Nihal wins against Aram Hakobian. Abhimanyu Puranik, Vidit have also drawn. Prag has won against Ivan Zemlyanskii. So only 2 Indian games, Sahaj, by main ones. Gukesh and Arjun still playing. Can we go to Arjun's game?
Sure, let's go to Arjun's game. This is the position. Yeah, so Rook C6 was played here. I would say slight inaccuracy. Rook B6 मारना was better. But Rook C6 के बाद Rook G5 के बाद भी तो अब Rook B6 ही मारोगे. तो सीधा क्यों नहीं मार दिया आपने?
Not sure what the idea
Oh,
is.
he wants to
Because
play A5. He wants to play A5.
But
But
there's a
surely
problem.
Martirosyan thinks he's lost here. Surely.
I'm not sure because एक ही pawn रहेगा. Once B6 falls, white has only one
H4.
pawn
H4 is also
and
hanging.
it's hanging. So with check. So I'm not sure.
Maybe he wants to take on H4, King G7, and then he wants to go Rook B4 again. That looks
By the way,
difficult.
insight by RG कि Gukesh 2 बार कुछ went for the knight. But twice, but hesitated and then played the bishop in time pressure. वही ना यार, I think if more time he would have found it. That's the problem. Vaishali is on 2x2. Yes, I was talking about the open section there. And Rook G5, best move played by Arjun. And now let's see what his opponent does.
Rook takes G5. Yeah, this is the position. Rook H4 is possible. A5 is possible. But yeah, let's see what happens. So sad that no Indian with 2 out of 2. But I think there is still Gukesh who can still be on 2 out of 2. And let's not forget, yeah, 2 out of 2 में सिर्फ 2 ही लोग बचे हैं, I think. There is just Parham right now, and I think the next one will be Ali Reza because he's also in a winning position. So apart from these two, I don't think there is anyone else remaining. Okay, no,
Yeah.
Demchenko is also winning. Demchenko might also defeat Sam Shankland as okay, he's completely winning. So we have 3 players on 2 out of 2, I think.
And honestly, Sahaj, there is no guarantee even one Indian will get to 2x2 as of now.
एक का तो हो गया ना ड्रॉ. अभिमन्यु and Vidit का तो ड्रॉ हो गया ना. With
No, I mean,
Gukesh,
there's
I
no
don't know.
guarantee. Yeah, like there's no guarantee we'll have anybody on 2x2. So I think that's a bit sad. Gukesh had that winning position and now it's looking difficult.
Yeah, for sure. 40th move ka mess up. Sahil bhai, I'll just take a quick break. Be right back in
Yeah.
like 2 minutes, okay? यही छोड़ दो
Yeah.
कुछ और कोई और गेम लगा दो.
Let's go to Gukesh's game actually for the time being.
ठीक है. Okay, putting it up. Be right back.
So yeah, meanwhile, chat, I think Gukesh now is stuck. I think Rook F2 check aa raha hai, which is incredibly scary at first glance. If you take the pawn on H6, Rook F2 check is the only move. King B1 खेलना पड़ेगा Rook को defend करने के लिए. फिर दूसरा Rook check, King A1 खेलना पड़ेगा. And this just feels like it's going in the wrong direction for me. So yeah, I think Gukesh will be very unhappy about that position. Nihal has already won. Nihal has already won chat. Aditya Mittal is winning. That is amazing. We can have a look at that when Sahaj Bhai is back. But yeah. Vantika game, I think. Vantika is winning, yeah? Oh, that's amazing. We'll have a look at that game soon. Gukesh game, please. We have the Gukesh game, bhai. We have the Gukesh game, but I think now they have a lot of time. बहुत time at clock पे. But it's... I don't think Gukesh can... I mean, he can win this, but it just feels like he black game moves बहुत simple है अब. Maybe Bishop F6 gives the best chance. कि आपने Rook F2 most obvious move हटा दी. By the way, Anton Demchenko getting 2 points. तो 2 लोग 2-on-2 में पहुंच चुके हैं. Where is Prag match? Prag has already won, bhai. Prag has already won. He's gone to 1.5. As you can see in the... Okay, you can't see in the standings. But he is on 1.5 now. Arjun ka bhi wahi umeed hai. He will also win. Arjun ki game, by the way, no updates there as well. Who has won from India? I think India has overall won. Aaj ka din looks pretty great. I think Nihal had a crushing attack. He won with the black pieces. Abhimanyu and Vidit drew. Prag also won, so looking great. After king b3, a4 check, and you lose the rook. I am not surprised because king b3 पे a4 check ही नहीं बल्कि rook b8 check भी है. And if king c2 back, there is rook f2 check. तो ये एक रुक यहां से check, एक रुक यहां से check, दोनों मिल मिला के हमारा बस बजा देंगे भाई. What would be a good tournament for Divya in open? I would say कि यार I think anything which is a rating gain would be pretty good. I think points के हिसाब से judge करना would be very harsh because she's the second lowest seed. वो भी by a big margin. Yes, third lowest seed is like 100 points ahead. So I think a rating gain would be pretty impressive. Anish का draw चल रहा है. I think Anish will draw his game today. So he'll go to 1.5 as well. But yeah, bhai, I think all looks set. Now we will look at Gukesh's next move, which is once he calculates, I think he might go back. वो वापस जाएगा, knight f6 देखेगा, realize करेगा, अरे यार knight f6 was winning, and then it kind of hurts you a lot. So let's hope so he doesn't realize that. Chuha कह रहा है, I love you, Tikku. Thank you, bhai. I think I don't know if I like Chuha's back, maybe some other animal, but yeah. Arjun winning. Bhai, एक second, Arjun winning. Let me check. नहीं भाई, I think he's still better, not winning just yet, yeah? Not
I can
winning
put
yet.
up the game.
Let's see, Saj bhai.
No, he's still thinking. 40
Yeah,
moves
okay.
हो गए ना, बहुत टाइम है उनके पास सोचने के लिए.
50 मिनट बहुत ज्यादा actually, यार, too much.
What would be a good tournament for Divya in open? By this one. By the way, Rukesh for mistake. Rukesh for mistake. And King G7, which seems like a very logical move, is actually wrong here. You have to find King G8.
What?
Oh, probably because King G8, Rook B4 के बाद you have Bishop B7. Oh no, not Bishop B7. Knight takes A4. What? समझ नहीं आया मुझे. Rook takes A4, Bishop B5. अच्छा, Rook A7 check नहीं है आपके पास. Ah, tough to see though.
Bhai,
But okay,
it's very
he has
tough.
enough time. He
Very
has enough.
tough. Vantika is winning. Can we have a look at the Vantika game, Saj bhai?
Yeah, let's take a look. This is the position. Okay, so this was the position she played B6, which seems like a logical move, but यहाँ पे C6 का square मिल गया king को. तो king E4, king D5, king C6 करके कुछ आप कर सकते हो.
Hmm.
तो 2 out of 2 for Vantika would be insane, yeah?
I mean, Vaishali on 2-on-2, Vantika on 2-on-2. So, वहाँ पे भी candidate spot available है. We already have Divya qualified and we have Humpy qualified. So, I think candidates में we could have like 4 Indian Sahaj bhai in the women's candidates. Bhai, that would be insane. Harika as well, I mean, could have a chance.
For sure. For sure. So king D4, king D5 looks very, very good. I think Vantika is looking quite promising. Bishop versus knight का जो imbalance है वो white को ही favor कर रहा है because pawns are on both sides of the board. So yeah, let's switch back to Arjun.
Yeah.
Yep, on the board. Rook H4 check. So we were discussing King G7 and King G8. King G8 is the winning move here for Arjun.
Very difficult, Sahaj bhai. Very difficult to find that move. Putting a king on the back rank in most endgames is just really bad. So intuition wise, it's hard, but the fact that he's thinking is a good sign because there are only 2 moves. So the fact that he's thinking means he's considering king g8.
Good sign, I would say. But let's see if Gukesh has played something. No, Gukesh is still thinking as well. 38 minutes for him. So 12 minutes already he has spent.
भाई 4.5 घंटे हो चुके हैं आज की स्ट्रीम में. कल आई थिंक 6.5 घंटे चली थी. साज भाई, so do you think it will last 2 more hours today?
गुकेश का गेम लंबा चल सकता है यार.
Hmm.
गुकेश का गेम चल सकता है.
Hmm.
गुड चांस. सहज भाई, होम ट्यूशन देते हो भाई? बुडापेस्ट में आ जाओ, देते हैं आपको ट्यूशन.
भाई चूहे का क्या है, प्लेन में बैठ जाओ, कहीं पे भी किसी के बैग में घुस जाओ, पहुंच जाओ बुडापेस्ट. कितना आसान है भाई, टिकट भी नहीं लगती.
डोंट ट्राई दिस एट होम दो. So I'm checking all the other Indian players who are playing. Any other games that we have missed? Aditya Mittal also in a slightly winning position. Do you want to check that
Sure,
while he
let's go.
thinks? This is the position. He's playing against Dimitri Kolars. I think in Germany, number two, number three, probably after Vincent.
Yeah, and Aditya has, I think, been very impressive, to be honest. I think he
Mhm.
played very well in multiple events, and you can see it right now in action as well. Yesterday, also, I think he was pushing, yeah. I think he was a pawn up in that Rook game, double pawn tha to couldn't win. And even right now, like better against a at least higher rated player. I think he's
Winning ही
been
लग
very
रहा है तो.
impressive.
Winning ही लग रहा है.
Ah,
King
and
e3 is the move, and this is pinned. These two pawns are connected. Your knight on d6 is a boss. All of these things working really well, I think, for white here.
yeah, it looks like I think Aditya is going to have a great tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Looks quite promising. Checking if any other games are remaining for Indian players. No, I think that is it.
Wow.
Only Arjun, Aditya, and Gukesh are the ones still playing.
By the way, Firuza is completely winning. I don't know if you want to have a look once. एक बार देखते
Sure.
हैं. Um, I think he will also go to 2-on-2. So he will be one more player. Wow. A pawn, bishop pair. Pretty smooth, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Firuza will also be on 2 out of 2. So there will be two players at least. And then I think Nepo is winning. Nepo के भी हाँ Nepo के भी है ही ना. नहीं, Nepo is not on 2 out of 2. So it's only Firuza, and then it is Parham and Demchenko also won. So
Hmm.
right now there's three players that looks like that'll be on 2 out of 2.
Nepo is also winning, I think. Is he on
Yeah,
one? No, he's on half. He's on half.
he's on half.
He's on half. Wow. Waiting for the Arjun move. Yeah. King G8 is the move we are hoping happens on the board.
Yep, putting it up. Bhai, what's your views on Gukesh's recent form? I think he's playing fantastic chess. We also covered this a bit earlier. Yeah, he's also on 2 out of 2. I think he's on track. मतलब 2 out of 2 भी possible है. I know last move उसका एक mistake था, but अभी भी जीतने के chances हैं. तो we never know.
I think Saj bhai, so let's say 2025. Oh, King G8 played.
Let's go.
Wow. Wow. You have to admire this move. You have to admire Gukesh, sorry, Arjun finding this move. Yeah, that subtle
Yeah.
difference of bishop b5. Wow.
That knight a4 and bishop b5 plan to not allow rook c7 or rook a7 checks in the position. So he's basically completely winning now. This is the pawn that this is the reason why he's winning right now. ये pawn ना होता तो ये draw होती.
Amazing.
By the way, Gukesh still thinking. Yeah, almost 20 minutes of thought in that position.
I think he realized probably knight f6 was winning. I think he must have gone back because a chat mentioned he had touched the knight a couple of times almost. I think he must have gone back, calculated, realized it was winning. Now he's thinking, oh my God, I lost my advantage. How do I get it back? And he doesn't see a clear way. And that just forces you to keep thinking the same variations over and over again. So things not looking great for Gukesh in terms of winning the game. But do you think he still has chances or do you think it's just draw now?
For Gukesh?
Hmm.
No, there are chances. There are chances in this position. But वो
Hmm.
black के भी chances हो सकते हैं. So you have to be careful.
Hmm.
I'm expecting bishop f6 from Gukesh to not allow rook f2. This feels very unnecessary. I'm expecting bishop f6 and then बाद में जाके something. But yeah, it's not an easy thing.
Hmm. Something is not an easy thing. I agree, भाई. कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई.
But like let's go a bit deeper. For example, if I go bishop f6, gh5, king d3, rook g8 and rook g2 is what I thought initially, right? क्योंकि आपको मैं ये कुछ checks नहीं दे रहा हूँ. जी फाइल पे. सो ब्लैक गोज रुक G2, रुक G2. अब मेरा प्लान है मैं रुक G7, रुक D7 चेक देके किंग को थोड़ा बॉदर करना चाहता हूँ. ब्लैक प्लेज A4, रुक G7, ओनली मूव बाय द वे. A3, rook check, one of the only moves at least. King C6, and this is a repetition. You have to be careful here as white.
रुक A7.
Then King D5 वापस. King B6 actually black खेल सकता है यहाँ पे.
अरे बाप रे भाई. Because King B6, Rook A4, there's Knight B2. तो
Yeah. King B6, Rook A4, Knight B2. In Gukesh's game, draw is more likely because black's moves are much easier and simpler. Yes, that is the problem. I agree with you completely there.
Prag is one. Prag one, yeah. Pradeep bhai. I think he's won 1.5. I think Gukesh will not be happy, I feel, about this.
Oh,
He
he
played a
played
great game.
Bishop
Great
F6
game.
as expected.
Played?
Bishop F6 on the board.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. And now I think, Saj, do you think G5 is possible?
No, I think GH5 because he will see that Rook G7, Rook D7 check doesn't do much. And it's in his best interest to exchange one of the rooks at least.
Hmm. By imagine having a light square bishop as white here. लोग
Oh,
कहते हैं ना
that.
बिशप पे इतना important क्यों है? Imagine if you could just remove the rook on G1 and get the light square bishop Saj. I think it would be close to winning.
Yeah, true.
Oh, okay, that's not Arjun, that's Firuz actually, my bad. But okay, can we do of Arjun's game? I think King G8 के बाद White is still thinking, but what is he thinking now? Because I think you want
Good
that B6
question.
pawn. एक pawn बचा है, but Rook B4, there is Knight A4 as we discussed.
Yeah, Rook B4, Knight A4 is the key move here. That's winning. And if you go Rook C8-6 is the best move in this position. Then King G7, check, King F6. मतलब checks अगर आपने avoid कर लिए A4 तो मर ही जाएगा. And then it's winning. I think Arjun is winning basically. He's won.
Hmm. Is G5 ambitious for Yagiz?
In this
Sanchal is
position?
asking.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because pawns भी आपके dark squares पे fix हो रहे हैं तो bishop कभी भी मार सकता है उसको. I don't think it is ambitious. I think GH5 is more it seems more natural to me.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay, cool. Overall a good day for Indians. Yeah, I would say so. Except for Gukesh का एकदम last 40th move पे जो blunder हुआ, that's maybe the only you know only like wrong thing that happened. But I think overall it's been a good day, I think. A lot of players will be on 1.5 out of 2, which is amazing.
Saj
Sahil,
bhai, I think
how
हाँ.
was it to play with Prakhar Gupta in DPS? Someone is asking.
I think he was a chill dude. I think pretty much similar. But I think I would say कि he was a bit, I think आजकल तो और ज़्यादा open हो गया है. He was open anyways, but I think उस time पे he was still a bit more reserved. I think he was 3 years younger to me. I think थोड़ा बहुत तो normal ही था, but nowadays तो भाई बड़ा आदमी हो गया प्रखर.
Hmm.
उस time पे केजरीवाल का instead of doing a podcast, he used to. Okay, यार कई चीजें मैं बोल भी नहीं सकता यार. I think let's just avoid that topic.
लिख दो, चैट पे लिख दो. हिंदी में बोल रहे हो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा?
नहीं नहीं भाई, हिंदी में इंडियंस को तो हिंदी समझ में आती है ना भाई. By the way, I think I'll be back in just 3 to 5 minutes, Saj bhai. मैं डिनर करके जल्दी
Yeah.
से आता हूँ 5 मिनट में. But I
Sure,
think
sure, sure.
let's stick to Gukesh game. I think वहाँ पे मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ ना कुछ crazy हो सकता है. I still have hope, but let's hope so. I'll be back.
Sure, sure, sure. No worries, no worries. Take your time. Do you think Yagiz will push or is he happy with a draw? I would say that, you want Gukesh to overextend. And Gukesh abhi bhi overextend. Gukesh हमेशा overextend करता है तो I think he will know that. So it's would be wise to sort of play GH5, go into that position and then गुकेश ने भी कहीं ना कहीं पे ओवर एक्सटेंड करता है, देन ही कैन प्ले फॉर अ विन. दैट्स माई टेक ऑन दिस. बट G5 खेल के आप कुछ कर नहीं रहे हो. आई थिंक उसमें वाइट को ही फायदा हो रहा है. What is difference between depth 17 engine and depth 30-40 engine? Depth 30 से कहते हैं, 30-31 से कहते हैं कि 2700 का ओपिनियन है वो, 2700 का ओपिनियन. डेप्थ 17 इज नॉट एज रिलायबल, क्योंकि वो एवेल्यूशन चेंज होती है. अगर कुछ रिलायबल चाहिए किसी भी पोजीशन में तो 30 तक आपको रुकना चाहिए. 25-26 पे चलता है वो, एक ऑलमोस्ट एक GM का ओपिनियन हो जाता है. बट 30 तक अगर आपको आपको वेट करना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. पुश करो, दुखी रहो, बिल्कुल भाई. G5 करने के बाद दुखी होगा वो. Oh, by the way, GH5 taken by Erdogmus, as expected. He didn't even spend a lot of time, just 4.5 minutes. That's it. ओपन सेक्शन की स्टैंडिंग्स भाई, दो लोग हैं जो 2 out of 2 पे हैं. एक है एंटोन डेमचेंको एंड द अदर वन इज परहम मकसूडलू. These are the only players on 2 out of 2. Baki, there are a lot of players on 1.5. And still, a lot of games are going on. Firuza most likely is going to win his game as well. So that will be the third player to beat 2 out of 2. But besides that, I think no one else is getting to that, because Gukesh's game doesn't look like he's going to win this, sadly. How can Vantika win? She's +1. But let's take a quick look. So this is the position in Vantika's game. I'm gonna, yeah, I think we have it on the board now. This was the position, and she played Bishop E4, which is an inaccuracy. Basically, King E4 खेलना था, ताकि King D5, King C6 से आप ये B6 के pawn पे थोड़ा pressure डाल सको. But she plays Bishop E4. Not sure what her plan is. I'm guessing she plays Bishop E4 to play Bishop D5 ताकि Knight A6 को आप tackle कर सको. बट 96 यहाँ पे ब्लैक इमीडिएटली खेल सकता है एंड पोजीशन इक्वल हो जाएगी उससे. बट इजी नहीं है यार, क्योंकि 96 के बाद F5 एंड नाउ ब्लैक हैज टू प्ले नाइट F8 बैक और GF5. आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ शी विल गो फॉर इट. तो गलतियां अभी भी कर सकती है, गलतियां अभी भी कर सकती है. Okay, I think going back to the Gukesh board, this is the position GH5 was played. Yep, Prag won भाई, इसको हो गया, 1-1.5 घंटा हो गया. But yes, developments. Yeah, there is one development. He did play Rook B4 on this, in this position. And now, by the way, we might see Knight takes A4 in action. This is the only move to win the game. If he plays Knight D7, then still some problems for white. टॉप 2 प्रिडिक्शंस बताओ सहज भाई ग्रैंड स्विस की. यार मुश्किल है यार, मतलब क्वालिफिकेशंस के लिए गुकेश को साइड किया, क्योंकि गुकेश तो, आई मीन, इवन इफ ही विंस ही इज नॉट गोना क्वालिफाई बिकॉज़ ही इज ऑलरेडी द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. मैं बोलूंगा प्रग प्रोबेबली, एंड यार अर्जुन भी लग ही रहा है. इन दोनों ही बोल देते हैं. बट विशी सर ने अरोनियन कहा था, सो यू हैव टू टेक दैट इनटू कंसिडरेशन एज वेल. Tie breaks will happen on, or depending on opponents, rating will be deciding factor. Rating is never the deciding factor. It's usually your tie breaks. But top 2 में अगर कुछ होता है तो उसमें tie breaks count होंगे, as far as I know. But maybe the producer साहब or Sahil can give us some better insight here. If we play a classical game, how many moves do you think you will checkmate me? भाई इस तरह के सवाल मैं नहीं सोचता भाई. अली रेजा एंड विदित फॉर मी. भाई विदित जीत जाए तो यार उससे बढ़िया तो कोई बात ही नहीं है यार. विदित डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन स्ट्राइक्स अगेन. Any reason to not to play knight a4? There are many actually. The first thing, it's a clear oversight. Like आप knight a4 ऐसी चाल है जो आपको immediately दिखती नहीं है, because you are dropping a knight essentially, and आपका b6 का pawn मर भी रहा है, but your first instinct is कि मैं knight के pawn को कैसे बचाऊं मैं इसको, तो मैं I'll play knight d7 or something. That's my first instinct. But knight a4 is, if you think about it, then you can find it over the board. There is no playoffs. Yeah, playoffs नहीं होंगे, tie breaks पे ही decide होगा. Vantika, we just looked at her, but I don't think Vantika is winning that position anymore, because she played Bishop E4 and slight problems there. Knight ever played. Let's go by Arjun, doing Arjun things. Brilliancy on the board. Knight takes A4. And now I think Arjun is comfortably winning this position, because you have this free pawn, pass pawn भी है, बिशप और नाइट की मेट देखने को मिल सकता है. That's a good That will be a good lesson for all of us. Opponent missed in Vantika's game. I'll just take a look. Yup, she missed, and we're back at that position where it's slightly better, not slightly, like clearly better for Vantika. By 45, अच्छा time control different है women का. Rook f6 forced repetition in Gukesh's game. Let's check it out. So this was the position gh5, rook g7. अरे हाँ, ओ यार ये तो आपने ट्रॉमा दे दिया. कौन हो आप यार? भाई ये ऐसी चाल है, आप ऐसे कमेंट्स नहीं लिखने चाहिए थे आपको. नवी सैनी भाई, रुक f6 इज अ डायरेक्ट. अरे यस, यू आर राइट. ef6 रुकी टू चेक बिकॉज यू आर हिटिंग दिस. एंड इफ यू गो किंग b3 ना, देन a4 चेक है मेरे पास, क्योंकि रुक a4 रुक b2 इज चेकमेट. एंड इफ आई गो किंग a4 देन रुक a2 के बाद अब ब्लैक खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए, एंड ब्लैक एक्चुअली विनिंग है यहाँ पे. So this might actually happen. You are absolutely right. He has to play king b1, rook e1 check, king c2, rook e2 check, and it's a repetition.
भाई
Wow.
भाई ये बार बार नीचे कैसे चला गया भाई? डरा क्यों रहे
भाई,
हो? हाँ,
someone in the chat mentioned rook g7 के बाद rook f6 is a dead draw. Repetition. ef6, rook e2 check. Nothing on the board. साहिल भाई आपका कैमरा.
ओ हाँ भाई, आई थिंक इस शॉक तो कैमरा ऑफ बंद होना बनता था भाई.
हाँ, कैमरा तो बनता. बट या.
तो दिस हैपेंड क्या?
No, he's still thinking. With the next move, we will actually know if Erdogmus is trying to play for a win or not.
No, I mean he'll take the draw. I'm pretty sure. I think. Can we show the variation again, एक बार?
एक rook f6, ef6, forced है, rook e2 check, hitting the rook, so you have to go b1 or b3. b3 is a
ओ
blunder. It was a4, and
अरे
the game is
बाप
over.
रे.
Rook a4, rook b2 mate. So you cannot play king b3. You have to go king b1 instead. जहाँ पे rook e1 check, king c2, rook e2 check, and game over. Draw.
बाप रे. Bhai, so I think
I
Gukesh
mean,
will not be happy today. I think he will not be a happy camper. He's not going to be able to sleep well because I think he played such a beautiful game. Itna conversion, आराम से वो F pawn push ये वो, and then one move, yeah, the 40th move took it all away.
yup, it's always the 40th move. It's always the 40th move that does this.
And पता है साज भाई, if there was no time control, he there's a possibility he wouldn't have made the mistake. Like it's just
Yeah.
something about that 40th time control move की भाई, oh उम्मीद आ रही है, help is coming. I just have to survive one more move. समझ रहे हो मेरी बात? I don't have to win right now. I have to survive one more move. That mentality is what gets people in trouble, I feel.
Oh, by the way, taken rook f6 on the board.
Wow.
Navi Saini OP भाई. You are the player. आपने निकाला है भाई. बढ़िया, मजा आया देख के. सहज भाई, टाइटल ट्यूसडे की स्ट्रीम कब करोगे भाई? करेंगे भाई, करेंगे, जरूर करेंगे. पहले ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो यार. रुक f6 ब्रिलियंसी बाय द वे ऑन द बोर्ड.
Wow. Makes
ef6
me
रुकी टू
यार
चेक.
fan
क्या?
हो करके.
इट्स अ रेपिटेशन. इट्स अ रेपिटेशन चैट. यार वो क्लाइमैक्स नहीं मिला यहाँ पे, आई हैव टू से. ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब गेम छूट गया थोड़ा. थोड़ा लंबा और चलना चाहिए था ये गेम. Yep, this is a draw. King b1, king b1, rook e1, king c2, rook e2, and draw. कोई कंफर्म कर सकता है बाय द वे कैमरा पे देख के कि लाइक वेदर गुकेश इज विजिबली अपसेट हियर? आई वुड नॉट बी सरप्राइज्ड. By the way, king b1 played, rook e1 check, king c2, rook e2 check. We have a repetition incoming. He
Wow, so
looks
that,
normal.
yeah,
भाई
that
वो
is a
दर्द है.
draw.
आई एम टेलिंग यू, पोकर फेस है. एग्जैक्टली पोकर फेस. बट यार वो दर्द तो होगा उस गुकेश को. किंग
नहीं, but
b1,
I
rook
think पता
e1,
है, I think
ड्रॉ.
वो he realized it even before this happens. I think he realized 41st move पे ही कि there was I missed it and now it's over. And that means Gukesh also goes to 1.5 and we are not going to have a single Indian player on the full score, Saj bhai.
Yep, only two players so far, but third one is most likely going to be Firuza, who joins, I think, in very, very short amount of time. So there's going to be 3 players on 2 out of 2. So yeah, bhai, looking sad. Going back to the Arjun game, ताकि कुछ मजा आए. Knight takes a4, brilliancy board पे आ चुकी है, and it looks like he's about to win his game.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move. And now I think there is no defense. I think white can dance around a bit. You can't take on b6, you can't take on a4. And I think एक बार black का वो जो b8 rook है ना activate हो जाएगा ना, I think it's just over. You don't even might not even need the b6 pawn in some variations now. And I think
बिशप और नाइट की मेट देखनी है मुझे तो।
अरे भाई
भाई
I
उसमें मजा
think
आएगा, वो चाहिए
but I
भाई।
think white will not play it by white will resign beforehand. He will not allow Arjun to checkmate bishop and knight. Of course Arjun knows.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly go to Vantika's game because some updates
हाँ
there. Because मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पे. This was the position. She played bishop e4 here. Opponent played knight d7. That's a mistake. Bishop b1, knight f8 back, bishop c2, and knight d7 again. And now she played king d4. Okay, so she's winning now. That's great.
Yeah, king d5, king c6 and king e6 पे क्या हो रहा है? Bishop, I don't know, e4, f, bishop
Bishop
e4,
b,
bishop,
king e6 पे
bishop e4,
bishop b3, knight
knight
c5 पे bishop
c5.
d1.
Why not bishop e4, bishop d5? Just,
तो king कैसे लाओगे? किंग को भी
hmm.
तो चाहिए ना d5 square.
But bishop d5, I'll go bishop g2. And if king e6, bishop s3 check.
That's also possible. Yeah, I think that's cool. What he's saying is bishop e4, knight c5, and bishop g2 पे ले आओ. But I
नहीं
think
पहले
king
check.
f5 you
अच्छा
have to be
पहले
careful
check
of.
दे सकते हैं ना? पहले check.
अब तब तो
Unless you're
king
going
f5 है
king
ना मेरे
f5.
पास.
King
So
f5
king
work
e7
मतलब
actually is a draw. So
what?
tricky. Because bishop g2 पे then I think I have knight e6 check.
अबे यार. Okay.
So yeah, some weird developments here. King e6, bishop e4. She plays another inaccuracy here. She's going for your plan.
हाँ भाई.
She's going for your plan. Let's go.
But
Knight
that
c.
looks logical. That looks human. That's the move I
Yeah.
would play, chat.
Why
But
knight c5
it's
के बाद she has to go back bishop c2. She cannot play bishop d5 check.
wow. Chess is hard, bhai. Chess is hard.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go back to Arjun's board. This is the position knight f4 के बाद कोई development हुई नहीं है यहाँ पे. He's still thinking, probably digesting the fact that the position is lost now. आदित्य का check करना है एक बार.
I think yeah, he spoiled his edge a bit. Actually still winning. I think maybe it was the board
Yeah,
was wrong.
you have
Still
two
winning.
pawns in the
Yeah.
center. Some rook h4, rook h6 ideas. Yeah, he should win this. I think Aditya should win this. Aditya is also having, I think, a really good year.
Amazing. Yeah.
इवन आई थिंक दोनों जो दुबई ओपन हुआ था जहाँ पे अनीश जीता था एंड अभी जो आई थिंक इट वाज फुजेरा और इट वाज द अदर वन अबू धाबी जहाँ पे लास्ट राउंड में आदित्य लॉस्ट दोनों टाइम पे आदित्य वाज लीडिंग द टूर्नामेंट अप अंटिल द लास्ट मोमेंट amongst elite grandmasters. And for Aditya, this is great news. I mean, he will hit
Hmm.
2600 very soon. And it's only a matter of time. Then 2650 आता है, 2700 भी आ सकता है.
Hmm. Agreed. I think his games are also very smooth. I think usually there are no insane, comebacks from the opponent. So usually कि अगर एक बार जीत रहा है तो he's not gonna blunder the game away. So let's see. I think ये game interesting है. But star game हमारी वही एक चल रही है भाई. Arjun against oh wait, what happened? Rook d6 played.
Rook d6 played, and now only
Ooh.
move to win is bishop to b5. Okay,
But
makes sense because you want to
yeah,
defend the knight.
yeah, not a difficult one actually. आपको pawn बचाना है, आपको knight बचाना है. There is no other move actually. So it's not that difficult. By the time Arjun, even if he wins, only goes to 1.5. So, he has to win somehow. Firuzja, by the way, I think, did he already win? Oh, he's about to win, I
He's
think.
about to win, yeah. Show Firuza fame. भाई famous तो बहुत है वो.
I think वो गुची रह जाएगी शर्ट चाहिए होगी उसके लिए गुची ऐसा फिरूजा सर डांस करना पड़ेगा भाई थोड़े शेड्स चाहिए होंगे स्टाइल दिखाना आसान नहीं भाई फिरूजा का
बिल्कुल. What happens if he moves the knight? If he moves the knight, then there is rook takes b6, and that's your only advantage in the position. Piece का advantage तब तक realize नहीं होता जब तक आपके पास pawn रहता है तब तक होता है. Pawns चले जाते हैं तो फिर वो theoretical draw हो जाती है. So you need at least one pawn. So he has to defend this pawn with his life.
and bishop e5 played by the way so on the board great move yet again. And now I think white has no plan. You can play h4 one move, but then rook goes somewhere, and yeah, it's over.
या एक ही पॉन है वाइट के पास, ज़्यादा कुछ काउंटर प्ले है नहीं यहाँ पे। इट्स जस्ट अ मैटर ऑफ कन्वर्जन, या लंबा चलेगा थोड़ा ये गेम, बट आई थिंक इट्स ओनली अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम।
Yeah. But the Vincent Keimer also winning against Zephyr Young, so he'll also go to 1.5. Um, Andrei Sipenko defeating Anton Korobov also 1.5. भाई 1.5 पे जो भीड़ होने वाली है ना, राजीव चौक मेट्रो स्टेशन की याद आ रही है मुझे भाई, लिटरली। चेसकॉम 2000 टच किया है आज, पर अब डर लग रहा है कि कम ना हो भाई। मैंने भी चेसकॉम 26 को टच किया भाई बुलेट में, एक हफ्ता पहले से मैंने टच ही नहीं किया भाई। तो
अरे
आई कैन
वाह,
रिलेट।
क्या बात है, फ्लेक्स
बट ठीक
भाई
है, कभी तो।
फ्लेक्स।
थैंक्स भाई, थैंक्स, बट कभी तो खेलना पड़ेगा भाई, कभी तो खेलना पड़ेगा। आई थिंक कभी तो नीचे जाना ही है दोबारा।
मेरे को बहुत टाइम है, मैं इंडिया में खेल नहीं रहा था, दिल्ली में बिल्कुल नहीं खेला मैं बुलेट वगैरह। अभी मैंने 2-3 गेम्स खेले, आई लॉस्ट वेरी वेरी बैडली, सो आई नीड टू गेट दैट रिदम बैक, तो आई कैन स्टार्ट प्लेइंग अगेन।
व्हाट्स योर पीक बुलेट रेटिंग्स आज भाई?
आई थिंक 2870, आई थिंक समथिंग लाइक दैट।
एंड व्हाट इज द पीक? आई थिंक हिकारू का पीक रेटिंग 3500 है ना शायद।
3400, 3400।
भाई हाउ इज दैट इवन लीगली पॉसिबल भाई? आई थिंक
आई एम
भाई।
लुकिंग, अच्छा नहीं नहीं, इट्स 2896 राइट नाउ, इट्स 2936 है मेरी पीक।
ओ डैम भाई साहब।
This was when I was playing like a lot of bullet. This was like I think
हम्म।
few months back. I was playing a lot of bullet then. मैं मतलब chess.com पे हमेशा ध्यान से खेलता हूँ कि वहाँ पे बड़ा बड़ा सीरियसली खेलना पड़ता है, because you know when you are at that level, एक जरा सा भी कुछ हो आपकी बैंड बज जाती है।
बाय द वे, वंतिका विनिंग चैट कह रही है, फाउंड
या
बिशप G2।
या शी इज विनिंग, completely winning. So Parham done. Yeah, the only 2 games remaining are the ones that I like, आदित्य का और एक अर्जुन का।
Yep, H4 played in the Arjun game, and now the rook has to move. Rook F5. Rook. I would play rook E5 maybe.
या
Just
ताकि
staying away
बिशप
from
ना
the.
अटैक कर पाए,
And rook E5. What's our winning plan though? I think I
किंग
want
को
to
लाओ,
active.
मतलब क्वीन साइड पे
Uh,
पॉन को बचाने के लिए, फिर नाइट को हटाओ, बिशप को हटाओ, पॉन पुश करो, खुश रहो।
oh, this is a long conversion then, I think.
या लॉन्ग कन्वर्जन होगा इधर। वो रिजाइन नहीं करेगा ना, वो खेलेगा अंटिल द वेरी एंड, होपिंग फॉर दैट लास्ट मिस्टेक, दैट लास्ट
Yeah,
स्लिप अप।
and he should play. I think there is always a chance you blunder that B6 pawn and suddenly it's not winning. So
रुकी 5
E5
प्लेड।
played. है बाहर को हल्का झटका लगता है, नीचे जाता है, फिर ऊपर जैसे कोई बैठा है, होता है कुर्सी है, बैठते हो, इट गोज डाउन एंड देन कम्स अप ऐसे काउच। सेम बार भी भाई, कौन बैठा है इस बार के ऊपर साज भाई? कौन बैठा है इसके, बताओ भाई।
जो भी हो भाई, अभी नाइट बॉट ने कहा है, आर यू अ चेस स्ट्रीमर लुकिंग टू ग्रो योर ऑडियंस, ज्वाइन द chess.com कम्युनिटी प्रोग्राम। भाई वही बैठा है।
भाई साज भाई हमारे चेसकॉम स्ट्रीमर है, बट इनकी लास्ट स्ट्रीम आई थिंक 1992 में हुई थी। जब पैदा भी नहीं हुए थे। भाई कर लो भाई स्ट्रीम कोई।
कर लेंगे भाई, कर लेंगे। यार यहाँ पर ही 6-6.5 घंटे लग जाते हैं भाई।
तो भाई नॉन नॉन इवेंट डेज भाई, नॉन इवेंट डेज।
नॉन इवेंट डेज हो कर रहे हैं भाई, अगली द 10th को है पहला नॉन इवेंट डे, उस दिन करेंगे कुछ स्ट्रीम।
भाई अगले 2 महीने कितने पैक्ड है भाई। आई थिंक दिस इज वी हैव दिस,
हम्म।
देन वी हैव आई थिंक Speed Chess Championship starting.
हम्म।
We also have, of course, the World Cup. We have freestyle.
व्हेन इज स्पीड चेस
Uh,
अगेन?
I think अभी exact date मुझे भी नहीं पता. It's like of course spread out a bit. Exact dates मुझे नहीं पता, वो games की I think बाद में आएंगी.
अच्छा
Uh,
अच्छा अच्छा।
but I think Speed Chess है, World Cup है,
लाइक,
then we have
डू वी नो
freestyle
द
South Africa.
टेंटेटिव लाइक टाइमिंग्स, इज इट अक्टूबर या फिर इज इट सितंबर?
अक्टूबर से चालू होगा, अक्टूबर से चालू होगा, ये पता है बस.
अच्छा।
Till last way till Feb, and then of course uh, I think it's freestyle South Africa, then it is GCL, and then it is World Rapid and Blitz भाई, वो भी exciting होगा इस बार। I think Gukesh will also play, and I think Indians
ओह,
का Rapid Blitz skills देखने में मजा आएगा, and it's also not in the US this time, तो भाई अपना comfortable time zone है भाई।
नाइस नाइस, वेरी नाइस।
Vantika
के
about to
स्विचिंग?
win. Let's go.
Switching. King e7, king d5, king d7, and f5 already played.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is winning. gf5 पे I have bishop h3, pinning this, and I will take this, and also h5 का pawn weak हो जाता है उसके साथ. So yeah, Vantika looking quite good for only 49 seconds though, so a bit careful.
Yeah, but I think f5 एक निकाल दिया ना. I think she has the right plan in mind, and ये pawn, if you take, then I think it's lost. What if I don't take, Sahaj? Bhai? Can I just wait? I mean, my knight has no squares. Maybe king c7.
Bishop e4, I guess. King d7, no, bishop h3, bishop h3 then.
Yeah, it just feels over. Yeah, knight h7, then takes king e6 is over. So yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Vantika just going to be 2 out of 2. And women's में सिर्फ दो लड़कियां हैं, वैशाली एंड ओल्गा बदल का, who are on 2 out of 2. So it's a great result
भाई तीन में
there.
से दो इंडियंस. That's crazy.
3 में से 2 Indians, exactly. Okay, going back to the Arjun game.
Haik
Uh,
Martirosyan, 24 minutes he has on the clock now. I think उनके plan नहीं है कोई. I mean, he can give a check on g4, for example. King ऊपर आ जाएगा. If you try more checks, king e7, and basically जब black king के सामने है ना, I think there is no play at all. तो rook e5 पे है, let's bring the king to e7.
yeah, I think that's his long-term plan anyways, to get king f8, king e7 in, and that's it.
Hmm.
That's GG. कोई कह रहा है कि फिरोजा का गेम एनालाइज करो, बिल्कुल लगाते हैं बोर्ड पे. This is the current position. He has double bishops. He has an extra pawn on a4, and he has an extra pawn on the f file as well. ये pawn रुक नहीं रहा है basically. ये bishop very smartly controls the back rank. So once you play a3, a2, a1 एक automatically आएगा position में. And also let's not forget कि king back rank पे फंसा हुआ है. तो a3, a2 आने के बाद रुक भी वन चेक भी जब आएगी, वो टेम्पो के साथ क्वीन होगा. तो I think this basically means कि Rodstein should resign like in the next 2-3 moves or something like
Yeah,
that. This game
it's
should
just
not
over, I
continue.
think. Knight hanging, next move a3 आ रहा है. You can't stop it really. So I think it's all but over. Firouzja, of course, yeah. I mean, I think he's one of the favorites to win this event, I think, especially with the start he's had, 2-on-2, for sure. Definitely have to. And I think we'll end up having at least a couple of Indian clashes against Firouzja. So will be very interesting to see, क्या result रहता है.
By the way, Rook g4 check played by Haik Martirosyan.
VTL is quitting because of his health issues, because of chess. Is it because of chess or is it because of chess streaming? I think they are two completely separate things. I would argue playing chess is much more traumatic for your mental health than streaming. Especially OTB chess online, तो ठीक है यार. I think it's more fun. But OTB chess, Saj bhai, I mean, it makes you question your entire existence when things are not going well.
I mean, I tried to look at the positive side of things, which is that it also prepares you for a lot of things in life as well, I think. So it has its plus
और
points, it
अगर
has its disadvantages.
खाली हार ही रही हो तो भाई what is it preparing you for then?
जीवन की जो हार होगी, कभी ना कभी तो हारते ही
भाई जीवन में
हैं.
भी हारना है, चेस में भी हारना है, जीत कहाँ आ रही है भाई फिर?
But yeah, Rook g4 check, king f7, king f8, two logical moves. King h7 पे गया तो position खराब है because bishop e4 check है मेरे पास, so he has to be careful. So Rook g4
या
check, thinking about this. What about Gukesh game? Gukesh has already drawn his match, so he's on 1.5 out of 2. Most likely he's going to be upfloated tomorrow against someone. क्योंकि 3 लोग होंगे.
नहीं, प्रग होगा ना, आई थिंक टॉप
फिर
सीड.
आपको दोबारा upfloat नहीं करेंगे ना.
अच्छा, राइट. क्योंकि इस थर्ड सीड, दो सेकंड सीड आई थिंक इज अर्जुन.
फिर अर्जुन होगा upfloat अगर
हाँ,
अर्जुन जीतता है तो.
अगर हाँ, दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट. अभी कंफर्म नहीं है. लेट्स नॉट काउंट आवर एक्स बिफोर दे आर हैश्ड. एंड ऑल्सो हम जी वन कह रहे थे भाई, जी1 स्क्वायर तक ही पहुंचना है ब्लैक के पीसेस को किसी तरीके से. जी1 जी2, that's the magic distance. And I think knight needs to come to the center. एक बार knight आएगा ना center में, I think if knight comes to e3 or f2 or even f6, for not f6 exactly, but you get the point. Like just activate that
नाइट
knight.
d7 पे रख दो भाई, बहुत है. d7 पे रख दो,
हाँ,
बिशप हटाओ और जस्ट पुश करो.
हाँ. we need the freedom for the rook. Right now, it's just pieces are tied down. Like सब एक दूसरे को defend कर रहे हैं. एक दो piece active करने हैं हमें अपने.
Nordirbek versus Gukesh I think नहीं होगा because their ratings are too close to each other. So they will be in the same rating bracket. So most likely Gukesh plays against someone who's 2650 tomorrow.
Hmm. What is upfloated, Saj bhai? Good question from Arjun bhai.
अपफ्लोटेड होता है जैसे अगर मेरे पास 1 पॉइंट है, आपके पास 1.5 पॉइंट है, तो मैं अपफ्लोट हो जाता हूँ, मैं 1.5 पॉइंट के साथ खेलता हूँ, उसको अपफ्लोट कहते हैं। आप डाउनफ्लोट भी हो सकते हो। जैसे कि इस टूर्नामेंट इस राउंड के लिए प्रग अपफ्लोट हुआ था बिकॉज प्रग का पहला राउंड ड्रॉ हुआ था एंड द गाय ही डिफीटेड, व्हाट वाज हिज नेम, या इवान जेमेलियान्स्की, ही डिफीटेड समवन, तो ही वाज ऑन 1 पॉइंट, प्रग वाज ऑन हाफ अ पॉइंट, तो प्रग अपफ्लोट हुआ था। अपफ्लोट इसलिए होता है क्योंकि अगर ऑड नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स है, जैसे पहले राउंड के बाद 17 प्लेयर्स थे जिनके 1 आउट ऑफ 1 थे, अब 16 का मैच आप एक दूसरे से करा सकते हो, एक तो बच जाएगा ना, तो वो जो एक बचता है वो डाउन फ्लोट होता है। उस प्लेयर तो जो जिसके 1 पॉइंट पे सबसे कम रेटिंग है वो बंदा डाउन फ्लोट होगा, और जिसके आधे पॉइंट पे सबसे ज्यादा रेटिंग है वो ऑफ फ्लोट होगा। तो इस केस में वो प्रग था वर्सेस इवान।
True, true, true. Very well explained. And अब बस ये explain करना रह गया है कि rook h6 के बाद I think we have a couple of moves आज. Rook h6 played and now Arjun needs to decide कि भाई is this dangerous for me or not. Don't think so just yet. Um,
Yeah, I mean anything. Knight c5 it looks very logical to me.
Knight
Looks
c5 and let's say rook f4 check, king e7, rook h7, king. Oh, king
d6,
d6, rook d4 is a draw.
किंग e6 बिशप h3, अच्छा थोड़ा केयरफुल रहना,
Oh,
पर किंग
बाप रे.
e7 किंग d8 जा सकते हो आई गेस।
But that's not where you want to go. So there are some hidden, ऐसे वो bishop g2 वाला ना, we forget about that bishop, but sometimes it can be a attacking piece.
या, और इवन रुक
Vantika
g8
game,
जस्ट इमीडिएटली आल्सो वर्क्स। वनती का गेम बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं भाई लगा सकते हैं बोर्ड पे, और ज्यादा कुछ
yeah.
अपडेट्स हुई नहीं है। दिस इज द पोजीशन। सो किंग e7, bishop f5, knight e6, bishop e4 and king to d7, and now I think she's looking for a way to take this pawn on h5 or take this pawn on f7। one or the other should be winning here, but Vantika का time बहुत कम है, she only has 30 seconds, so a bit difficult।
I think it's white to play, right? So no, black. Sorry. So what does black do? I think
It's
maybe
white to
knight
play
f4.
right now, she played bishop f3।
Oh, she f3. Okay, got it.
Wait, how does she have 28 seconds? How is that even possible? That's not possible, na?
I think वो ऐड नहीं हुआ. हाँ, ऐड नहीं हुआ है. अभी ऐड हो गया.
Add, हाँ।
Okay, so knight g7 is one move.
King
Knight f.
e7 भी oh, king e7 is nice। You
King
can't
e7.
take because of
Ah.
knight f4 check. You can't play king c6 because knight d4 check. The
But
power
king
of
e7
knight.
maybe. King e7 maybe bishop d1. I don't know.
Then king d7 वापस।
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she played knight d7. The gamble worked.
Okay, now I don't know how you finish this one though.
Yeah. Okay, 19 seconds for Vantika.
He has to be quick. Maybe bishop g2.
Bishop g2, हाँ, मतलब लग तो रहा है खेलना
8
चाहिए, but
seconds. She played something on I think
bishop g2,
30. She played. Okay.
best move on the board। अब knight e6 वापस आएगा तो मे बी bishop h3, कुछ तो है उधर, आई डोंट नो क्या है।
You can also wait maybe, yeah, something like bishop e4, give a waiting move. I don't know if that helps. But
कि
oh,
knight
knight
e8
e8.
प्ले, bishop h3 check पे king c7 जाना चाहती है to not give the c6 square।
But
Maybe then
can
I have
just
bishop
come.
f, oh bhai look at this, bishop
Yeah,
f5, bishop h7, bishop g8, bishop f7।
yeah, that looks winning. That looks completely winning actually.
Yeah, that's winning। No, whether she sees it in 20 seconds is a different story, but I don't think it's hard.
I think that's not the only way. Probably also she'll find a way. She can maneuver around unless कोई threefold repetition गलती से photograph draw हो जाए. I think she should find a win.
Bishop
10
h3 check, very good.
seconds. Check.
Sir, what is ideal ratings to start going deep about openings and theories and bar and engine? My sole essence is supposedly I'm in college and don't know if I'm transitioning chess as a prima. Primary, acha. 2000 rating, basically. I think उससे पहले it's pointless. Even 2000 के बाद भी you can ignore openings at least. End games को ignore मत करना. Openings को ignore कर सकते हो to an extent. But 2000 की rating तक तो you can get by very easily.
She found it, by the way. I think Vantika is going to win this one. Bishop h7, bishop g8 incoming. So maybe go back to the Arjun game now.
खत्म ही होने वाला है ना. Let's finish it.
हाँ हाँ
वहां पे तो
sure.
सोच ही रहा है वो अभी भी. सेम पोजीशन पे सोच
Bishop
रहा है.
bishop h7, bishop g8, knight d8.
अबे यार, फिर किंग को लेके आओ ना. e4 f5 and then you play g6. थोड़ा लंबा गेम है but yeah, I think it is winning. She knows it's winning.
What is NM Ashleel bhai? Why NM is national master bhai? 22 rating में मिलता है. There is NM/CM 22 पे. Then there is FM on 2300, IM is 2400, GM is 2500, and unofficial title of GOAT is 2880.
90. 2889 है ना.
True, true. 80 में मान लेंगे भाई. 10 पॉइंट का
चलो
डिस्काउंट दे
ठीक
सकते हैं.
है.
आई थिंक
हम
10
एडजस्ट
पॉइंट का
कर लेंगे.
डिस्काउंट दे सकते हैं. इतना
एडजस्ट कर
हम
सकते हैं, वैसे पर
उतने भी
एडजस्ट कर
जिद्दी
लेंगे.
नहीं है भाई हम. हाँ.
जिद्दी नहीं है. दैट्स गुड. Will Vantika be 2400 after winning this round? I don't think so. I think she's at 2387, something like that. And she will be 2394 after this round. So एक और गेम जीतना होगा 2500 के अगेंस्ट, तब 24 हो जाएगी उसकी.
By the way, there is a move in the Arjun game. Rook g8 played.
Okay,
So
switching.
yeah, Rook g8, the best move again. And now White has to take a call. Yeah, I don't think he should trade. I think because एक trade हो गया, I think Black King is pretty safe then, and then he starts pushing the pawn.
True. If you take रुक g8 ये तो मतलब एडमिट कर रहे हो पोजीशन लॉस्ट है तो मत ही मारो.
Hmm.
रुक f4, रुक्स को रखो जितना ज्यादा, कि ज्यादा चेक्स पड़ेंगी तो कुछ ट्रिक्स हो सकती हैं वहां पे.
Yeah. ठीक है भाई, कल ही 2880 कर लेता हूँ. चौधरी जी कह रहे हैं.
अरे वाह, बहुत बढ़िया. तो लग जाओ chess.com पे, फिर ब्लिट्स खेलना शुरू कर दो.
कार्लसन को बता दें कि भाई उसका
हाँ.
टाइटल खतरे में है. उसको बोल देते हैं फिर भाई, उसको वार्निंग दे दे कम से कम. वार्निंग दे कि नहीं दे भाई, ये बता दो यार. How many GM titles does Vantika have? Interesting question, Sagar. I don't know how
भाई
to
जीएम
answer this
नॉर्म्स
one.
कह रहे हो आप. नॉर्म्स कह रहे हो आप. आई डोंट थिंक शी हैज अ नॉर्म. डज शी हैव अ नॉर्म?
I don't think so.
आई डोंट थिंक शी हैज अ नॉर्म. 3 नॉर्म्स चाहिए होते हैं, उसके उसके बाद आपको एक टाइटल मिलता है. उसके पास जीएम टाइटल अभी नहीं है. बट आई थिंक शी इज ऑन ट्रैक. आई थिंक शी इज डेफिनेटली ऑन ट्रैक. हाउ आर पेयरिंग्स डिसाइडेड? भाई देखो, पेयरिंग्स क्या होता है, जैसे हर प्लेयर की एक रेटिंग होती है. जैसे 50 प्लेयर्स हैं तो उसको 25 और 25 में डिवाइड कर दिया जाता है. तो टॉप 25 इज वन ग्रुप एंड 26 से 50 इज अनदर ग्रुप. होता ये कि नंबर वन प्लेस 26, क्योंकि 26 इज द नंबर वन प्लेयर ऑफ द सेकेंड ग्रुप. तो वन प्लेस 26, सेकेंड प्लेस 27, थर्ड प्लेस 28 एंड सो ऑन. ऐसे पेयरिंग्स डिसाइड होती हैं. बाय द वे, प्ले rook
Yeah.
h7 check on the board.
Aditya blundered the win. Really?
Oh, I would love to check it out.
It's hard to call it a blunder. Yeah, I mean he just grabbed the free pawn. So very hard to call it a blunder. Unfortunately, what else could he have done?
f4, king d3, king f5. Oh, blunder नहीं है, mistake तो है for sure. Oh, actually this is looking bad.
Again, a Gukesh similarity. Yeah, Black ka king becoming an active piece, and suddenly there's no way to move forward.
सहज भाई, आप स्ट्रीम कब करोगे? लास्ट टाइम की थी तब कार्पो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन था. भाई इतना टाइम भी नहीं हुआ यार. इट्स बिन ओनली लाइक अ मंथ. आई थिंक लास्ट टाइम आई डिड इट वाज व्हेन दिव्या वाज अबाउट टू विन द वर्ल्ड कप. एक महीना हो गया होगा. एक महीने से थोड़ा ज्यादा. बट करूंगा भाई, करूंगा फॉर श्योर।
हाउ टू जॉइन क्लास? विच क्लास भाई? टिकू यू कैन बी आईएम, ऑफ कोर्स भाई, ऑफ कोर्स। वही मैं दिन रात जाग के सोचता रहता हूँ कब आईएम बनूं। नॉर्म कैसे मिलता है? चूहा पूछ रहा है एक। बताओ भाई।
नॉर्म मिलता है, दो दो रिक्वायरमेंट्स होती हैं। एक होती है रेटिंग रिक्वायरमेंट, और एक होती है जैसे, और क्या, एक मतलब एक होती है आपकी परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग, एक होती है आपकी नंबर ऑफ जीएम्स दैट you've प्लेड, फिर एक होता है नंबर ऑफ नेशनैलिटीज दैट you've प्लेड। थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, बट सिंपली मैं आपको समझा सकता हूँ कि आईएम नॉर्म करने के लिए आपको 2450 की परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग चाहिए होती है, और जीएम नॉर्म करने के लिए आपको 2600 की परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग चाहिए होती है। दैट्स द सिंपल आंसर। बट इसमें थोड़े मतलब डीपर पॉइंट्स भी हैं, जो 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 क्राइटेरिया होता है आपको मैच करना होता है। जैसे 3 नेशनैलिटी से खेलना होता है आपको, 3 जीएम से खेलना होता है आपको उस टूर्नामेंट में। ये मैं जीएम नॉम की बात कर रहा हूँ बाय द वे, आईएम नॉम की बात नहीं कर रहा। बट या, द मेन थिंग इज द रेटिंग रिक्वायरमेंट, 2450 फॉर आईएम, 2600 फॉर जीएम।
Yep. I think बहुत complicated है. It should be a bit simpler, but of course it's been the tradition, so it can't be
रेटिंग
changed.
एवरेज भी होता है यार, आई मीन इसको चेंज नहीं करना चाहिए
हाँ
ना, फिर इजियर हो जाता है, फिर वो वैल्यू नहीं रहती
हाँ
है उसकी। अब हमें
हाँ
हमें
भाई, it
लगता है ना,
should be.
हमने सफर किया है तो भाई सबको सफर करना चाहिए।
We agreed. I think it. I don't know if there's a way to make it equally difficult, but also a bit simpler in terms of understanding. Like norms का मतलब समझाना किसी non-chess बंदे को. आज भाई, try explaining what a norm is to somebody who has no clue about chess, and then
No, a
it
norm
becomes
is
difficult.
very simple to explain. It's how it's you performed like a grandmaster. That's a norm. You performed like an international master. That's a norm. So इसी तरह से आप बोल सकते हो कि
But
if
it's
you
higher,
play,
no? It's like 2600 होता है. It's not 2500. Why is it 2600 then,
that's
not
true.
2500?
That's true. That's true. But I think performance in I mean simpler, वो ये सवाल थोड़ी ना करेगा कि 2600 क्यों है, 2500 क्यों
नहीं,
नहीं
he will say कि
है।
why is it stronger than a GM? अगर GM ही बनना है तो stronger than GM क्यों है?
Because I think you have to play stronger than a GM in that sense, probably.
वही ना, बट वो तो स्टेटमेंट रिपीट हो गया ना भाई। व्हाई?
Hmm.
एक नॉन चेस बंदे को समझाना बड़ा मुश्किल है भाई, ट्रस्ट मी।
Hmm.
Okay, by the way, still going back to the Arjun game, I think Rook h7 check has been played. King f8 and then Rook f4 check, and King आ चुका है e8 पे. So White
Oh,
is
this is
still
Arjun's
trying.
game. I'm just putting
Yeah,
it up.
White is still trying, but yeah, looks a bit. I think it looks a bit more smooth now. एक दोनों के एक्टिवेट हो चुके हैं. नाइट गेम में आ जाएगा या आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर इफ यू नीड द नाइट. कुछ ये बिशप को पिन करना है यार somehow. Check rook e2. I don't know if it works, but
Oh, we have a super chat. Vishruth Reddy. How Divya became a GM without norms? First of all, thanks for the super chat. Divya became a GM because she won the Women's World Cup finals. She's a Women's World Cup champion. And it's in the laws कि if you win certain events, ऐसे काफ़ी events में ऐसा होता है, जैसे वर्ल्ड जूनियर जीतते हो तब भी आपको GM टाइटल मिलता है। कुछ आप अफ्रीकन इंडिविजुअल जीते हो उससे भी आपको मिलता है, एशियन इंडिविजुअल्स आप जीतते हो उससे भी आपको GM नॉर्म डायरेक्टली मिलता है। उससे आपको नॉर्म्स की कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होती। So that's why she got the GM title.
yeah, ऐसे बहुत इवेंट्स होते हैं. सो यू कैन यूजुअली जो लोग जीतते हैं उनका टाइटल ऑलरेडी होता है. वही होता है ना भाई, द रिच गेट रिचर एंड द पुअर गेट पुअर. Like
Hmm.
usually you already have the title by then, but this was an exceptional case, and what Divya achieved was insane. So totally deserved, yeah, to get that GM title for winning the World Cup. Okay, Bishop 3 played, controlling that e2 square. So no rook e2 possible now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time to bring the knight, yeah. Knight
Knight
c5.
C5, Knight D7, ले आओ बस खत्म।
Uh,
Why are you not playing? You're my favorite player. भाई रमेश सर, आपको कुछ you should look at chess more. I shouldn't be your favorite player. You should have better favorite players.
भाई नहीं भाई, फेवरेट प्लेयर तो आई थिंक इज बेस्ड ऑन पर्सनालिटी. आई थिंक ऐसे अनीश इज माइन, तो
Anish
आई
is
थिंक.
also an elite grandmaster like that.
हाँ
That's
आई
also
गेट इट, आई गेट
that's
इट.
also you're just proving my point here.
बट आई थिंक Vaishali and Grand Swiss go hand in hand, defending champ for a reason. I agree. I think she's played very well, but I think it's only 2 rounds in. अभी बहुत rounds है भाई, बहुत rounds है.
How can a 2400 be a favorite player? By रुक जा तू. I'm telling you. अभी I'm going to play this Romanian Super League. Just wait. जैसी 2500 होगा ना मैं बस फायर आर्म को अनमोड उसी दिन करेंगे, ठीक है? जिस दिन
So
2500
question
मेरी
for you,
वापस.
Saj bhai. Let's say you get to 2500. Will you
हाँ.
try to maintain it or will you try to improve it?
आई विल फर्स्ट अनमोड फायर आर्म, फिर उसके बाद
अच्छा.
सोचूंगा. पहले इसको अनमोड करेंगे फिर सोचेंगे. No, no, but I will try to maintain, यार. I will also try to increase, यार. I think, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, I want to grow as much as I can, but yeah. अब
ये
उतना.
क्या है?
हाँ.
Juventus is lucky that Sahil Tikku is playing women candidates. What? What? ये को, इसमें कितने रोस्ट है, इतने लेयर्स है भाई रोस्टिंग के भाई.
Vantika
What?
blundered. Let's go there. Let's go.
No
Let's,
way.
let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, D5 is the move.
Oh, of course she finds it. There
Do
is
you think
nothing
so?
else, yeah?
Really?
There's nothing else. What else?
उसके बाद तो ड्रॉ कर लेगी.
नहीं वो नहीं पता
Oh,
मुझे, बट
she
D5 तो
finds
खेलना.
it. She
यार
finds
खेलना ही
it.
पड़ेगा, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है.
That's a huge blunder by Vantika there. Bhai, careful. Knights are very tricky pieces, bhai. Wow.
Mm. And what's the drawing sequence now? So C takes D5 obvious.
Knight F4,
Knight F4,
King
King G.
H6, Knight D5, King G7.
Okay. Knight
Knight. Oh, Knight
F6.
C3, and you cannot play Bishop E2. But calculating
Oh.
this is not easy, bhai. Bishop F7,
Hmm.
Knight B5, H5. Pawn रुक कैसे रहा है? Knight D4. अच्छा, H6
Knight
possible
F5.
नहीं है.
Oh, but this is not that difficult, yeah, for with 6 minutes on the clock for Binsar, I think.
Hmm. Oh, देखो
Oh,
फायर
Vantika.
आर्म शुरू हो गए अब. आई ऑनेस्टली फील यू विल क्रॉस 2532. ओह क्या बात है.
Why?
देखो भाई मॉड तो भाई वो टाइटल लिखो ना इनको.
भाई टाइटल की कीमत तुम क्या जानो, रमेश
हम्म.
बाबू. वो रमेश ही था चैट में एक्चुअली.
रमेश ही
बट
उनका नाम.
एनीवेज, हाँ रमेश था ना. बट एनीवेज, बाय द
अच्छा.
वे,
नहीं नहीं,
she's
इनका
not
नाम
played, yeah?
रमेश नहीं है, थिंक कुछ और है.
No,
आई एम
why
नॉट
do I
श्योर.
see 0 seconds of Vantika's clock?
इट्स विनायक, नो, लाइक समथिंग लाइक दैट, बट या एनीवेज.
Nee, the earlier guy was Ramesh, but why is it 0 seconds of Vantika's clock?
सोच रही होगी.
0 seconds से क्या सोच रही है भाई?
ये कोई ग्लिच होगा आई गेस.
Is it like 60 moves or something? क्या चल रहा है? Super chat from Stars by don't worry, we love you. Always compared to you. Another English candidates. अरे विशु भाई, thanks for the kind wishes Stars भाई के लिए. एक बार खुले विशेष सबके लिए भेज दो भाई.
अरे अरे, थैंक यू सो मच विश्रुत भाई. रियली रियली अप्रिशिएट इट. वेरी नाइस वर्ड्स फ्रॉम यू. एंड लव टू चैट एज वेल, यार. कम ऑन. आपके बिना ये
साज
कुछ भी
भाई मैं
पॉसिबल ना
घबरा गया था
होता.
एक सेकंड के लिए, घबरा गया था एक सेकंड के लिए.
क्यों?
कुछ नहीं, छोड़ो. एक सेकंड के लिए बहुत
भाई ये
घबरा गया
दोनों
था मैं.
क्यों हंस रहे हो तुम? ऐसा
मैं
क्या
बहुत
जोक है जो
घबरा
मुझे
गया
नहीं
था एक
समझ
सेकंड
आया?
के लिए, बहुत ज्यादा. है ना भाई? अब कर दो अपने 8 कैंडिडेट्स की प्रेडिक्शन यार. अभी इतना कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ यार. वी डोंट इवन हैव लाइक एनी मोर क्वालिफाइड प्लेयर्स. um I think Firuza के chances definitely looking better now to qualify from here. I think 2-on-2 is a great start. Not to forget कि आपको 8 पॉइंट करने हैं. So you basically need 6 out of 9 now, which is doable for a player like Firuza, I think.
हम्म. कि D5 खेल दिया उसने भाई. वंतिका, मैं रिफ्रेश करूं क्या बोर्ड एक बार? कुछ मैसअप तो नहीं होगा इससे?
No, I don't think so.
ओके, आई एम डूइंग जस्ट रिफ्रेशिंग वेरी क्विकली. शी इज ऑन 28 seconds अगेन. हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल?
I see zero still.
रिफ्रेश किया मैंने तो. भाई वो टाइम पे हारी तो नहीं ना?
No, I don't think so she'll lose. We've seen it happen once. Very unlikely it happens again.
अरे
I
चैट
think
कैमरा
that
देख के बताओ ना यार,
I
खेल
think
रही है
that
everybody.
wakes everybody up usually. एक बार किसी का time से होता है ना, you lose, then nobody else makes that mistake, I think.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, don't see the clock moving. But anyways, I think Arjun की game में भी move आया है. Knight C5, we can switch to that game maybe. Knight C5 played.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's not even a single check now. Bishop H5, yeah. But
बिशप H5 पे तो किंग D8. अरे अरे, एक और सुपर चैट बाय न्यूटन्स बैकयार्ड, आप दोनों के लिए एक एक समोसा 10-10 वाले और 2 चाय. थैंक यू सो मच भाई.
thanks
भाई
भाई,
तो
हम दोनों
अब समोसा
अब
आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है साहिल भाई, जस्ट सो यू नो.
भाई ये चेस कॉम को जा रहा है, मुझे नहीं
अरे
जाना.
ये आपकी रिस्पॉन्स, मेरे को नहीं पता, मैं समोसा लूंगा
और
आपसे.
एक समोसा तो यूट्यूब भी ले गया भाई इसमें, बट या थैंक्स लॉट भाई. By the way, I think bishop h5 if you play, for example, Sahaj here, there's just rook h5, bishop
अरे
c6 check,
बिशप C6 चेक, किंग H2 एंड देन नाइट
and
D3 इज नॉट इजी टू सी दो.
yeah, not easy, but
अच्छा
it's
नाइट F2 चेक
completely.
है ना मेरे पास, रुक G2 है, नाइट F2 चेक, ये दिख जाएगा आई थिंक उसको या.
Hmm.
ये तो दिख जाएगा. शायद भाई, वुड यू हैव ब्लंडर्ड लाइक वन थिंग. देखो हाइंडसाइट में ना बात करना बहुत बहुत आसान है कि मैं नहीं करता, ये वो नहीं करती, बट गेम के बीच में आपके पास हजार तरह के थॉट्स आते हैं. तो एंड अगर कोई एक स्ट्रांग प्लेयर ऐसा मिस्टेक कर रहा है, मतलब सब कर सकते हैं वो मिस्टेक. आपको नहीं पता कि उस दिमाग उस टाइम पे दिमाग में क्या क्या चल रहा है आपके. सो कोई भी कर सकता है.
Hmm. Vantika is playing. She's not. No, she's not lost. Of course, I think वो तो कोई chance ही नहीं है. Uh, at best, it can be a draw.
वंतिका's गेम इज स्टिल गोइंग ऑन. ओके गॉट इट.
Hmm.
बस वो अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है मेरी साइड पे.
हाँ, वो आई थिंक कोई ग्लिच होगा या कुछ टाइम कंट्रोल पहुंचे होंगे, मे बी दैट्स व्हाई. दिस नो वे
आदित्य
आई
का
वांट टू
खत्म
सी
हो गया क्या?
आदित्य का. नहीं, इट्स आल्सो
स्टिल
गोइंग ऑन
प्लेइंग.
स्टिल.
किंग F5 पे थे हम. अच्छा यहीं पे सोच रहा है आदित्य अभी. और मे बी ही रियलाइजेस दैट ही मिस दिस काउंटर प्ले विद किंग F5. Yeah, this looks difficult to convert into a win now. Okay, going back to the Arjun game, knight C5. यही देख के अच्छा लग रहा है भाई, ये तो जीत रहे हैं. Let's go.
Can you please analyze Vincent game? He's in great form. I think Vincent is. He drew yesterday. He's winning right now. But I don't know why the same. I've seen the same position for the past 2 hours or something. उसकी game में. If you can switch for a second, same rook end game पिछले 2 घंटे से पड़ी हुई है. I don't know what's happening there.
खत्म हो गया होगा ये गेम.
Yeah, Asha Jeffrey ने बहुत time लिया. He thought for like 30 minutes for one move. Okay, that makes sense.
अच्छा, because he was trying to find some way
Hmm.
to find something. King G5 is not. अच्छा King G5 भी winning ही है, सभी winning है इधर तो. कुछ भी खेल देगा यहाँ पे, white winning ही है.
Hmm. फिर तो बढ़िया है. I think gamer will win.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, some
Okay.
update here. Rook B4 played
Hmm.
by Martirosyan.
Oh, knight d3 पे there is rook b5 and bishop c6 check.
Yeah, nice tactic.
भाई tricky.
एंड बिशप D3 खेला तो रुक B6 नहीं मर रहा.
But rook hanging है ना.
अच्छा हाँ, देखा नहीं मैंने. हाउ पेयरिंग्स आर डिसाइडेड इन स्विस टूर्नामेंट भाई, अभी तो एक्सप्लेन किया था आपको ये. इट्स बेसिकली टेक 50 प्लेयर्स simply by rating. They are divided into two groups, top 25 and then 26 to 50. So top 25 is group 1, 26 to 50 is group 2. तो होता ये है कि नंबर 1 प्लेयर प्लेज विथ नंबर 26 विच इज द नंबर 1 प्लेयर ऑफ ग्रुप 2. तो नंबर 1 जो जो ग्रुप 1 का जो नंबर 1 प्लेयर होता है और जो ग्रुप 2 का नंबर 1 प्लेयर होता है, उनका मैच लगता है. एंड देन 2 3 4 एंड सो ऑन, ऐसे स्विस की पेयरिंग्स डिसाइड होती हैं. What is the level of depth 17 engine? It's difficult to say, but I maybe not more than 2000, 2100. क्लिप द स्विस फॉर्मेट हाँ भाई, पिन करना पड़ेगा भाई ये नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए, बिकॉज आई ऑलरेडी सेड इट लाइक 5 times टुडे.
टोटल कितने प्लेयर खेल रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट? आई थिंक 200 प्लस प्लेयर्स. सो दुनिया के सारे प्लेयर्स जो टॉप के, आई थिंक रेटिंग वाइज रफली टॉप 100 ईच
Oh, by
सेक्शन
the
आई
way,
थिंक आप प्लेइंग.
By the
हाँ.
way, going back to Vantika's game, some updates have happened there. So bishop h5, d5 was played, c
हम्म.
takes d5, knight f4. We saw this. King h6 takes, king g7, knight c7 she played, allowing bishop e2 for some reason. Why not knight c3? I don't understand. But anyway, bishop g4, she gives it away. And now knight b5, h5, knight c7, and
बट नाइट
h6
एट आ
पे
रहा ना.
knight e8 check, and it's draw.
ओ. Okay, that's a draw. That's over, I think. And then hard luck for Vantika. She was so close. I think her endgame is so winning. You go back and look, you lose faith in your endgames after kind of drawing that
Yeah,
endgame.
yeah, 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 of course. But I'm still not sure how this is a draw. King g6 खेला, knight f6 आया. I'll make a waiting move, like I don't know, bishop e2 or whatever. Okay, let's see. Game आ ही रहा है. King g6 खेल ही दिया उसने. Vantika under
Hmm.
serious time trouble.
But Sahaj bhai, it's the wrong pawn.
उससे
I
क्या
can
फर्क
simply
पड़ता
go
है?
king f8, king g8 at some point, right?
King f8 में तो h7 है ना मेरे पास.
नहीं, knight f6 रख के I can simply play king f8.
Oh, अच्छा
भाई.
हाँ. Very clever.
अरे भाई.
Yes, yes, you're right, you're right. साहिल ओपी होना चाहिए भाई चैट में. क्या निकाला है
भाई
भाई?
भाई
एंड गेम
लेकिन वो
स्किल्स,
वंतिका
एंड
हार
गेम
गई ना भाई.
स्किल्स.
वंतिका हार गई ना भाई. सॉरी,
बिशप
ड्रॉ
f5,
हो गया ना यार.
अब
अरे
किंग
यार.
f8 खेल सकते. अच्छा, किंग f8 सीधा आ रहा है अब तो.
अरे यार.
मैं तो ये तो b5 b4
बट
भी
ठीक है.
फेंक ही दो. फर्क क्या पड़ता है?
True. But I think ठीक है. I think, I mean, it's just hard luck. Yeah, she missed something there. Um, Draw is not so bad. She still has chances.
हम्म.
By the way, only 3 players on 2 out of 2. That is so impressive. कितना tough है 2 में से 2 करना. साहिल और साहिल भाई एक ही बात को रिपीट करते हो. अरे भाई क्या करें, शतरंज की ना एक लैंग्वेज है विच इज जस्ट कॉमन. सो
हम्म.
once you start talking about, जैसे b5 आ गया on the board, I think
हम्म.
mostly I think most chess players what they would talk about in this position would be similar in some way, I think.
हम्म. I think the problem is here, if you go king g7, then I have knight e8 check.
Hmm.
um Basically white को जीतने के लिए एक वो zugzwang का position create करना है.
Hmm.
Maybe the bishop on b3, black pawn on b4, and it's black to move. Then you have knight d7. क्योंकि मैं h7 नहीं खेल सकता क्योंकि मेरे पास knight f8 check है. तो if I keep the king on g7, then knight e8 check रहेगा मेरे पास. Then I can bring the knight back to f6. तो वो पोजीशन मिल नहीं रही है कोई. मे बी किंग जी5 पे रख के देन नाइट e4 चेक आ जाएगी. बात तो वही है ना.
Yeah, this is very basic actually. I think ये तो आराम
अच्छा
से
नहीं
ड्रॉ
नहीं
हो
नहीं
जाएगा.
नहीं, एक तरीका है, एक तरीका है. इफ आई कीप द बिशप ऑन बिशप c2 किंग f8. अच्छा खेल दिया उसने. बिशप b3 खेलना फोर्स्ड है.
Wait, why
किंग
did the
f6
bar
नहीं.
go up?
नो, बिकॉज
Bishop b3.
कंप्यूटर को वो फोर्ट्रेस नहीं समझ आते ना. तो बिशप
I thought.
b3
हाँ.
यही खेलेगी आई थिंक. लेट्स से शी कम्स बैक किंग e7. अब मेरे को चाहिए पोजीशन, जैसे मैं खेल देता हूँ किंग e7, किंग g5, b4 एंड आई एम थिंकिंग किंग f5. हाउ इज. अच्छा यहाँ पे नाइट h7 है आपके पास. यार कोई भी तरीका काम नहीं कर रहा है यहाँ पे. शी प्लेज बिशप
Oh
b3.
man. Yeah.
How to use engine perfectly for club players? Don't. Just don't. Don't use it. Only, I mean, you can only use it to do game reviews. Just simple answer. Only use engine when you have spent time on the position yourself. देखिए आपने एक गेम खेल लिया अपना, उस पर ध्यान से देखा आपने, जो भी आपकी वैल्यूएशन थी, फिर आप इंजन से चेक कर सकते हो. जिस भी पोजीशन पे आपने खुद दिमाग नहीं लगाया वहां पे इंजन बिल्कुल मत यूज करो.
Ajay, can we shift to the Arjun game for a second? I think
यार खत्म ही हो
yeah,
रहा है. नाइट जी4 h7. अरे नाइट जी4 खेल दिया उसने.
Oh
वाओ
wow.
95 भाई, दैट टुक गट्स। मैं नाइट जी 4 तो ना खेलता इधर भाई। Simple, na? Now king h6, just check, king g6, check again, and eventually she'll be forced to play
Yeah.
king g5, and then she brings king g7, and it's a simple
Yeah.
draw.
But the great point by Anushka, seeing Prag's form, he should qualify from every path. That's totally possible. He could qualify from the FIDE circuit. He could qualify from the Grand Swiss. He could qualify from the World Cup because even if he wins this one, he will likely play the World Cup anyways. And he could also qualify by the rating spot. Like it's still maybe technically possible. Unlikely though. Maybe most spots say it's much more difficult. But yeah, he could qualify via three paths at least.
Hmm. Okay, I think we're just heading into a draw. I think this will be finished in the next like 20 seconds. Or to,
Right? Or
they are just repeating.
समय भाई ये मेरा लग कर रहा है कि oh we back I think I don't know मेरा था कि क्या था
We're back? Perfect.
yeah we back कुछ हुआ था I think
Okay,
your board
95
also
check.
vanished
I think this should be a draw, na? They would have offered a draw here or something.
yeah
Okay, she plays king f6, knight g4, वो नहीं accept कर ली. 83 moves
करना
she played, yeah, that's crazy.
करना ही पड़ेगा भाई there is nothing unfortunately king e6 king g7 खत्म and king g6 95
King g6 95. Simple.
by the way Arjun's game is also about to be over in the next minute so
Just going back, going back. I mean, I'm
yeah
not sure what's happening there, but rook e3, bishop g2 played. Oh, rook e1, rook e2. GG.
yeah यही ड्रीम था हमारा कि भाई बीच g2 बिशप मारना है and then the white king is stuck and I think it's time to resign for white after rook e1 check
Yeah, basically game over. आदित्य का
so
अब एकदम डेड ड्रॉन पोजीशन है, बट वो हार सकता है. मे बी इट्स पॉसिबल.
hmm I think Vantika game खत्म हुआ क्या? Let's check on Vantika's game once.
Rook
Our
e1,
game
king
played by.
h2, rook e2 played, by the
Oh,
way,
okay,
in
it's over.
Arjun's
It's
board.
over, I
This
think.
is about to be over. Checking. Okay, Vantika's game is right on the board right now. King g5 खेला उसने, by the way. And king g7. Okay, now
Yeah,
I think we can agree for a draw, yeah?
yeah. Yeah,
वंतिका को अभी
Vantika's.
दिख रहा है हमें, कैमरा नहीं दिख रहा, बट हम फील कर पा रहे हैं कि वंतिका को पेन हो रहा है,
हाँ,
यहाँ पे फील हो रहा है.
ठीक है. So I think this is a draw. So let's see Arjun's final moments maybe.
Yeah,
I
yeah, we're
think
here. Rook e2.
I think this will be both games ending at the same moment. And once this ends, we take a call on the Aditya Mittal game. कि भाई क्या लग रहा है वहां पे दोनों की
Yeah, yeah,
एक्यूरेसी भी
sure.
90.9 है भाई लिटरली सो
किसकी?
लाइकली अ ड्रॉ आदित्य एंड हिज ओपोनेंट 90.9
वाओ.
सेम Prag cannot qualify by rating spot as average rating for the year is taken. For 6 months it's taken, Satyam, I think, not the year. So Vantika
Okay.
drew, okay. That's an
Yeah.
update.
Game over. So 1.5 out of 2. Still, I think two. How many players are there? So there's two players on 2 out of 2. Olga Badalka and Vaishali.
Hmm.
Still, I think a very very tough fight. And I mean, great going for Vaishali. यार 20 चाल में उसने हरा दिया black pieces से. Vantika was so close as well to a victory.
Yeah. Uh, I think Prag is the only Indian spot almost confirmed. As we have seen, FIDE circuit say he's almost qualified. He has double the points that the second contender has. So very likely Prag to hoga hi. But we still don't have even a single player in the candidates, yeah, apart from Prag. वो भी 100% confirm नहीं है. So I think ये event बहुत important है. You have to keep in mind अगर यहाँ पे कोई qualify नहीं हुआ, so 8 में से 3 spot तो गए और rating spot तो मिलना नहीं. So 50% of the spots after this event will be over, Sahaj. And no
Hmm.
Indians if we don't win this event. So I think this is an important one for all Indian players to qualify.
Hmm.
Divya drew, Kritika. Divya drew. Gukesh drew. He was winning, but he missed it. साल मैं जिम का एक्सरसाइज कर रहा हूँ क्या फेस एनर्जी लग रही है इसका क्या मतलब है भाई
भाई इसका मतलब तो आप ही समझाओगे.
क्लोरीन जी आपको समझाना पड़ेगा आपके पानी में कितना क्लोरीन है भाई ज्यादा है थोड़ा लग रहा है what is this FIDE circuit? So सारे FIDE players F1 की गाड़ियों में बैठते हैं then and then मूवी बनती है भाई, ब्रैड पिट स्टार करता है उसमें.
कि रुकी टू भाई खेल लो, अब तो खत्म ही है. There's nothing left to play. Rook B5, Rook J2. I mean, you can resign here. There's nothing to be played.
Yeah. I think chat, okay, we'll likely end the stream once the Arjun game is over because I think Aditya's game is a draw. But overall, I think a great day for Indians because many of them won. Has any Indian lost actually, Sahaj? I'm not sure. Like not maybe somebody. I think Karthikeyan lost, right? Somebody was saying,
I'm
but
checking.
Ronak drew.
Oh, by the way, Arjun just won. He
Oh
resigned. So
wow,
let's
let's
go.
go.
He climbs onto the leaderboard. 1.5 out of 2, bhai. Let's go. What a show. So three
Yeah.
players on 2 out of 2 so far, yeah? Alireza, Demchenko, and Parham Maksudlu.
Yeah, and I think Indians are right in the mix. You can see 1.5 पे कितने हैं? Abhimanyu Puranik, Leon Mendonca, Vidit Gujrathi, Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, Erigaisi Arjun, Gukesh D. So इतने सारे Indians खेल रहे हैं डेट पे. So they are all in the hunt for those two candidate spots. And I think overall a great day for Indians. Hari Krishna also drew today. And the only Indian to lose was Karthikeyan Murli, but he only lost to an Indian, Aryan Chopra. So technically, I think Divya also drew. So Sahaj, no Indians lost today, I think, apart from Karthikeyan. So great day overall, I think, as a team, as a country, I think, for Indian chess.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. The only thing is that वो गुकेश का 40th move पे जो हुआ,
Ha.
that if that was a win, it would have been a perfect day. But yeah, I'm still happy overall. So many players on 1.5. We still have a perfect score in the women's section as well with Vaishali.
Hmm.
So yeah, overall looking amazing.
Sajbhai, one final take at the Aditya game before we leave. I think we'd love to get your opinion in chat. What do you think will be the result? It seems like a dead draw to me for now. I think no side has a clear plan to push their pawns. But is there any chance for either side, Saj?
Wouldn't call it a dead draw. I would say that most likely result is a draw for sure, but wouldn't call it a
Hmm.
dead draw because I think Aditya can make a mistake. Even Dimitri can make a mistake here as well. But I think, yeah, most likely result is a draw. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah, I think draw very, very likely. I think both players must be tired as well. So, chat, I think overall a very exciting day. I think one player who might not be as happy will be Gukesh Domaraju, who had a chance to join the leaders on 2 out of 2, but he missed it. And I think unke opponent, I think we can see Erdogmus will be very, very happy. He's a 14-year-old kid, Sahaj, who drew against the world champion. I think it's an amazing feat.
Yeah, I think he will be very happy, especially drawing the way that he did. I mean, Gukesh had that position that he needed, to convert into a win, but he kept his cool. He found the right moment and and he struck back. So I think it was a great day for him as well.
Yeah, and Prague has kind of almost qualified to the physical defense. I think it's like say 98% confirmed, barring like some streak by some player in the last 4 months. But regardless, Chad, I think tomorrow will be round number 3. I think pairings or tough होंगी because can you the standings one more time last time because 1.5 पे जो players हैं उनका आपस आपस में जब match भिड़ेगा सहज it's going to be blood on the board.
Oh, yes, for sure. I think one of the players will be upfloated for sure against Demchenko because he's the
Hmm.
lowest seed in with 2 out of 2. The most likely, I think that will be Arjun. Yeah, Arjun will
Yeah,
probably be
yeah.
that player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Arjun Kile, I think that's a great pairing, I feel somehow, because Demchenko is in great form, but he's technically still, on paper at least, a weaker player. And Arjun can try to create his magic. He's known to be the 2600, magician, somehow gets amazing
Mhm.
results against them. So there is some chance for him there.
Let's not forget that he will be playing with the white pieces as well against Demchenko. So
Mhm.
it's a perfect
Mhm.
matchup in that sense, keep his lead in the tournament.
Absolutely. So Saj bhai, thanks a lot. I think final game maybe draw ho jayegi. So we'll see you tomorrow, chat. Have a good night's sleep, and Kal will be back with round number 3, the FIDE Grand Swiss, and maybe we'll have a clue as to who are the two players who qualify for the candidates. Bye bye, chat. Take care.